Entry into the realm for reality 157 and inconceivable wisdom, are inexhaustible oceans of enlightenment. This is the sphere of action of those whose minds are resolved hereon, their knowledge is unshakable, they have ended doubt. They do not become depressed or dejected, their minds are on the way to Buddhahood. Filled with good qualities realized over countless eons, the peerless seekers of knowledge dedicate them all. They think about the course oflefebutdo not take refuge in it, they take refuge in the Buddha teachings, sporting in the realm of Buddha. Whatever mundane fortune takes place in the world of sentient beings, the resolute relinquish it all, for they are set on the attainment of Buddhahood. Vainly clinging, the world is always fettered to here, those of unobstructed action are always set on the welfare of beings. Unequaled in their action, inconceivable to all beings, they consider the happiness of the world, whereby suffering is repelled. They have purified knowledge of enlightenment and are sympathetic to all beings, as lights of the world, emancipating all beings. Then the enlightening being valiant one with knowledge to disperse all barriers, by the power of Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and spoke these verses, the name of Buddha is hard to come by even in a billion eons, how much more so the sight of Buddha, supreme, which ends all desires. Buddha appears as the light of the world, gone to the goal of all truth, worthy of the offerings of the three worlds, purifier of all beings. Those who regard the physical form of the impeccable best of beings never tire of it even in countless eons. Offspring oft victor looking at the form body oft Lord of humans, 158 the flower ornament scripture unattached, dedicate themselves purely to enlightenment, seeking the highest goal. This is the door to enlightenment, the corporeal embodiment of the great sage, whence issue unhindered, inexhaustibly analytic intellectual powers. Having illumined infinite beings, the great sage foretells their supreme enlightenment, having led them into the great vehicle. The great field of blessings, a sphere of knowledge, has emerged and illuminates infinite beings, increasing the mass of virtue. There is no fear of evil ways for those who associate now with Buddha, the one who cuts through the net of misery and purifies the mass of knowledge. A great mind is born in those who see the Buddha, immeasurable wisdom and power is born, radiant as the moon. They will be sure of enlightenment, having seen the Buddha, and will be certain that they will become Buddhas themselves. Then the enlightening Bainji king of superknowledge discerning the differentiations of the plane of the cosmos, by the power of Buddha, locate over the 10 directions and spoke these verses, having seen the sage endowed with infinite virtues, the minds of those dedicated to the great vehicle are purified. The Buddhas appear for the welfare of all beings, universally compassionate, steadfast, turning the wheel of teaching. How can all creatures requite the Buddha's countless eons of dedication to their welfare? It is better to burn in the fearsome three evils for eons than not to see the teacher, who quells all attachments. The mass of suffering that takes place in all real ms of being is tolerable, but not deprivation of the sight of Buddha. It is better to live long in every miserable way in the world than not to hear the Buddhas. Each eon spent even in hell is better e11 into the realm of reality 1159 than elsewhere apart from Buddha, distant from enlightenment. Hat is the reason for wanting to live long amid calamities. It is to see the Buddha and increase in knowledge. All miseries are ended once the Buddha has been seen, and entry into knowledge takes place, into the sphere oft enlightened. All obstructions are removed when Buddha is seen, increasing measureless virtue, whereby enlightenment is attained. Sight of Buddha severs all doubts of sentient beings and fulfills all purposes, mundane and transcendental. Then the great enlightening being universally good, having looked over the host of enlightening beings everywhere, to further analyze, discuss in detail, explain, reveal, elucidate, bring to light, illumine, and point out, by means of the cosmos of truths, equal to the realm of space, equal to past, present, and future, equal to the realm of realities, equal to the realm of beings, equal to the realm of all worlds, equal to all sets of actions, equal to the dispositions of beings, equal to the interests of beings, equal to the specific illustrations of truth, equal to T appropriate times for T maturation of beings, and equal to the faculties of all beings, elucidated this lion emergence concentration of Buddha by means of 10 indications, indication of the succession of all Buddhas and the succession of lands in the atoms of the Buddha lands throughout all universes, indication of the seeking and following off virtues of the Buddhas in all Buddha lands in space throughout the future, indication of Buddhas emerging in all Buddha lands and showing the ocean of infinitely various doors of enlightenment, indication of hosts of enlightening beings in the circles of the Buddhas in the Buddha lands throughout space facing T terrace of enlightenment, indication of pervading the cosmos in a moment of thought with emanations in the forms of the Buddhas of past, present, and future, emitted from every pore, indication of the light of magical pervasion of all multitudes of lands in all the oceans in all directions equally with one body, indication of revelation of the power of concentration of all pasts, presents, and futures of the transfigurations of the state of Buddhahood in the surfaces of all objects, indication of manifestation of the oceans of eons of various successive transfigurations of Buddha in the lands of past, present, and future, equal to the atoms in all lands, indication of the birth of enlightening beings from the endless power emanating from every pore by the ocean of vows of all Buddhas of past, present, and future, indication of endless manifestation of varied expositions of truth amid equal adornments of sights of enlightenment with circles of enlightening beings around Lion thrones equal in extent to the cosmos, these 10, 0 offspring of the victor, said Samantabhadra, the universally good enlightening being, are the first 10 of as many expressions of the lion emergence con 160 the flower onza meets scripture creation. As atoms in untold Buddha lands, which I fall allow. However, these are the sphere of knowledge of those who arrive at thusness. Then the enlightening being universally good, illuminating the expression of the meaning of the Lion emergence concentration of Buddha, by the empowerment of Buddha, while gazing on the face of Buddha, observing the ocean of assemblues everywhere, observing the infinite various transfigurations of the concentration of Buddha in the inconceivable sphere of the enlightened, observing the magical nature of inconceivable knowledge, and observing all teachings expressed in an inconceivably infinite variety of manners of speaking, then uttered these verses, like the atoms of all lands are the oceanic Buddha lands on a single hair tip, surrounded by a circle of enlightening beings, their Buddha rests on the throne of the enlightened. In the ocean of Buddha lands on a single hair, on a lotus throne at the site of enlightenment extended throughout the cosmos, the guide is seen at the trees of enligh tenement. Like the atoms in all lands are the Buddhas assemblued on a single hair, surrounded by a host of enlightening beings, they expound all good actions. Buddha sits in one and pervading all lands, endless hosts of enlightening beings go there from everywhere. Like atoms in countless lands, enlightening beings, radiant seas of virtue, should appear in the audiences of teachers, throughout the cosmos. Appearing like reflections in all lands, oceans of knowledge of Buddhas, established in good practices, they arrive in the assemblies of all Buddhas. Assembled everywhere in all lands, in the realm of the joy of enlightening practice, delighted in hearing the myriad teachings, they pass millions of eons in each land. Enlightening beings carry out their practices coursing in the ocean of truth, emanating light, they enter the oceans of vows, established in the sphere of Buddhahood. Born of the teachings of the Buddhas, acting with universal good in mind, they enter the oceans of qualities of Buddhas, in vast transfigurations. Entry into the realm of reality 1161 pervading the refuge of the reality realm, they constantly emanate a cloud of bodies, many as atoms in all lands, with the rain of truth, for enlightenment. Then the blessed Buddha, wanting to establish those enlightening beings in this Lion emergence concentration of Buddhas, went on to emanate from the circle of hair between his brows a light called illumining past, present, and future, showing always into the reality realm, accompanied by as many beams of light as atoms in untold Buddha lands, with which he illumined all lands in all oceans of worlds in the 10 directions. Then the enlightening beings who had gathered at the Gita Grove saw, in every Buddha land in all universes throughout the farthest reaches of space, in groups of Buddha lands within atoms of Buddha lands as numerous as atoms in all Buddha lands, in Buddha lands of various powers, various purities, various locations, and various conditions, an enlightening being at the summit of enlightenment sitting on a lion throne, attended by all world rulers, surrounded by a multitude of enlightening beings, attaining unexcel-led supreme perfect enlightenment, here teaching in circles as vast as until D Buddha lands with a sphere of sound pervading the cosmos, there gone to the various realms of existence, or in the cities, towns, communities, and nations of the human world, teaching the truth by means of various miracles, various modes of conduct, various embodiments, various indications of ways of concentration, various superknowledges from concentration, appearing in various castes and races, with various auras of light, radiating various webs of light beams, with various spheres of sound, in various congregations, setting up various interlocutors, setting up various instructions, in various words and expressions. And, as Tiho's enlightening beings saw the transfigurations of the profound concentration of the Buddha in all Tiho's assemblies, Tihe saw transfigurations of Buddha throughout the cosmos, in all worlds throughout space, in the arrays of the 10 directions, in the sets of cycles in all places, in the confluence of all spaces, in the media of principles in the various regions, in the various realms of conception, in the conjunctions of the various regions, and the specific spaces of the various regions, in the oceans of all regions, that is, in the north, south, east, west, northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest, nadir, and zenith, in the places of the body of lands, in the places of the body of beings, in the places that are in the conceptions of beings, in the regions of past ages, in the regions of the present, in the 10 directions, in every point in all realms of space, in the locus of each and every atom of all lands, in the points of entry of all spaces, in the locations of occurrence of performance of various actions, in the conceptual locations of infinite surfaces of space in a point the size of a hair tip, those transfigurations reflected in the minds of all living beings, using their languages, in the perceptions of all living beings, without discrimination among beings, equal in past, present, and future, coming forth equally everywhere as a whole, with physical forms coming to all assemblies, descending into the 162 the flower moment. Scripture presence of all bodies of beings, with the same knowledge in all ages, appearing to all beings according to their mentalities, equal everywhere in all lands, elucidating the teachings of Buddhas and guiding sentient beings ceaselessly. All of them were united by the blessed Vairocana Buddha, by the 4 integrative methods, by equality of past virtuous actions. They were fully developed by seeing, hearing, and remembering. They had already set their minds on supreme enlightenment, going to the Buddhas here and there. They were united by fundamental virtues, in accord with the sameness of their roots of goodness and adoption of means of developing omniscience. The enlightening beings gained access to the projections of the concentration of the blessed Vairocana, which extended throughout the cosmos, to the farthest reaches of space. Some comprehended the reality body, some the form body, some the past attainment of Vairocana as an enlightening being, some the fulfillment of the ways of transcendence, some the pure adornment of the sphere of action, some the mystic projection of the stages of enlightening, some the mystical projection of perfect enlightenment, some the unconfused mystical projection of the concentrations in which Buddhas sojourn, some the powers and fearlessnesses of Buddhas, and some comprehended the ocean of analytic powers of Buddhas. They entered into as many such oceans of mystical projections of Buddha as there are atoms in 10 inexpressible numbers of Buddha lands. They entered those oceans of mystical projections of Buddha by way of various devotions, various paths, various doors, various entries, various penetrations, various methods, various approaches, various directions, various capacities, various places, various worlds, various attainments, various provisions, various transformations, various means, and various concentrations. Those enlightening beings gained access to the mystical projections, the miraculous transfigurations, of the blessed Buddha Vairocana. By means of such enlightening beings, concentrations as these, adornment of the entire cosmos, illumination of the realm of unobstructed knowledge of all times, light of knowledge of the continuity of the planes of the cosmos, entry into the plane of the sphere of those who realize thusness, illumination off plane of space, free access to the 10 powers of Buddhas, bold emergence adorned by the fearlessness of the enlightened, whirlpool of the principles of the reality realm, moon pervading all universes with unhindered sound, and light of principles of universal order. Those enlightening beings also entered the oceans of mystical projections of Buddhahood of the blessed Vairocana by way of such enlightening concentrations as those known as emblem of the King of Truth crowned by non-attachment, seeing oceans of Buddhas in all objects, emblem of reflection of the different bodies of all real ms of being, entry into the unalloyed sphere of body of those who arrive at thusness, container of compassion going along with the whirl of all worlds, founded on the power based on all truths, sphere of revelation of ultimately quiescent indifferent equality, universally projected reflection emanated purely without attachment, occult entry into the realm of reality 1163 manifestation of the unity of all lands, effectuation of the manifestation of attainment of enlightenment in all Buddha lands, comprehension of embodiment of all oceanic virtues, endless spiritual power to effect the mystical transfiguration of all objects, entry into the ocean of past practices of all Buddhas, basis of eternal preservation of the lineage of Buddhas, power of devotion to purification of the ocean of all lands in the 10 directions of the present, illumination of the states of all Buddhas in a single moment of thought, entry into ultimate freedom from attachment to all objects, causing all worlds to appear in one Buddha field, production of emanations of all embodiments of Buddhas, adamantine knowledge of the ocean of all faculties, causing all Buddhas to appear within a single body, instantaneous state of discovering the principle of all things in the point of a moment of thought, spiritual power of manifesting nirvana in all realms in the cosmos, power to roam on the highest plane, magical manifestation of the differentiation of the bodies of beings in all Buddha lands, entry into the presence of the whirl of all knowledge, complete knowledge and differentiation of past, present, and future in a single instant, containing the body of principles of the cosmos in every moment of thought, lion following the lineage of all Buddhas, sphere of the eye of wisdom seeing the cosmos in all objects, vigorous undertaking of approach to the 10 powers, sphere of the eye of universal vision of all objects, illumination of beings in all spheres of form, space of an unmoving whirl, showing all things in one thing, verbal analysis of truth. Those enlightening beings also entered the oceans of mystic projections of Buddha made by Vairocana by way of such enlightening beings concentrations as exposition of truth setting up the standard of all Buddhas, illumination unattached to the borders of past, present, and future, continuous knowledge of all ages, entry into the 10 powers by subtle means, accomplishment of unbreakable practice of the essence of enlightenment through all ages, see loud swiftly appearing everywhere. Creation of magical appearances of attainment of enlightenment, characterized by all pleasures of feeling, adornment of space with all kains of magnificent arrays, moment to moment producing clouds of crested images like beings of the world, light of the moon of realization of thusness pure as space, spark-like base of all who realize thusness, radiance of all spiritual faculties, lamp revealing the meanings of all things, illumination of the sphere of the 10 powers, characterized by the brilliance of the Buddhas of all times, the unique source of all Buddhas, accomplishing undertakings in every passing moment, source of inexhaustible blessing, illumination of guidance of endless vision of Buddha, supreme adamantine basis of all truths, production of universal manifestations of Tihi emanations of all Buddhas, consummating Tihi course of the Son of all Buddhas, instantly illuminating past, present, and future, sound of the voice emitting universal light illumining the natural quiescence of all things, march to the boundary of vision of LL Buddhas, aware of all things like a collection of lotuses, observation of phenomena as baseless like the SKY, whirlpool of concentration of the ocean of all spaces in one space, entering directly into the ground O-fall phenomena, oceanic source of 1164 the flower ornament scripture all things, tranquil body shining light on all beings, accomplishment of the will for all HR knowledge in a single moment of thought. Eternal manifestation of the attainment of enlightenment equal Y everywhere, entering into all universes by comprehending them as one single array, illumination of the body of recollection of all Buddhas, intuition of vast higher knowledge of all worlds, merging one's being with the infinite cosmic principle in a single mental instant, illumination of the homologous order of all things in homologous universes, mystical manifestation of the fiery energy of the spheres of all Buddha. Teachings, basis of determination and action taking all realms of beings into the net of Indra, continuity of the ground of all worlds, traveling everywhere by mystic projections of lotus-like splendor, intuitive knowledge of the cycles of the bodies of all beings, magical materialization in the presence of all beings, superknowledge of the means of analyzing mundane speech in the ocean of utterances of all beings, superknowledge of the distinctions of the seeds of all worlds, unalloyed. Incorruptible matrix of great compassion, entry of all Buddhas into the goal of realization of thusness, and Lion-like emergence to behold the abode of liberation of all Buddhas. By entry into as many of the concentrations of enlightening beings as atoms in untold Buddha lands, beginning with these, those enlightening beings entered into the ocean of the blessed Vairocana's mystical projections of Buddhahood, and they accordingly remembered equivalent transformations carried out in the past. Furthermore, by the mental moment-to-mental moment entry, pervading the whole cosmos, of those enlightening beings, who were in the presence of Buddha in the Jita Grove, sitting on Lion thrones in lotuses off various jewels as vast as worlds as numerous as atoms in 10 Buddha lands, born of the occult transformation of great knowledge and insight, having attained the stage of penetrating knowledge and insight, contemplating with universal knowledge, born of the source of wisdom, on the brink of omniscience, having unclouded eyes of knowledge, having arrived at the state of leaders of beings, having approached equality with all Buddhas, always carrying out the principle of non-discrimination, with specific knowledge of all objects, relating to all things as natura llyklm, in the ultimate asylum of the quiescence and nirvana of all worlds yet upholding the variety of all worlds, going to all lands without attachment, in the midst of all things without reliance on anything. Effortlessly establishing the measures of all teachings, knowing how to develop and guide all people, showing all beings the state of peace and serenity, risen to the realm of the abode of knowledge and liberation, embodying knowledge gone to the limit of dispassion, having emerged from the ocean of all existences, observing the limit of reality of all worlds, in the sphere of light of knowledge of the ocean of truths, with great compassionate minds perfectly unified by oceanic concentration, thoroughly aware of the principle of the illusoriness of phenomena, having comprehended that all worlds are like dreams, knowing the vision of all Buddhas are like reflections, aware that all utterances are like echoes, knowing that the effects of all things are like magic productions, entry into the realm of reality 1165 determined to reach the sphere of fulfillment, following skillful methods of purification of the sphere of universal knowledge, with ultimately peaceful and calm minds, with knowledge of all families of mystic spells, with fearless, even force of the power of concentration, with the eye reaching the limit of the cosmos, in the stage of ungraspability of all things, contemplating the infinite ocean of wisdom, gone to the farther shore of transcendence by knowledge, having attained the sustaining power of transcendent wisdom, gone beyond all worlds by consummation of transcendent spiritual powers, masters of transcendent concentration. With correct knowledge of all Buddha's skillfulness in respect to meanings, with knowledge of the means of skillful elucidation of truth, with extraordinary knowledge of expression, being clouds of teaching with inexhaustible power of eloquence, roaring Tehe fearless, mighty lions roar, enjoying Tihi unequaled bliss of non-reliance, having unclouded eyes seeing into all things, moons of knowledge of the state of intellect of all beings, beams of light of designations of principles of all truths from the sphere of wisdom, mountains of virtue with diamonds of knowledge, beyond all comparison, sprouting the knowledge of all spiritual faculties, heroic conquerors of all demons, full of the energy of the sphere of endless knowledge, physically beyond all worldlings, with unhindered insight into all things, aware of the bounds of finiteness and infinity, standing on the limit of reality, tallying with the universal limit, having the eye of knowledge observing signlessness, skilled in Tihi causes of accomplishment of all practices of enlightening beings, coursing in non-dualistic knowledge, observing all worldly trends, appearing in all Buddha lands without dwelling, free from obscurity in regard to all things, having reached the sphere of knowledge without darkness, engaged in the illumination of truth everywhere, excellent fields of blessings for all beings, moons of fulfillment oft he wishes o fall w ho see or hear oftum, mountains of virtue rising above all worlds, bravely subduing all challengers, making their voices heard in all Buddha lands, tirelessly watching all the Buddhas, able to control reflections of the bodies of all Buddhas, adopting appropriate forms to guide all beings, pervading all lands with one body, having purified T-air spheres of accomplishment, having Tihi capacity for Tihi vehicle of great knowledge unobstructed as space, reflecting the bodies of all things in their sphere of K-knowledge, sons of knowledge appearing in all worlds. Having the power to adapt to all worlds at will, having specific knowledge of various dispositions and faculties of all beings, having arrived at all truths with unobstructed perspective, apprised of the inherent nature of all things being earthlessness, mature in the knowledge of mutual interpenetration of subtle and gross, resolved on the goal of the profound state of Buddhahood, knowing the verbal designations of profound meaning, eloquently telling the meanings of endless words and expressions, expounding entry into the ocean of all scriptures by one word, supporting the vast body of knowledge of mystic formulae, having the power to hold them forever, knowing specifically their abodes over untold ages in a single moment of thought, having occult knowledge of all worlds, knowing past, present, and future in a single 166 the flower omamatan scripture moment of thought, reflecting the infinite ocean of Buddha teachings in mystic formulae holding all principles. Tirelessly turning the wheel of teaching leading all beings to knowledge, illumined with the knowledge of the sphere of Buddhas, always in the concentration of good vision, having the supraknowledge that discerns the differences among all things while being ultimately unattached, master of knowledge of the sphere of liberation, the highest of all states, causing all objects to appear in pure arrays, entering into the universes of the 10 directions wherever they arc, entering into the different universes in all directions, conscious of enlightenment in atomic particles subtle and gross, showing all colors beautiful in nature, concentrating the totality in one space, treasuries of knowledge and virtue mature in the K-knowledge of infinite qualities of one form, praised by all Buddhas, having qualities that can never be fully told those enlightening beings who had gathered at the Jakta Grove and were sitting there immersed in the ocean of qualities of Buddha, illumined by rays of light from the Buddhas, as they were in a state of great ecstasy, having attained the light of the inconceivable state of enlightening beings. From their ecstasy emanated great arrays of mystical projections pervading all universes, issuing from all of their bodies, their towers, their paraphernalia, and their thrones, from every white air in the Jita Grove. In each successive mental moment they emanate vast clouds of webs of light beams, pleasing to all worlds. Suffusing the 10 directions, they led the 10 directions with sea louds of bells of all jewels ringing with sounds bespeaking the virtues and qualities of the Buddhas of past, present, and future. They led the 10 directions with clouds of voices of all beings, issuing from all objects, making sweet sounds telling of the fruits of all beings' actions. They led the 10 directions with sea louds of forms showing the vows of all enlightening beings and the various practices of enlightening beings, emanating voices telling of the undertakings of all enlightening beings. They emanated clouds of beatified embodiments of enlightening beings filling the 10 directions telling of the succession of Buddhas in all lands, they emanated clouds of sights of enlightenment like those of all Buddhas of past, present, and future, filling the 10 directions, showing magnificent displays of the transcendent enlightenment and emancipation of all Buddhas, from all objects. They emanated sea louds off bodies of ruling water spirits, showering rain of all fragrances throughout the 10 directions. They emanated clouds of bodies like the rulers of all worlds, pervading the 10 directions, telling of the conduct of the enlightening being universally good. From all objects they sent forth clouds of reflections of all perfectly pure Buddha lands, made of all jewels, filling the 10 directions, showing the turnings of the wheels of teachings of all Buddhas. They emanate as many such sea-eludes of magical displays of great magnificent arrays as atoms in untold Buddha lands, by the mystic power of those enlightening beings, and by virtue of their state of attainment of illumination of the inconceivable ocean of truths. Then the enlightening being Manjayashri, empowered by Buddha, obscrive triihto the realm, if Reality 167 ing all those mystical apparitions appearing throughout the 10 directions, uttered these verses, observe the infinite, vast power of Buddha arisen in the Jita Grove, having emanated clouds of bodies as sense objects that pervade all directions. The vast, pure arrays of offspring of Buddha, various, of infinite forms, are all seen reflected from the thrones, which contain the objects of sense. Clouds of UEL radiance, in various arrays, pervade the land, pouring forth from the pores of the offspring of Buddha, emitting the sounds of Buddha. Forms like 1-3 Rahma and Indra, with pure bodies and tranquil deportment, emerging from the trees and flowers, go forth telling of meditation. Enlightening beings like universally good, adorned with embellishing marks, inconceivable, countless, are produced from the Buddha's pores. Those clouds of adornments of the oceans of virtue bespeak the qualities of the enlightening beings of all times, gathered in the Jita Grove. All the varied oceans of deeds of groups of beings in all directions are heard, radiating from within the trees in the Jita Grove. Transfigurations of LL Buddhas of past, present, and future in every land appear from the ground, in every single object, numerous as atoms. At each and every point various oceanic clouds of Buddhas continuously reveal the abodes of the victors and the masses of Buddhas there. As many as beings, pervading everywhere, as they develop beings by expedient means, from their auras emerge oceanic clouds of fragrant flames and masses of flowers. Precious mansions, measureless as the sky, adorned with all realities, fill the lands in all directions, and all sights of enlightenment. 1168 The flower ornament scripture all the lands of the offspring of Buddha in past, present, and future, great healers, purified by means of the practice of universal good, their various arrays, purified over oceans of eons, infinite as beings, are all seen by reflection in the sky of the Jita Grove. At that point, each of those enlightening beings, illuminated by the light of the concentration of Buddha, entered as many gates of great compassion as atoms in untold Buddha lands, and attained even greater capability to treat all beings beneficial. Thus concentrated, from each of their pores came forth as many rays of light as atoms in untold Buddha lands, from each ray of light came forth as many multitudes of phantom enlightening beings, bodies like those of all world rulers, bodies appearing to all beings, bodies adapted to the development of all beings. Having pervaded the cosmos with their emanations, they enlightened, developed, and guided sentient beings, by means of showing descent from even, by means of showing birth in all worlds, by means of showing the sphere of practice of enlightening beings, by means of dreams bearing messages to the mind, by means of release through the vows of all enlightening beings, by means of perfect knowledge of the world, by means of showing the practice of transcendent given by means of the positive and negative spheres of the virtues of all Buddhas, what they cultivate and what they efface, by means of showing transcendental forbearance, even if dismembered, by means of transcendent energy of the great spiritual metamorphosis of enlightening beings, by means of shining light off sphere off path off Buddha knowledge by the meditations, liberations, concentrations and attainments of all enlightening beings, by means of showing the relinquishment of countless bodies in quest of the meaning of each phase of the teachings in order to find out all Buddha teachings, by means of approaching all Buddhas and asking about all the teachings, by means of communicating the light of the ocean of methods and principles of approaching and guiding G beings according to the right timing and according to their mentalities, fulfilling omniscience, by means of showing the light of power of the stores of knowledge and virtue of all enlightening beings, which are invulnerable to demons and disputers, by means of showing the stage of K knowledge which includes K knowledge of all practical arts and mystic K knowledge, by means of showing the stage of K knowledge which includes knowledge and mystic K knowledge of the differences among all beings, by means of showing the stage of K knowledge which includes knowledge and mystic knowledge of the differences in the mental idas of all beings, by means of showing the stage of K knowledge which includes K knowledge and mystic K knowledge of the faculties, procedures, and practices of all beings and the destruction of their various afflictions and habits, by showing the stage of knowledge which includes K knowledge and mystic knowledge of the various results of deeds of all beings with as many such means of developing and guiding beings as atoms in untold ENTRYIN to the realm of reality 1169 Buddha lands. Those enlightening beings were seen to have come to the abodes of all sentient beings in all states of existence, with non-discriminatory great compassion, with non-discriminatory commitment, with non-discriminatory knowledge, with non-discriminatory effort to save all beings, for the purpose of fully developing beings according to their mentalities, beings who could be guided by seeing them, by hearing them, by their halos, by the sound of their names, by their auras, by radiating nets of light beams. The enlightening beings in the Jita Grove were seen by various arrays of projections pervading all realms of beings in all oceans of worlds, yet without leaving the presence of the Buddha. Some appeared pervading 10 directions, their bodies on their Tirans in their towers surrounded by their associates, yet without becoming absent from presence of Buddha. Some appeared emanating clouds of apparitions to develop beings, yet without becoming absent from the assembly around the Buddha. Some appeared in the form of mendicants, some in the form of priests, some in bodies adorned head to foot with particular emblematic signs, some in the forms of scholars, scientists, doctors, some in the form of merchants, some in the form of ascetics, some in the form of entertainers, some in the form of pietists, some in the form of bearers of all kinds of arts and crafts. They were seen to have come, in their various forms, to all villages, cities, towns, communities, districts, and nations. With mastery of proper timing, proceeding according to the time, by modification of adapted forms and appearances, modifications of tone, language, deportment, situation, carrying out the practices of enlightening beings, which are like the cosmic network of all worlds, illumine the spheres of all practical arts, are lamps shedding a light on the knowledge of all beings, are arrays of mystical displays of all realities, radiate the light of all truths, purify the establishment of vehicles of liberation of all places, and light up the spheres of all truths. They were seen to have come to all villages, towns, cities, districts, and nations for the purpose of leading sentient beings to perfection. At that time Manjushri, in the form of a youth, was in his tower together with enlightening beings of equivalent practice, perpetually attendant 100-volt bearers, physical deities who had undertaken the making of power for all worlds and were willingly committed to attendance on all Buddhas, footstep following deities committed to past vows, earth deities intent on hearing the teaching, greatly compassionate deities of springs, lakes, pools, reservoirs, and rivers, deities of fire, shining with the radiance of the power of the light of wisdom, crowned deities of wind, area deities with knowledge illumining all regions, night deities involved in dispelling the darkness of ignorance, day deities involved in bringing forth the day of those who arrive at thusness, sky deities engaged in the adornment of space of all elements of real ity, ocean deities involved in rescuing all beings from the ocean of existence, mountain deities involved in gathering the store of all knowledge with a mind based on transcendentally lofty virtue, river deities engaged in adorning the bodies of all beings with the vow to cause all the qualities of Buddhas to appear, city deities engaged in protecting the city of 1170, the flower ornament scripture, the mind of all beings, and with dragon chiefs devoted to the city of all truths, spirit chiefs able to protect all beings, celestial musician chiefs engaged in increasing the bliss of all beings, demon chiefs engaged in repulsing all ghost-like tendencies, bird chiefs committed to taking all beings up out of the ocean of existence, titans resolved to perfect the power off body of those who arrive at thusness, which is beyond all worlds, serpent chiefs with bowed bodies who had attained the joy of the vision of Buddha, seals tile chiefs appalled by the whirl of birth and death who look to what is higher, and most respectful Brahma chiefs in attitudes of reverence, with a parade of such enlightening beings. The enlightening being Manjushri came forth from his place, circled the Buddha hundreds of times to his right, made many offerings to Buddha, then left the presence of the Buddha and went south on a journey in the human realm. Then the venerable Hariputra, by the power of Buddha, seeing the young man Jayashri with this transfigured array of enlightening beings having left the Jayata grove and going south, conceived the desire to go on that journey to the Achuman world with Manjushri. With a group of 60 monks he went forth from where he was and approached the Buddha. Going up to the Buddha, he bowed his head to the Buddha's feet, then gazed at the Buddha. Given permission by the Buddha, he circled the Buddha 3 times to his right, and went to Manjushri, accompanied by those 60 monks, who were staying with him and who were novices, having but recently left home. Among those 60 monks were Sagarabudhai, Mahasudatta, Punyaprabha, Mahavatsa, Vibhutada, Vishuddhakaran, Devashri, Indramati, Brahmadama, Prashantamati, and others. All those monks had served past Buddhas, had planted roots of goodness, had far-reaching zeal, had thoroughly purified faith and reason, were great in understanding and action, were capable of viewing the realm of Buddha and comprehended the inherent nature of things, were intent on the welfare and development of others, and sought the qualities of those who arrive at thusness. They were guided by the teaching of Manjushri. At that point the Venerable Shariputra, on the way, located at all the monks and said to Sagarabudhai, see the inconceivable purity of form of Manjushri, along with the celestial and earthly beings, his variety of marks and embellishments, the purity of his sphere of radiance, his web of light beams developing countless beings, extinguishing all miseries, his wealth of followers, embraced by past virtues, arraying the path, which is 8 steps wide. See the magnificent arrays of the procession on the path, facing the realms in all directions as they go, with overflowing great treasuries, auspicious and fair arrays, on the left and right, magnificent arrays of adornments emerge from within all the trees growing out of the roots of goodness of attendance on past Buddhas, all the world chiefs are showering clouds of offerings in respect, from the curl of hair between the eyebrows of Buddhas from the 10 directions, spheres of networks of light beams emanate, uttering all teachings of Buddhas, and enter Mahashri's head. Beginning with these, Shariputra revealed and described to the monks entry into the realm of reality 171 measureless arrays of qualities of the procession of Manjushri, and as Shariputra spoke of the qualities of Manjushri, the minds of the monks were purified, calmed, and delighted, they were thrilled, their mental states became suitable for religious practice, their senses became clear and tranquil, their gladness increased and their depression vanished, all obstructions disappeared. They came face to face with the vision of Buddha, they dedicated their minds to the Buddha teachings, their enlightening faculties were clarified, the power of faith of enlightening beings rose in them, great compassion developed in them, they entered the sphere of the transcendences, they conceived great vows and came to perceive the oceans of Buddhas in the 10 directions, with this supreme power of faith in omniscience, they said to Shariputra, Teacher, lead us to the presence of that wise person. Then Hariputra went together with the monks to Manjushri and said, Zero Manjushri, these monks want to see you. Then Manjushri, who was together with a great host of transfigured enlightening beings, turned with the gaze of an elephant and looked at the monks. The monks then bowed their heads to the feet of Manjushri, saluted him, and said, By this root of goodness, witnessed by the blessed Shakyamuni Buddha, by the root of goodness may we become like you, may we attain bodies, voices, embellishments, and spiritual transfigurations like you. To this Manjushri replied, a man or woman setting out on the great vehicle imbued with 10 indefatigable determinations will enter the stage of realization of thusness, to say nothing of the stage of enlightening beings. What are the 10? The indefatigable resolution to see, attend, and serve all Buddhas, to build up all roots of goodness without retreating, to seek all truths, to practice all the transcendent ways of enlightening beings, to fully accomplish all concentrations of enlightening beings, to enter successively into all ages, to thoroughly purify all oceans of Buddha lands in the 10 directions, to lead all real ms of sentient beings to perfect development, to carry out the practices of enlightening beings in all lands and ages, to fully attain each power of Buddhas by maturing all beings through the process of practicing as many transcendent ways as atoms in all Buddha lands to mature each being. Men or women with faith who are imbued with these 10 indefatigable determinations grow in all roots of goodness, leave all compulsive, routine mundane tendencies, drop out of all social castes, go beyond all stages of individual emancipation, are born in the family of all Buddhas, fulfill the vows of enlightening beings, become pure with the attainment of all qualities of the enlightened, become clarified in all the practices of enlightening beings, develop all the powers of Buddhas, overcome all demons and challengers, progress through all the stages of enlightening beings, and reach Buddhahood. Then the monks, having heard this teaching, attained a concentration called sphere of the unobstructed eye of vision of all Buddhas, by the experience of which they saw the circles of assemblies of the Buddhas in all worlds throughout the 10 directions. They also saw all the beings in those worlds, and they also saw the various differentiations in those worlds. They also 172 the flower ornament scripture knew how many atoms were in these worlds. They also saw all the dwellings and furniture of those beings, made of various precious substances. They also heard the oceans of the qualities of the voice and the Buddhas in those worlds, and understood the various statements, allusions, expressions, mystic formulae, terminology, and concepts of their teachings. They also discerned the minds, faculties, and dispositions of the beings in those worlds, and called to mind the events of 10 lives past and future. They also comprehended the utterance of 10 cycles of teaching of those Buddhas. They also comprehended 10 states produced by mystical powers, 10 productions of guiding principles, and 10 productions of instructive statements. They also comprehended 10 accomplishments of analytic knowledge of those Buddhas. When they attained this concentration, they developed 10,000 qualities of the determination of enlightenment, entered 10,000 consent rations and purified 10,000 aspects of transcendence, having attained great illumination, being illumined by the sphere of great wisdom, they attained 10 mystic knowledges of enlightening beings. Manjushri exhorted and led them, now with soft and delicate sprouts of mystic knowledge and firm determination for enlightenment, into the practice of the universally good enlightening being. Based on the practice of the universally good enlightening being, they entered into the oceans of great vows and began to carry them out. By undertaking the oceans of great vows, and by purification of mind, they attained purity of body, by physical purity they gained physical lightness, by which physical purity and lightness they opened wide the doors to mystic knowledge and attained undiminishing mystic knowledge. By this attainment of mystic knowledge they appeared in multitudes of bodies to all the Buddhas in the 10 directions for the sake of accomplishing all Buddha teachings, yet without leaving the presence of Manjushri. Then Manjushri, having set those monks on the foundation of unexcelled true enlightenment, continued his journey to the human realm and came to a great city in the south named Dhanyakara. There he stayed with his retinue in a forest called Array of various standards of strength, to the east of the city, at a shrine where past Buddhas had dwelt, established by Buddhas for the sake of perfecting sentient beings, the repute of which resounded in infinite lands, a place where the Buddha, in the past, carrying out the practice of an enlightening being, relinquished many things that are difficult to relinquish, a place where gods, dragons, goblins, nymphs, titans, birds, centaurs, serpents, humans, and non-humans always presented offerings to the earth. There Manjay Ushri expounded a scripture called Illumination of the Principles of the Cosmos, whence flowed 10,100,000 trillion scriptures. As he was expounding the scripture, many tens of hundreds of thousands of trillions of dragons came to him from the ocean, having heard this teaching, disdaining the condition of dragons and desiring the qualities of Buddhahood, they left the state of dragons and gained birth as celestial or human beings. Their 10,000 dragons became irreversible in their entry into the realm for reality 1173 progress toward supreme perfect enlightenment. And during H's exposition of the teaching, innumerable beings were edified through H the 3 Vehicles. Now the people of the city heard that Manjay Ushri had come and was staying at the shrine in the forest. Having heard his pious men and women, boys and girls, a company of 500, led by Mahaprajna, the foremost of the pious men, went from the city to where Manjushri was. Then the pious man Mahaprajna, with a company of 500 pious men such as Sudata, Vasudata, Punyaprabha, Yashodhava, Somashri, Somanandi, Sumati, Mahamati, Rahulabhadra, and Bhadrashri, went to Manjushri, bowed their heads to his feet, circled him 3 times, and then sat to one side. Then a pious woman named Mahaprajna, with a company of 500 pious women including Suprabha, Shugitra, Subhadra, Bhadrashri, Kandraprabhaza, Kitaprabha, Sribhadra, and Sulokana, went to Manjushri, bowed to him and circled him, and then sat to one side. Then Sudhana, an outstanding boy, together with a company of 500 outstanding boys including Savrata, Sushala, Svakara, Suvakrami, Susanti, Sumati, Subudhai, Sunatra, Subahua, and Suprabha, went to Manjushri, bowed to him and circled him, and then sat to one side. Then the girl Subhadra, daughter of the householder Mahaprajna, together with a group of 500 girls including Bhadra, Abhiramabarta, Dresdamati, Brahmadatta, Sribhadra, Shriprabha, and Suprabha, went to Manjay Ushri, bowed to him and circled him, and then sat to one side. Then Manjay Ushri, seeing that the women, men, boys, and girls from the city had gathered and were seated, according to their dispositions overwhelmed them with his power over appearance, soothed them with his power of great benevolence, undertook to teach them with his power of great compassion, considered their mentalities with his power of knowledge, and, imbued with great analytic intelligence, wishing to expound truth, he observed outstanding boy Sudhana. Why is Sudhana called Sudhana, which means good wealth? When Sudhana was conceived in his mother's womb, there appeared in the house sprouts of 7 precious substances, evenly distributed throughout the house. Beneath those precise sprouts were 7 great treasuries, from which those sprouts emerged, splitting the surface of the earth as they grew, treasuries of gold, silver, sapphire, crystal, ruby, emerald, and coral. When his limbs were perfectly formed and he was born after 10 months, those treasuries, which were 7 spans high, wide, and long, rose to the surface of the earth, opened, glittered, and shone. 500 vessels made of precious substances also appeared in the house, vessels of clarified butter, sesame oil, honey, and fresh butter, each equipped with all the necessary utensils. There also appeared diamond vessels filled with all kinds of perfumes, fragrant vessels filled with various cloths, crystal vessels filled with various foods and drinks, pearl vessels filled with various jewels, gold vessels filled with silver. 1174 The flour or nam C1/T scripture powder, silver. Vessels filled with gold powder, gold, and silver vessels filled with agates, crystal vessels filled with sapphires, sapphire vessels filled with crystal jewels, emerald vessels filled with rubies, ruby vessels filled with emeralds, star sapphire vessels filled with water clarifying jewels, water clarifying jewel vessels filled with star sapphires. 500 such precious vessels appeared in the storerooms of the house simultaneously with the birth of Sudhana, raining money, grain, gold, and various other valuables. Because of this great prosperity that appeared in the house by his mere birth, the fortune-tellers and priests and his parents and king called him Sudhana, good wealth. Sudhana, furthermore, having served past Buddhas and plant roots of goodness, I'm imbued with great zeal and devotion, I entend on fall owing spiritual benefactors, I'm impeccable in word, thought, and deed, engaged in clarification of the path of enlightening beings, eating for omniscience, having become a vessel of the Buddha teachings, his course of mind purified, had achieved an unhindered, unattached determination for enlightenment. At that point Manjushri, having regarded Sadhana, greeted him in a friendly manner and expounded the teaching to him, dealing with all elements of Buddhahood, the cultivation and attainment of all elements of Buddhahood, the infinity of all Buddhas, the successive appearance of all Buddhas in the world, the purification of the congregation surrounding all Buddhas, the achievement of the real ity body of all Buddhas, the magnificent arrays of wisdom and eloquence of all Buddhas, the purification of the array of spheres of light of all Buddhas, and the equality of all Buddhas. Then Manjushri, having edified, inspired, sharpened, and delighted Sadhana and the great crowd of people with his talque on the teaching, having caused them to set their minds on perfect enlightenment and made them remember their past roots of goodness, stopped his teaching there, given as it was to the people in accord with their mentalities, and left. Then Sadhana, having heard from Manjushri of such magnificence of the qualities of Buddha, with the quest for supreme perfect enlightenment uppermost in his mind, uttered these verses as he watched Manjushri going, "By your power, great sage, I am set on enlightenment for the good of all beings, resolved on this, with an endless vista, hear what is on my mind." Moats fill led with the water of Delhi Ght, with Highlsof conceit and pride, its doors the conditions of all beings, that is how the great city of existence is. Shrouded in the great darkness of ignorance, burnt by the fire of lust and hate, entry into the realm of reality 1175 ever under the sway of the Lord of Demers, the abode of the unenlightened. Completely bound by the ropes and chains of craving, made desolate by the wastelands of deceit, blinded by doubt and confusion, standing on the ground awful Zehud. Bound up in envy and jealousy, becoming ghosts, animals, and fiends, oppressed by birth, sickness, age, and death, they wander lost in the will of transmigration. May the pure orb of your compassion for them, a sun radiating the light of knowledge, risen to evaporate the sea of afflictions, shine on me like the sun. Orb full of the power of love, radiating moonbeams of virtue, grant happiness, you give light like the full moon appearing in the abodes of all beings. Endowed with all virtues and powers, your mind is in the sky of the reality realm, instruct me, Zero King, with the jewel of the will of the teaching. Boldly advancing, resolute, on the vehicle of enlightenment, having developed great virtue and knowledge, Zero Caravan leader arising to benefit all beings, protect me. Girt with the armor of forbearance, strength, and firmness, wielding the sword of knowledge in the hand of compassion, facing the band of demons in battle, lead me to safety, Zero Hero. Dwelling on the peak of the polar mountain of truth, surrounded by the archangels of concentration, destroyer of titans of affliction, look upon me, Zero Mighty One. I am the city of existences, the abode of the unaware, your guidance out of afflictive action is definitive, amid the confusion of the cycle of transmigration on the ground of cause, as a lamp reveal to me the way. Turning away from the paths of woe, purifying the paths of bliss, transcender of all worldly states, lead me to the door of liberation. I am stuck to the notions of permanence, self, and pleasure, blocked by falsehood and grasping with the sharp eye of truth, knowledge, and power, quickly open the door of liberation for me. 1176 The flower or name 11t Scripture K Hour of the paths of truth and falsehood, full s in the varied knowledge of the way, certain of the guidance of all paths, show me the way to enlightenment. Tree of Right insight standing firm on the ground, nourished by the water of the virtues of all Buddhas, showing flowers of virtues of Buddha teaching, show me the way to enlightenment. 0 Teacher of the way show me the Buddhas of the past, future, and present, makers of light, best of beings, gone to bliss. Familiar with the various mechanics of action, expert in the mechanics of the vehicle of religion, sure of the various vehicles of knowledge, show me the vehicle of enlightenment. Put me on the vehicle of enlightenment, driven by faith, studded with jewels of virtue, a globe with wills of prayer and vows, steel-ed by forbearance, resting on the axle of compassion. Orb of memory, purified, with a roof of kindness, well adorned, and a beautiful bell Garland of analytic powers put me in Th's supreme vehicle. Adorned with a couch of pure conduct, fill-ed with lions of concentration ladies, with the drum of truth resounding bring me to this royal vehicle. With an infinite chamber of the four integrative methods, adorned with jewels of knowledge and pearls of virtue, harnessed with the finest rope of modesty show me the chief of vehicles. It has the radiance of the pure sphere of light of relinquishment, the sandalwood of moral ity, the perfume of compassion, with the lance of forbearance, and is held together by firmness place me on the supreme vehicle. It guides all beings, never turning back, its frame of meditation is set up on concentration, it is drawn by the team of wisdom and means place me on at eminent vehicle of truth. Thou set the course and alignment of its wheels, it holds the truth steadfastly, having great power, and try into the realm of reality 1177 it is well made by the dynamics of knowledge, expertly lift me onto the vehicle of truth. It is refined by universally good action, proceeding slowly with concern for beings, bring me to that vehicle of knowledge, of valor in pure conduct everywhere. Put me on that vehicle which cuts through all obstructions, steady and firm as the finest steel, adorned with garlands of knowledge. It is spacious, clean, impartial toward people, a refuge for all beings, bringing happiness. Put me on that vehicle of enlightenment, which sheds light throughout the cosmos. Its advance cuts through the mass of suffering, clears the sphere of dust of afflictions of action, and subdues all demons and challengers. Put me on that vehicle of truth. Its scope is universal knowledge, it arrays the sky-oft reality realm, bring me to that vehicle of true which fulfills the aspiration of all beings. Put me on that spiritual vehicle, pure and infinite as space, unstained by the ignorance and obscurity of views, serving all sentient beings. Put me on that spiritual vehicle, swift as the wind, sustaining the world by the wind power of vows, establishing the ground of all citadels of peace. Put me on the supreme vehicle, unshakable as the earth, carrying its cargo by the intense power of compassion, full of knowledge, beneficial to the world. It is like the sun, giving life to the world, a concentrated orb of great lights, radiant with supreme purity of mental command, show me the sun of knowledge. Give me that mighty thunderbolt of knowledge, zero noble one, which is learned over many cons. 1178 The flower ornamentee scripture knows the reasons and grounds of all causes, and smashes the fortress of conditioning. As you have earned a vast ocean of knowledge, an unequaled ocean of awareness, imbued with all qualities of Buddhas, tell me what it is like. As you have highly developed vision and are graced with the crown of the King of Knowledge, your head wrapped in the turban of truth, look into the city of the spiritual sovereign. Then Manjushri, gazing like an elephant, said to Sadhana, it is good that you follow spiritual benefactors, having set your mind on supreme enlightenment, that you think you should inquire into the practice of enlightening beings, wishing to fulfill the path of enlightening beings. Attending and serving spiritual friends is the beginning, the logical course, for the accomplishment of omniscience. Therefore you should tirelessly attend spiritual benefactors. Sadhana said, Noble one, please give me a full explanation of how an enlightening being is to study the practice of enlightening beings, how an enlightening being is to accomplish it. How is an enlightening being to initiate the practice of enlightening beings? How is an enlightening being to carry out the practice of enlightening beings? How is an enlightening being to fulfill the practice of enlightening beings? How is an enlightening being to purify the practice of enlightening beings? How is an enlightening being to comprehend the practice of enlightening beings? How is an enlightening being to effect the practice of enlightening beings? How is an enlightening being to follow the practice of enlightening beings? How is an enlightening being to keep to the practice of enlightening beings? How is an enlightening being to expand the practice of enlightening beings? How can an enlightening being fulfill the sphere of the universal why good practice? Then Manjushri spoke to Sadhana in verse, Bravo, ocean of pure virtues, who has come to me, with a mind of vast compassion, you seek supreme enlightenment. You are committed to the peerless course of conduct for the sake of the liberation of all beings, you will become a savior of the world. This is the principle of enlightening beings' practice. In enlightening beings who are steadfast and indefatigable work within the mundane, they attain universal good, invincible and unobstructed. Entry into the realm of reality. 1179 Light of virtue, star of virtue, mine of virtue, ocean of virtue, pure. You are committed to universal good in practice, for the welfare of the world. You will see infinite Buddhas, in the worlds of the 10 directions, and you will hold their clouds of teachings by the power of memory. As you see the Buddhas in the Buddha lands of the 10 directions, you will clarify their ocean of vows in enlightenment practice. Those who enter this ocean of principles and stand on the ground of Buddhahood will become seers, learning from the guides of the world. Having practiced the conduct of universal good throughout all lands, for as many khans as there are atoms in the lands, you will reach enlightenment, the abode of peace and bliss. You should practice for boundless oceans of eons in all lands and fulfill this undertaking of the conduct of universal higher good. Behold the millions of beings who are happy to hear your vow, who seek enlightenment by the knowledge of universal good. Then Manjushri, having uttered these verses, said to Sadhana, it is good that you think, having set your heart on supreme enlightenment, that you should find out the practice of enlightening beings. It is hard to find beings who set their hearts on supreme enlightenment. It is even harder to find beings who, once they have set their minds on enlightenment, seek the practice of enlightening beings. An enlightening being is to attain certainty through true spiritual friends, spiritual benefactors, for the realization of omniscience. One should indefatigably seek spiritual benefactors and be tireless in seeing spiritual benefactors. One should respectfully follow the appropriate instructions of spiritual benefactors and should carry out the techniques skillfully devised by spiritual benefactors, without interruption. South of here is a country called Ramavaranta, there is a mountain there called Sagriva, where a monk named Gashri lives. Go to him and ask how an enlightening being should learn the conduct of enlightening beings, and how to apply it, how one is to fulfill, purify, enter into, carry out, follow, keep to, expand the practice of enlightening beings, and how an enlightening being is to fulfill the sphere of universally good action. That spiritual friend will tell you about the sphere of universally good conduct. Then Sadhana, pleased, enraptured, transported with joy, delighted, happy, and cheerful, laid his head at the feet of Manjushri in respect, circled Manjushri hundreds and thousands of times, and looked at him hundreds and thousands of times, with a mindful of love for the spiritual friend. 180 The flower ornament scripture unable to bear not seeing the spiritual friend, with tears streaming down his face as he wept, and left Manjushri. Meg Hshri Then Sadhana proceeded by stages to the country of Ramavaranta. Having reached Ramavaranta, reflecting on and tasting the mental pleasing enjoyments based on higher action born of past roots of goodness, he went to Mount Sagriva, embed the mountain, and looked in every direction for the monk Gashri. Final after 7 days, he saw the monk walking on the plateau of another peak. He went to Meghashri, paid his respects, and said, Noble One, I have determined to seek supreme enlightenment, but I do not know how an enlightening being should learn the conduct of enlightening beings, or how one should accomplish it, or how to begin the practice of enlightening beings, how to carry it out, fulfill it, purify it, comprehend it, realize it, follow it, keep to it, and expand it, or how an enlightening being is to fulfill the sphere of universally good action. I hear that you give instruction for enlightening beings, so please tell me how enlightening beings proceed to supreme perfect enlightenment. The monk Meghashri replaced to S. Udhana, it is good that you ask about the practice of enlightening beings, having set your mind on supreme perfect enlightenment. It is difficult, most difficult, to seek the practice of enlightening beings, to seek the sphere of enlightening beings, to seek the purification of emancipation of enlightening beings, to seek the purification of the path of enlightening beings, to seek the far-ranging purification of the conduct of enlightening beings, to seek the purification of the accomplishment of mystic knowledge of enlightening beings, to show the liberation of enlightening beings, to how enlightening beings exercise of compassion for the world, to oblige people according to their mentalities in the manner of enlightening beings, to show enlightening beings mundane and transcendental faces, to seek the thought and action of enlightening beings undefiled by the ills and fears of the created and the uncreated. Son, by virtue of mastery of the power of devotion, purity of the eye of perceptive faith, illumination of the light of knowledge without aversion, purity of the universal eye looking in all directions with unobstructed universal perspective and unobstructed vision, skillful why observing, skillfulness in obeisance, bowing in all directions in a state of physical purity, and the power of Ori command perfectly holding the masses of teachings of all Buddhas. I see the Buddhas in all the lands of the 10 directions. That is, in the East I see 1 Buddha, 2 Buddhas, 3 Buddhas, 100 Buddhas, 1,000 Buddhas, 100,000 Buddhas, 1,000,000 Buddhas, 100,000,000 Buddhas, 1,000,000,000 Buddhas, 100,000,000,000 Buddhas, 1,000,000,000 Buddhas. I see incalculable, immeasurable, uncountable, inconceivable, incomparable, incomprehensible, unlimited, ungraspable, inestimable, unutterable numbers of Buddhas. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in this continent. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in the land masses of the 4 earths try into the realm of reality 181 continents. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in 1,000 world, million world, and billion world Buddha lands. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in 10 Buddha lands. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in 100 Buddha lands. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in 1,000 Buddha lands. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in 100,000 Buddha lands. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in 1,000,000 Buddha lands. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in 100,000,000 Buddha lands. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in 1,000,000,000 Buddha lands. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in 100 billion Buddha lands. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in 1,000,000,000 Buddha lands. I see as many Buddhas as atoms in untold numbers of Buddha lands. As in the East, in the same way I see untold Buddhas in all the other directions as well. Looking in each direction, I see Buddhas with various appearances, I see Buddhas with various forms, various transfigurations, various exercises of power, various congregations, radiating light in networks of rays of many colors, with various arrays of states of purity in their Buddha lands, various lifespans, showing magical projections of various ways of purification of enlightenment to beings, according to their mentalities, roaring the mighty lion roar of Buddhas. Son, from his universal light in which is concentrated he information of all sense objects, I have attained mindfulness of he Buddhas, but how can I know the practice, or tell of the virtues, of the enlightening beings who have purified the sphere of endless knowledge, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in the sphere of universal illumination, by seeing right before their eyes the pure arrays of abodes in all Buddha lands in the spheres of all Buddhas, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in which the 10 powers are developed, by following the infinite 10 powers of the enlightened, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in which the truth is displayed, by observation of the clouds of Buddhas of all Buddhas as sources from which the truth is heard, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas which is the seat of illumination of all realms, by plunging into the undivided ocean of Buddhas in all oceans of realms, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas throughout the 10 directions, by comprehending the majesty of projections of all Buddhas in all microcosms, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in all ages, by communication of the inseparable vision of Buddha in all ages, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in all times, by seeing Buddhas according to the time in all times and living with them inseparably, who attain the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in all fields, by communication of the vision of the transcendent, unsurpassed body of Buddhas in all Buddha fields, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in all sense objects, by communication of vision of successive emergence of Buddhas in all objects, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas by which pieces devil op-ed, through revelation of the ultimate extinction of all Buddhas in all worlds in a single instant, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas by which detachment is developed, by revelation of all Buddhas 182 the flower ornament scripture going forth from all abodes in one day, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in the past, by revelation of the bodies of Buddhas, each Buddha sitting cross-legged filling the cosmos, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in the minute, by entering into the service of untold Buddhas appearing in a single point, who attain the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in supernal manifestations, by communication of visions of mystical displays of attainment of enlightenment in all worlds in one instant, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in religious actions, by attainment oft illumination oft knowledge oft miracle of all Buddhas coming forth and teaching, who have attained the means of projected mindfulness of Buddhas, by apprehending appearances of all Buddhas seen as they wish, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in deeds, by showing reflected images according to the deeds that all beings have done, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in mystic projections, by means of the ubiquitous manifestation of visions of tremendous projections of Buddhas on lotus blossoms blooming in all phenomenal and noumenal realms, who have attained the means of mindfulness of Buddhas in space, by vision of the space of the cosmos adorned by clouds of images of Buddhas. Go, son, south of here is a place called Sagaramaka, where there lives a monk named Sagaramaga. Go to him and ask him how an enlightening being is to learn and accomplish the conduct of enlightening beings. He will reveal to you a spiritual benefactor, he will introduce you into the cause of accumulation of roots of goodness, he will get you to develop the vast ground of provisions for enlightenment, he will tell you of the immense, intense power of roots of goodness, he will inform you of the great cause of preparation of the determination for enlightenment, he will establish in you the great cause of the illumination of the vehicle of universal salvation, he will cause you to develop the great power of the set of transcendent ways, he will get you to purify extensive means of entry into the ocean of religious practice, he will get you to purify the vast sphere of vows, he will get you to develop extensive systems of all-sided emancipation, he will get you to develop the immense power of compassion. Then Sudhana paid his respects to the monk Meghashri and left. Saga Ra Megha then Sudhana, reflecting on the instructions of that spiritual benefactor, pondering that enlightening liberation, polishing that enlightening method of concentration, peering into that conductor into the ocean of the essence of enlightenment, intent upon the sphere of Buddhahood, seeking that direction to the vision of Buddha, thinking about that ocean of Buddhas, remembering the succession of Buddhas, following that approach to the means of enlightenment, looking throughout that sky of the enlightened, went gradually to the monk Sagaramaga in the region of Sagaramaka. When he got there, he paid his respects to Sagaramaga and E11 try into the realm, 2F Reality 1183 said, 0 Noble One, I have set out for supreme perfect enlightenment and want to enter the supreme ocean of knowledge, but I do not know how enlightening beings get out of the host of worldlings and into the host of the enlightened, emerge from the ocean of the mundane world and enter the ocean of omniscience, die away from the state of ignorant sentient beings and are born in the family of Buddhas, withdraw from the stream of the mundane world and follow the stream of enlightening practice, escape from the will of transmigration in the mundane world and turn to the will of practice and vows of enlightening beings, destroy the gang of all demons and make manifest the light of the host of all Buddhas, evaporate the ocean of craving and increase the water of great compassion, close all doors of dissidence and miserable states and evilswhichr inopportune for enlightenment and open the door of heaven and nirvana, break through the door of the city of the mundane and enter the door of the city of omniscience, jive up craving for all luxuries and give rise to the determination to care for all being. To this Sagaramaga replied, it is good that you have set your mind on supreme perfect enlightenment. The will for enlightenment is not developed by people who have not planted roots of goodness. The will for enlightenment is produced by those who have attained the illumination of all-sided roots of goodness, who are illumined by the light of knowledge of concentration on the path containing the means of enlightenment, who have accumulated a vast ocean of virtue as provisions for the path to enlightenment, who ceaselessly practice all that is pure and good, who tirelessly apply the methods set up by all spiritual benefactors, who are not worried about their physical subsistence, who are free from clinging to material things, whose minds are equanimous as the earth, without high or low, who are by nature compassionate and friendly, who face up to all states of being, who seek the sphere of those who realize thusness. In such people arises the mind of enlightenment, the mind of great compassion, for the salvation of allbeings, the mind of great kindness, for unity withallbeings, the mind of happiness, to stop the mass of misery of all beings, the altruistic mind, to repulse all that is not good, the mind of mercy, to protect from all fears, the unobstructed mind, to get rid of all obstacles, the broad mind, to pervade all universes, the infinite mind, to pervade all spaces, the undefiled mind, to manifest the vision of all Buddhas, the purified mind, to penetrate all knowledge of past, present, and future, the mind of knowledge, to remove all obstructive knowledge and enter the ocean of all-knowing knowledge. Son, I have been living here in Sagaramaga, ocean door, for 12 years, having focused my mind on the ocean and kept it present in my awareness, reflecting on the measureless vastness of the great ocean, its pure clarity, its unfathomable depth, its gradual deepening, its variety of deposits of precious substances, the measurelessness of its body of water, its infinity, its being the dwelling place of various immense creatures, its being covered by great clouds, and how it neither increases nor decreases. I think, is there anything else in the world as vast as the great ocean, as broad, as measureless, 184 the flower ornament scripture as deep, as various? While I was engaged in these thoughts, an enormous lotus from the bottom of the ocean appeared before me. Its stem was of unsurpassed jewels, sapphires, and diamonds, with a wreath of agate, its broad leaves of pure gold, with an array of buds of yellow sandalwood and filaments of emerald, as measureless in breadth as the ocean. Its calyx was on a stem held by 1,000,000 Titan chiefs, it was covered by a net of 1,000,000 various jewels, sprinkled by rain from clouds offer grant water by 1,000,000 chief water spirits, with 1,000,000 bird chiefs trailing silks and strings of jewels over it, 1,000,000 centaur chiefs gazing at it benevolently, 1,000,000 serpent chiefs bowing to it in respect, 1,000,000 goblin chiefs honoring it with bowed bodies, 1,000,000 celestial musician chiefs celebrating it with music and song, 1,000,000 celestial eaters raining on it clouds of heavenly flowers, fragrances, garlands, incenses, perfumes, aromatic powders, cloths, parasols, banners, and pennants, 1,000,000 Brahma chiefs bowing their heads in respect, 1,000,000 celestial beings of the pure abodes paying respect with joined palms, 1,000,000 human rulers making offerings of precious substances, 1,000,000 ocean deities emerging to pay respect. It was illumined by arrays of light beams from 1,000,000 luminous jewels, adorned with 1,000,000 pure jewels in orderly arrays, containing 1,000,000 radiant jewels, blazing with the great splendor of 1,000,000 dazzling jewels, shining endlessly with 1,000,000 jewels from various sources, adorned with 1,000,000 jewels. Symbolic of earth arrayed all around, incomparably arrayed with 1,000,000 of the finest diamonds, brilliantly covered with 1,000,000 sun-containing jewels, decorated with 1,000,000 beautiful jewels in various colors, blazing with the light of an endless array of 1,000,000 wish-fulfilling jewels. That great lotus is born from the transcendental roots of goodness of the enlightened, it appears everywhere, directed to the will of enlightening beings, it comes forth from the principle of illusoriness, it is produced by pure deeds, it is adorned by the principle of state of non-contention, it is a presentation of the nature of being equal to a dream, it is marked by the principle of non-fabrication, it accords with the principle of non-attachment, it pervades all universes everywhere, it is in the realm of illumination by the light of the sphere of Buddha. It would be impossible to reach the end of the array of characteristics, qualities, forms, and appearances of that lotus even in countless hundreds of thousands of eons. Also I saw an embodiment of Buddha CL early manifest sitting cross-legged on that great lotus, completely filling it. I saw that embodiment of Buddha reaching from air to the very summit of being. I also saw the inconceivable adornments of the Buddha's throne, the inconceivable adornments of the Buddha's congregation, the inconceivable adornments of H's aura of light, H's inconceivable marks of greatness, various embellishments and inconceivable majesty, the inconceivable projection of Buddha, the inconceivable purity of appearance of Buddha. I heard the Buddha's inconceivable eloquence and drew near to the inconceivable infinity of Buddha's power, the inconceivable purity of his adornments of expertise, and his inconceivable accomplishment of the power of analytic knowledge. I recalled H's past consummation of practices entry into the realm of reality 1185 as an enlightening being. I saw the inconceivable transformation of the attainment of enlightenment. I heard of the inconceivable array of senses conveying universal insight and saw the inconceivable infinite division of his body into left and right and H's consummate attainment of physical being beneficial to all creatures. Then the Buddha extended his right hand, rubbed my head, and revealed to me a teaching called Universal I, which is the sphere of all Buddhas, revealing the practice of enlightening beings, showing the differentiation of the planes of all universes, showing the spheres of all truths together, the light purifying all lands, dispersing all challengers, crushing all demons and devils, making all beings happy, illumining the hidden recesses of all beings' minds, communicating to all beings in accord with their mentalities, illuminating the turning of the wheels of the senses of all beings. And I have taken up that teaching of the Universal I, keep it in mind, apply it, and contemplate it, taking it in this way even if it were being written by a collection of pens the size of the polar mountains with as much ink as water in the oceans, it could never be finished. It would be impossible to finish even a part of a single line of a single formula of a single principle of a single doctrine of a single chapter of the teaching. It cannot be even partially exhausted, let alone fully exhausted or comprehended. So, son, having taken up this teaching of the Universal I for a full 12 years, taking it up in this way, in one day I master countless chapters by the light of mental command to retain what is heard. I penetrate countless chapters by the light of mental command that is a way of access to tranquility. I plunge into countless chapters by the light of mental command that progresses endlessly. I contemplate and I investigate countless chapters by the light of mental command that is imbued with fiery energy. I put countless chapters into practice by the light of mental command adorned with lotuses. I elucidate countless chapters by the light of mental command that is beyond words. I analyze countless chapters by the light of mental command that is a mass of brightness. I arrange countless chapters in order by the light of mental command containing the ocean. Whatever beings come to me from the 10 directions, I direct and introduce them all into his teaching of the Universal I, the manifestation of the practice of enlightened and enlightening beings. To all of them I elucidate, represent, illumine, describe, how, analyze, expound upon, open up, explain, unlock, and clarify the teaching of the Universal I. I know this teaching, son, but how can I know the practice or tell of the virtues of the enlightening beings who have entered into the ocean of all enlightening beings' practices in accord with pure vows, who have entered into the ocean of all vows, to remain in the world through all ages, who have entered into the mundane hurl of all beings, to act appropriately according to their mentalities, who have entered the ocean of minds of all beings, to communicate knowledge, who have entered the ocean of all virtues, to produce the vision of the knowledge of the 10 powers without obstruction, who have entered the ocean of all beings' faculties, to guide them to Matter 186. The flower ornament scripture ITYN perfection with appropriate timing, who have entered the ocean of all lands, by carrying out the vow to purify all lands, who have entered the ocean of all Buddhas, by the power of the vow to H1er and attend all enlightened ones, who have entered the ocean of all truths, for the communication of knowledge, who have entered the ocean of all virtues by pursuing their realization, who have entered the ocean of all languages of all beings, to carry out the turning of the will of the teaching in all languages. Go, son, to a place called Sagaratira, in the region of Sri Lanka, 60 leagues south of here. A monk named Supradishthita lives there. Go to him and ask how a great enlightening being is to purify enlightening practice. Then Sudhana, paying his respects, departed from the presence of Sagaramaga. Upradishthita then Sudhana, remembering that spiritual benefactor's teaching of the universal acting on that projection of Buddhahood, keeping in mind those multitudes of statements of the teaching, entering into those oceans of entries into the teaching, pondering that method of teaching, plunging into the principles of that whirlpool of teaching, entering full into the space of that teaching, clarifying that sphere of teaching, and contemplating that treasure island of teaching, gradually made his way to Sagaratira in Lanka, where he looked in all directions, desiring to see the monk Supradishthita. He saw Supradishthita walking in the sky, surrounded by countless hundreds of thousands of celestial beings. He also saw the sky aired with clouds of celestial flowers, with the sound of countless clouds of evenly music and countless streamers and banners offered by the chief celestials to the monk Supradishthita as tokens of respect. He also saw inconceivable clouds of black aloe-scented water thundering in the sky, raised on by the chief water spirits. He also heard countless sounds of pleasing celestial music and song coming from the sky with words of reverence and hymns of praise, performed by supernatural beings. He also saw inconceivably clouds of fine cloth spread out in the sky by joyous serpent chiefs out of respect for Supradishthita. He also saw inconceivably clouds of fuel set in the sky by the chief titans, with the light of the magnificent array of their inconceivable qualities. He also saw inconceivably hosts of bird girls, standing in the sky with their hands joined in gestures of respect, with non-injury uppermost in their minds. He also saw inconceivable hundreds of thousands of goblin chiefs in the sky with their retinues, their bodies transfigured, directed there by goodwill toward the monk Supradishthita. He also saw inconceivable numbers of demigod chiefs with their retinues circling in the sky to protect Supradishthita. He also saw inconceivable hundreds of thousands of Brahma chiefs in the sky making salutations, uttering pleasant words of respect and songs of praise. He also saw inconceivable hundreds of Yatri into the realm of reality 187 thousands of celestial beings of the pure abodes in their palaces in the sky, paying their respects to the monk Supradishthita. Then Sudhana, seeing the monk Supradishthita walking in the sky, was pleased, enraptured, transported, overjoyed, happy. He saluted and greeted Supradishthita and said to him, "Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme enlightenment, but I do not know how an enlightening being is to seek the qualities of Buddhas, how an enlightening being is to acquire the qualities of Buddhas, how an enlightening being is to accumulate the qualities of Buddhas, how an enlightening being is to cultivate the qualities of Buddhas, how an enlightening being is to actualize the qualities of Buddhas, how an enlightening being is to act in accord with the qualities of Buddhas, how an enlightening being is to assemble the qualities of Buddhas, how an enlightening being is to contemplate the qualities of Buddhas, how an enlightening being is to clarify the qualities of Buddhas in order to accomplish all the tasks of enlightening beings, how an enlightening being is to approach and follow the qualities of Buddhas. Noble one, I hear that you give instructions to enlightening beings. Please tell me how an enlightening being is to set to work on the Buddha teachings, not to lose sight of Buddha whatever one is doing, not to lose sight of enlightening beings so as to be always in contact with reality, always to be involved with the Buddha teachings so as to be at one with the roots of goodness of all enlightening beings, always to be involved with the vows of enlightening beings so as to accord with knowledge. Always to be involved in the practices of enlightening beings so as to accomplish the task of all enlightening beings, always to be pervading all Buddha fields so as to alive continuously through all ages, to remain in the conditional for the manifestation of the projections of all Buddhas, always to be hearing the teaching in order to visit in one's own body the places of death and birth of all Buddhas by the emanation-like action of enlightening beings, and to always be in contact with the light of knowledge so as to receive the teachings of all Buddhas and accord with knowledge of past, present, and future. To this, Supradishthita replied, "It is good that you have set your mind on supreme perfect enlightenment and ask about the qualities of Buddhahood, the qualities of omniscience, the qualities of independence. I have attained the enlightening liberation unobstructed door. Going in and out of this unobstructed door liberation, practicing it, analyzing it, examining it, investigating it, and clarifying it, I have attained a light of knowledge called ultimate non-obstruction, whereby I am free from obstruction in awareness of the mental actions of all sentient beings, knowing where all sentient beings die and are born, entries into the channels to memory of past states, associations with all beings in future ages, communications to all sentient beings of the present time, knowledge of conventions of languages of all sentient beings, cutting off the doubts of all sentient beings, comprehending the differences in the faculties of all sentient beings, approaching all sentient beings at appropriate times to guide them to full development, comprehension of time divisions as being conceptual, and in non-corporeal pervasion of 188 the flower ornament scripture the Buddha fields in the 10 directions, all by the attainment of non-being, non-abiding, and non-doing. By the realization of this mystic power of non-doing I walk, stand, sit, and lie down in the sky, disappear and appear, produce smoke and flame. Being one, I become many, being many, I become one. I become now visible, now invisible. I go through walls unhindered, as through empty space. While sitting cross-legged I travel in space, like a bird on the wing. I go in and out of the earth as if in water. I walk on water unhindered as on the earth. I smoke and flame like a great conflagration. I cause even the earth to quake. With my hand I polish even the sun and moon, those bodies of great potency, power, and light. I envelop even up to the Brahma world in my body. Covering the world with clouds of lights the colors of all jewels, I emit clouds in the forms of all beings. Emanating clouds of webs of light of infinite colors, I go forth in all directions, in each moment of though I pass one world to the east, I pass 2 worlds, 3 worlds, 100 worlds, 1,000 worlds, 100,000 worlds, 1,000,000 worlds, 100 millions worlds, 1,000,000,000 worlds, 100 billion worlds, 1,000,000,000 worlds, countless, measureless, endless, incomparable, inconceivable, incalculable, untold, unspeakably numbers of worlds, and in those worlds are Buddhas living, in each of those oceans of worlds, in each of those streams of worlds, in each region of those worlds, in each age of those worlds, in each set of those worlds, in each occurrence of those worlds, in each expression of those worlds, in each medium of those worlds, in each particular of those worlds, in each sacred place in those worlds, in each site of enlightenment in those worlds, in each assembly in those worlds I go to each of the Buddha's teaching in those worlds with as many bodies as atoms in endless Buddha lands, each body raining as many clouds of offerings as atoms in endless Buddha lands. Going to the Buddhas, I ceaselessly make offerings of all kinds of flowers, fragrances, garlands, unguents, robes, banners, pennants, canopies, nets, and ornaments. Those Buddhas explain, reveal, and elucidate, and I acknowledge and take up all that they teach. I also remember the purity of the Buddha lands of those Buddhas. As in the East, so also in all directions do I go to innumerable worlds, see the Buddha's teaching there, make offerings to them, acknowledge and take up what they say, and remember the purity of their Buddha lens. Also, all the beings who see me, to whom I come, are assured of supreme perfect enlightenment. Also, whatever beings I see, small or large, underdeveloped or well developed, happy or unhappy, I adopt a corresponding physical form, in order to guide them to maturity and perfection in the appropriate time. And all beings who come to me I establish in this enlightening liberation, which is everywhere at once and which is the consummation of unerring power. Son, I know this enlightening liberation unobstructed door, which is everywhere at once engaged in the service of Buddhas, appropriate to the development of all beings. How can I know the practice, or tell the virtues, of the great enlightening beings who act on great compassion, who act in accord with the practice of the great vehicle, whose conduct never deviates entry into the realm of reality 1189 from the path of enlightening beings, whose conduct is free from attachment, whose conduct always embodies the will of enlightening beings, who always act with the thought of enlightenment, whose action is focused on the way of the enlightened, who always act with the thought of omniscience. Who's way of action is like the sky, Who's conduct is independent of all mundane realms, Who's conduct is flawless, whose conduct is uncorrupted, whose conduct is consistent, whose conduct is faultless, whose conduct is pure, whose conduct is unblemished, whose conduct is free from evil, whose conduct is honest, whose conduct is dispassionate, whose conduct is undefiled. Go south, son, to the Dravidian city Vajrapura. There lives a grammarian named Megha. Go to him and ask him how an enlightening being is to learn and practice the conduct of enlightening beings. Then Sudhana again paid his respects to the monk Supradishtita and left. Megha then Sudhana, mindful of the light of the teaching, steeped in intensity of faith in the teaching, his attention focused on thoughts of Buddha, intent on perpetuating the lineage of the three treasures, remembering spiritual friends, his mind having illuminati worlds of past, present, and future, thinking of great vows, striving for the salvation of all beings, his mind unattached to enjoyment of any created things, praising the tradition of dispassion, intent upon contemplation. Oft intrinsic essence of all things, firm in the commitment to purify all worlds, sojourning without attachment in the congregations of all Buddhas, gradually approached the Dravidian city Vajrapura, looking for the grammarian Megha. He saw Megha at a crossroads in the middle of the city, sitting on a lion seat to talk about the teaching, elucidating a scripture called Manifestation of Turning Oft Will of Letters. Sudhana went up to him, paid his respects, and said, Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how an enlightening being is to earn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. How is an enlightening being to preserve the determination for enlightenment? How does one develop a will that is firm in all states of existence and is indefatigable? How does one purify one's intent, in accord with invincibility? How is the power of great compassion produced so that it never flags? How does one acquire mental command that is totally purified? How is the light of wisdom produced, light free from obscurity in regard to meaning, principle, expression, and presence of mind? How does one acquire the power of recollection, keeping in mind the teachings of all Buddhas without confusion? How is the power of migration purified, illumining all states of existence with the truth? How is an enlightening being's power of concentration perfected, intent on the ascertainment and discernment of the meanings of all principles? Now Megha, out of respect for an enlightening being, got off his seat and prostrated himself before Sudhana, then showered Sudhana with golden 1190 the flower ornament scripture flowers, precious jewels, and the finest sandalwood powders, covered him with hundreds of thousands of robes dyed in various colors, showered him with beautiful flowers of many various colors with pleas and scents, and honored him with various other offerings, then said to him, It is good that you have set your mind on supreme perfect enlightenment. One who arouses the determination for supreme perfect enlightenment becomes engaged in the perpetuation of the lineage of Buddhas, intent on correctly communicating the tradition of dispassion, engaged in purifying the family of all lands, directed toward guiding the family of all sentient beings to perfection, engaged in properly accomplishing all the teachings and transcending all things, intent on harmony of all actions, engaged in the fulfillment of all practices of enlightening beings, directed toward preserving the continuity of all religious vows, engaged in following knowledge of all times, active in making devotion steadfast, the focus of attention of all Buddhas, near to equal ity with all Buddhas, appreciated by all enlightening beings, praised by all sages, honored by all the chief Brahmas, protected by all the chief gods, respected, welcomed, and praised by the chiefs of the various supernatural beings, sought out by all world rulers. One becomes very well suited for putting an end to the three kinds of bad conditions in all worlds, getting rid of all difficult conditions inopportune for attaining enlightenment, getting beyond all states of destitution, attaining birth in celestial or human states, always seeing spiritual benefactors, consistently listening to the lofty Buddha teaching, purifying the will for enlightenment, cultivating the cause of the thought of enlightenment, gaining the illumination oft path of enlightening beings, following the knowledge of enlightening beings, and dwelling in the stages of enlightening beings. This is what I think of such a one. Enlightening beings do what is difficult to do, it is hard to get to actual why see them, they are comforts to the world. Enlightening beings are the mothers and fathers of all sentient beings, enlightening beings are an adornment to the world with its gods, enlightening beings are a refuge for those oppressed by suffering, enlightening beings are a place of rest for the protection of all sentient beings, enlightening beings are the breath of life to those suffering all kinds of terrors and calamities, enlightening beings are a wind protecting all sentient beings from the heat of the three evils, enlightening beings are earth, causing the roots of goodness of all sentient beings to grow, enlightening beings are an ocean, a repository of endless treasures of virtue, enlightening beings are a sun, producing the light of knowledge, enlightening beings are the polar mountain, by virtue of the height of their roots of goodness, enlightening beings are a moon, the moon of knowledge of the essence of enlightenment having risen in them, enlightening beings are warriors crushing the armies of all demons, enlightening beings are heroic, having reached the city of the state of independence, enlightening beings are fire, annihilating the self-love of all sentient beings, enlightening beings are sea louds, causing vast clouds of true teaching to shower, enlightening beings are rain, causing the sprouts of faculties such as faith to grow, enlightening entry into the realm of reality. 191 beings are navigators, showing the way and the ocean of truth, enlightening beings are bridges conveying all sentient beings across the sea of mundane life, enlightening beings are a pathway to the holy for all sentient beings. Thus praising enlightening beings to Sadhana in such terms, Megha Applod Sadhana. While he was saying these words pleasing to enlightening beings, there issued from his mouth a mass of flames that made 1,000 worlds clearly visible, and all the sentient beings who perceived that light came to Megha, illumined by the light, to them, their attention commanded by Megha, their hands held forth in respectful supplication, their bodies and minds cooled, enraptured, inspired with reverence, divested of conceit, freed from deception, senses tranquil, Megha expounded and conveyed the teaching of the manifestation of the turning of the will of letters, upon hearing which they became irreversible in their progress toward supreme perfect enlightenment. Megha sat back down on the seat of teaching and said to Sadhana, I have attained the light of the spell of eloquence, I know the speech of all kinds of beings in a lion world universe, I know the variety of speech of each kind of being, I know the unity of speech of each kind of being, I know the mixture of speech of each kind of being, I know the terms, speech, and concepts of all creatures, I know the ideas of all sages, I know the ideas of all ignoble people, I know the speech of enlightening beings, expressed according to the mentalities and engages of sentient beings, I enter into and focus on the oceans of utterances addressed to all sentient beings by the Buddhas of past, present, and future. As I end this billion world universe, in each moment of thought I enter into the oceans of all terms, expressions, speech, and concepts of sentient beings. I do the same in untold worlds in each of the 10 directions. I know this light of the spell of eloquence of enlightening beings, but how can I know the practice or tell the virtues of the enlightening beings who have entered the ocean of what is in various conceptions, who have entered the ocean of the various conceptions and languages of all people, who have entered the ocean of various conventions of verbal designation used by all people, who have entered the ocean of logical connections of all statements, who have entered the ocean of literalism, who have entered the ocean of designation of all objects of past, present, and future in one object, who have entered the ocean of teaching which is beyond verbal expression, who have entered the ocean of the teaching of the Buddha, who have entered the ocean of explanations of distinct types of statements, who have entered the ocean of explanation guiding the analysis of statements of all truths, who have entered the ocean of speech of all beings, who have gone into the pure arrays of all spheres of sound, who are conversant with the ultimate distinctions of the will of phonemes. Go, son, there is a country south of here called Avatamsaka, where there lives a distinguished man named Muttaka. Go ask him how an enlightening being is to undertake the practice of enlightening beings and become familiar with it, and how the mind is to be observed. 1192 The flower or named scripture then Sudhana, having bowed to Megha and paid respect to the teaching, describing the faith rooted in him, observing that all knowledge comes from following good spiritual benefactors, reluctantly took his leave and went on. Mukataka then Sudhana, reflecting on that array of light of the spell of eloquence of enlightening beings, plunging into that enlightening being's ocean of principles of speech, remembering that enlightening being's mental purification, undertaking that enlightening being's production of inclination to goodness, clarifying that enlightening being's method of perfecting sentient beings, purifying that enlightening being's knowledge of how to take care of sentient beings, making firm that enlightening being's purity of willpower, establishing that enlightening being's power of supreme resolve, clarifying that body of interest of enlightening beings, producing that goodness of intent and thought of enlightening beings, evoking that effort of enlightening beings, equipped with a mind of firm commitment and tireless consistency, with unrelenting energy and determination, imbued with unshakable power of faith, with an indestructible mind, follower of the instructions of all spiritual benefactors, with the perspective of sane knowledge, on the verge of all-sided purity, coursing in the purity of unobstructed knowledge, imbued with the light of the principle of the universal I, illumined by the mystic formulations of all stages of enlightenment, his mind directed to the differentiations of the planes of the cosmos, aware of the pure essence of forms unfixed anywhere, intent on the sphere of absolute unity with no attachment, having purified the medium of powerful knowledge of all ideas, having broken through the boundaries of all spaces, progressively distinguishing the realms of worldly planes, progressively distinguishing the realms of planes of reality, intent on the manifestation of the vision of the varieties of abodes of Buddha, knowing about the distinctions of realms of time, his intellect bearing the radiant will of teaching, his mind illumined by the light of treasury of concentration of universally radiant knowledge, mental and physically according with the stage of universal perspective, his mind illumined by the lightning of knowledge of those who realize thusness, realizing the exaltation of faith in omniscience, never without the exaltation of faith in the Buddha teaching, filled with the exaltation of the empowerment of Buddha, illumined by the inherent mental light of all Buddhas, hearing the vow to penetrate all networks of worlds with his own body, intent on putting all universes at once into his own body, made his way gradually to the country Vanavasan, arriving there after 12 years. He looked for the noble Muttaka, saw him, paid his respects, and said, "Noble one, I have made gains, having met the spiritual benefactor Megha." Why do I say this? Spiritual benefactors are hard to get to see, hard to get to encounter, hard to visit, hard to attend, hard to approach, hard to stay with, entry into the realm of reality 193 hard to be perfected by, hard to associate with. But I have met the spiritual benefactor Megha. Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, to attend all Buddhas, to be on good terms with all Buddhas, to see all Buddhas, to know all Buddhas, to approach equality with all Buddhas, to follow the vows of all Buddhas, to fulfill the vows of all Buddhas, to view the knowledge attained by all Buddhas, to produce all Buddhas in my own body, to accomplish the realization of all Buddhas in my own practice, to directly know the mystical transformations of all Buddhas, to purify the powers and confidences of all Buddhas, to hear all true teachings tirelessly, to listen to and take up the teachings of all Buddhas, to hold the teachings of all Buddhas, to distinguish the teachings of all Buddhas, to preserve the instructions of all Buddhas, to be one being with all Buddhas, to be equal to all enlightening beings, to purify the practice of all enlightening beings, to fulfill LTHE transcendent ways OFENLIGHTENINGBEINGS, to PURIFITHE. Accomplishment oft vows OFALL enlightening beings, to attain all enlightening beings store of mystical power of Buddhas, to be illumined by the endless knowledge of the treasury of truths of all enlightening beings, to approach the treasury of enlightening beings, to produce the infinite treasury of enlightening beings, to realize the ultimate consummation of guidance of sentient beings with the treasury of great compassion of all enlightening beings, to know the treasury of spiritual transformations of all enlightening beings, to command in my own body the treasury of powers of all enlightening beings, to be full ly arrayed with the treasury of purities of all enlightening beings. Noble one, I have come in such a spirit, with such desires, such wishes, such intentions, such thoughts uppermost in my mind, aiming for such a realm, determined to follow such principles, intent on such purity, seeking such adornments, with such a humble mind, apple to such good, my faculties oriented in this way. Noble one, I hear you give instructions to enlightening beings, explain principally and clarify procedure, explain the path, take them across the bridge, open the door of the teaching, cut off doubts, dispel craving, pull out the arrow of confusion, clear away the grime of uncertainty, light up the obscurity in the mind, remove defilement from the mind, calm the mental flow, remove deviousness from the mind, cool the fever of the mind, foster non-attachment, turn back the mind revolving. In the mundane world, turn enlightening beings away from evil, separate them from hells, free them from attachments, direct them toward omniscience, lead them into the city of truth, establish them in great compassion, settle them in great kindness, introduce them into the practice of enlightening beings, cause them to enter into the development of ways of concentration, establish them in means of realization, fill them with contemplation of inherent nature, and explain mind. According to power for the sake of attainment of equanimity toward all beings. Noble one, please tell me how an enlightening being is to learn, commence, and carry out the practice of enlightening beings, and how one so engaged can quickly purify the sphere of practice of enlightening beings. 1194 The flower ornament scripture at Thawoi Uncture Muttaka entered an enlightening concentration medium called collection of all Buddha fields, led by a mystic formula of endless progression, accomplishing entry into this concentration by the power of his past roots of goodness, by the empowerment of the Buddha, and by Manjushri's attention and gift of the light of knowledge. As soon as Muttaka had entered that state, his body became pure, and by that purity of body as many Buddhas in the 10 directions as atoms in 10 Buddha lands were visible within his body, along with the adornments of their pure lands, their congregations, their pure lights, their past actions and abodes, their mystical projections, their vows, their pure arrays of liberative practices, their manifestations of attainment of perfect enlightenment, their turnings off will off teaching, their developments off sentient beings, and the ultimate consummation of their teaching. These were visible within Muttaka's body without mutual confusion, without mutual obstruction, clearly distinct, showing the various individual ages accurately defined, the various arrays of the Buddha lands, the various adornments of the congregations of enlightening beings, and the various miracles of Buddhas. Some Buddhas were seen to be in the heaven of happiness in a world setting forth various means of liberation and illumining various undertakings. Some were seen descending from the heaven of happiness doing the duty of Buddhas, some were seen in the womb of the mother displaying various miracles, some were seen being born and showing a child's play, some were seen at home, some leaving home, some gone to the summit of enlightenment defeating the army of demons, some were seen surrounded by deities, spirits, and cherubim, being asked by Brahma and Indra to turn the wheel of the teaching, some were seen turning the wheel of teaching, some were seen in the abodes of all beings, some were seen passing away, in some cases the division of the relics of deceased Buddhas in a world was seen, and in some cases people and celestial beings in a Buddha land were seen adorning a Buddha shrine. And what those Buddhas said, in various groups of beings, in various beings' worlds, in various realms of existence, in various assemblies of beings, in various situations according to beings' virtues, states, inclinations, beliefs, and faculties, in various periods of time, amid various kinds of beings' activities, in various manifestations of worlds of beings carrying out various intentions, in the midst of beings with various degrees of purity of senses and various afflictions, habits, and propensities, teaching by various manifestations of Buddha's transfigurations and projections, by various expressions, various utterances, various enunciations of doctrine, various mystical mnemonic formulae, various intellectual analyses of principles, various stirrings of the ocean of names of truth, various roarings of the mighty lion's roar of Buddhas, various manifestations of magical performances teaching beings bases of goodness, mystic projections showing various facets of memory. Various lion roars foretelling the Buddhahood of enlightening beings, various manifestations of the will of teaching of the enlightened, in infinite assemblies of infinite varieties, all interdependent, in groups variously purified, in large groups contained in small groups, in entry into the realm of reality 195 groups a league deep, 10 leagues deep, up to groups the size of as many worlds as atoms in untold Buddha fields. All that those Buddhas taught, Sadhana heard, took in, remembered, undertook, and contemplated. He also saw the mystic projection and the inconceivable power of concentration of the enlightening being. Then Muttaka, mindful, perfectly cognizant, arose from that concentration and said to Sadhana, I go in and out of a liberation of Buddhas which is called unobstructed manifestation. As I go in and out of the unobstructed manifestation liberation of Buddhas, to the east I see in the world golden light a Buddha named Supreme Savior, along with the whole group of enlightening beings there, led by the enlightening being Child of Radiance. To the south I see in the world possessed of all powers a Buddha named Universal Spread of Fragrance, with the whole group of enlightening beings there, led by King of Thought. To the west I see in the world possessed of all fragrances and beauties a Buddha named Supreme Lamp, with the whole group of enlightening beings there, led by Unobstructed Mind. To the north I see in the world vestment Honor a Buddha named Diamond Crusher, with the whole group of enlightening beings there, led by boldly advancing on indestructible feet. To the northeast I see in the world Beauty of all Jewels a Buddha named Radiance of the Independent Eye, with the whole group of enlightening beings there, led by Independent Emanation. To the southeast I see in the world Glow of Fragrant Flames a Buddha named Fragrant Lamp, with the whole group of enlightening beings there, led by Supreme Intellect differentiating the planes of realms of reality. To the southwest I see in a world sunny golden shining a Buddha named Illuminating Voice of Universal Knowledge, with the whole group of enlightening beings there, led by Hanging Crest of Radiant Flowery Flames. To the northwest I see in the land brilliant shining treasury with fragrant adornments a Buddha named Light of a measureless ocean of Beer Tuesday, with the whole group of enlightening beings there, led by Mind blazing with light in a body free from attachments. In the nadir I see in the world blaze of lights from jewel lions a Buddha named Beam of Light illumining the cosmos, with the whole group of enlightening beings there, led by Mind born of the light of the cosmos. In the zenith I see in the world radiant with splendor of appearance a Buddha named Light of Liberation of indestructible virtue and Ori, with the whole group of enlightening beings there, led by Mind of energy of unobstructed power. Beginning with these, I see as many Buddhas in the 10 directions as atoms in 10 Buddha lands, and yet those Buddhas do not come here and I do not go there. Also, whenever I want to see the Buddha infinite light in the world BL is full, I see the Buddha diamond light in the world like sandalwood, I see the Buddha jewel light in the world fragrant, I see the Buddha jewel lotus light in the world lotus lick, I see the Buddha silent light in the world golden, I see the Buddha imperturbable in the world joy, I see the Buddha lion in the world standing well, I see the Buddha moon-like awareness in the world mirror globe light, I see the Buddha luminous in the 196 the flower ornament scripture world pure clarity of jewel-like splendor. In this way I see whatever Buddha I wish in whatever world in whichever direction. I see whatever Buddha I wish to see in whatever time in whatever abode involved in whatever past practice, whatever Buddha I wish to see in whatever miraculous performances, in whatever teaching activity, and yet the Buddhas do not come here, nor do I go there. Without discerning any coming from anywhere on the part of Buddhas, without discerning any going on the part of me own body, knowing the Buddhas as like a dream, knowing my own mind as dream-like thought, knowing the Buddhas as like a reflection, knowing my own mind as like a vessel of clear water, knowing the Buddhas as like Magi Kali produced forms, knowing my mind as like magic, knowing the nature of voices of the Buddhas as the reverberation of the sound of echoes in the mountains. Knowing my own mind as like an echo, I realize, I am mindful, that all enlightenment principles of enlightening beings are based on one's own mind, that all their purification of Buddha lands, all enlightening practices, all development and guidance of sentient beings, all undertaking of the vows of enlightening beings, all attainment to the ocean of omniscience, roaming in the inconceivable liberation of enlightening beings, attainment of the enlightenment of Buddhas, spiritual communion with the cosmos, and knowledge of subtle communion with all ages, all are based on one's own mind. In this connection, I think that one's own mind should be supported by roots of goodness, moistened by the clouds of the teaching, purified by principles that should be focused on, made firm by vigor, made calm by forbearance, guided by following knowledge, clarified by wisdom, developed in spiritual powers, expanded to equality with the Buddhas, illumined by the 10 powers of the enlightened. I can now this Buddha liberation of unobstructed manifestation, and go in and out of it. How can I know the practice or tell of the virtues of enlightening beings whose minds are unobstructed, whose sphere is a state free from obstruction, who have attained concentration focused on the teachings of all Buddhas of the present, who have attained concentration leading into an enlightenment that does not become ultimately extinct, who have realized the equality of past, present, and future, who know the science of the sphere of concentration on the continuity of all planes, who distribute their bodies throughout all Buddha lands, who abide in the unfragmented state of Buddhas, whose perspective faces in all directions, who observe the sphere of all-inclusive knowledge, who know the becoming and disintegration of all worlds in their own bodies, without any dualistic notions regarding their bodies or the worlds. Go south, to Milasfarana, on the tip of the continent. A monk named Saradvaha lives there. Go to him and ask how an enlightening being is to learn and undertake the practice of enlightening beings. Then Sudhana, paying his respects to Muttaka, eulogizing, contemplating, desiring, and dwelling on Muttaka's countless virtues, with love for spiritual benefactors, taking refuge in spiritual benefactors, seeking to please entry into the realm, reality 197 spiritual benefactors, not contesting the knowledge of spiritual benefactors, seeing omniscience as realized by following spiritual benefactors, obedient to spiritual benefactors, to be spiritually healed by the techniques of spiritual benefactors, his thoughts following the direction of spiritual benefactors, thinking of spiritual benefactors as a mother because they get rid of all that is not beneficial, thinking of spiritual benefactors as a father because they produce all good qualities. Sudhana left Muttaka. Radvaha then Sudhana, reflecting on the instruction of the eminent Muttaka, following Muttaka's direction, remembering the inconceivable liberation of enlightening beings, remembering the inconceivable light of knowledge of enlightening beings, following the inconceivable entrance into the realm of reality, entering into the inconceivable principle of the communion of enlightening beings, observing the inconceivable transformation of those who realize thusness, intent on the inconceivable communion of Buddha fields, clarifying the inconceivable manifestation of the magical power of Buddhas, contemplating the magnificence of the inconceivable order of the concentrations and liberations of enlightening beings, following the steadfast determination to perform the inconceivable work of enlightening beings, conforming to the stream of undertaking of the inconceivable deeds of enlightening beings, gradually proceeded to Milasfarana on the tip of the continent, where he looked all over for the monk Saradvaha. He saw Saradvaha by the side of a place for walking at a retreat, sitting in concentration, following his breath, not stirring, not thinking, his body straight, his mindfulness on the immediate present, by the inconceivable power of concentration producing to the left, right, and above an inconceivable infinite body in each successive mental moment manifesting an infinite variety of bodies. Sadhana saw an inconceivable miraculous display of the liberation of enlightening beings coming forth from every pore of the ecstatic body of Saradvaha, who had attained such profound tranquility, silence, and objectlessness. With this miraculous display of the medium of liberation, Saradvaha led the cosmos moment to moment with endless varieties of mystic projections, to perfect all beings, to honor all Buddhas, to purify all Buddha fields, to do away with the mass of suffering of all sentient beings, to cut off the courses of all bad conditions, to open the door to good conditions for all beings, to extinguish the burning of afflictions of all beings, to dissolve all beings' obstructions to knowledge, and to introduce all beings into omniscience. Sadhana saw emanating from the soles of Saradvaha's feet masses of grandees as numerous as atoms in countless Buddha lands, their forms like those of the grandees in all worldly realms, wearing gorgeous clothing, variously adorned, wearing variously crested jewel crowns, surrounded by images of suns. He also saw priests and householders going throughout the 10 directions caring for the poor with all kinds of food and drink, services, supplies. 198 The flower ornaments Turk clothing, flowers, garlands, fragrances, ointments, acts of love, jewels, dwellings, vessels, and implements, restoring life to the miserable world, satisfying sentient beings, purifying sentient beings' minds, developing sentient beings for enlightenment. Sadhana saw forms of warrior sages, priestly sages, worldly sages, scholars versed in various crafts, humanistic scholars, scholars expert in knowledge of the sciences of mundane and transmundane activities, sages considered teachers of the world, emanate from the circles on Saradvaha's knees and go throughout the 10 directions in many forms and guises, speaking pleasant words, cheering up dejected sentient beings, taking care of spiritual and materially poor beings, comforting beings in distress, uplifting the fallen, reviving the shipwrecked, rescuing the imperiled, causing the voice of goodness to be heard, preaching rejection of evil, exhorting beings to virtuous practices, directing beings to beneficial actions, producing joy, uttering kind words, and showing the world the nature of cooperation. Sadhana saw various forms of wizards, as many as there are living beings, emanating from Saradvaha's navel and going throughout the 10 directions, wearing leather, rags, and bark, carrying staffs and pitchers, their deportment extremely calm, up on the sky extolling the qualities of Buddhas, causing the voice of the teaching to be heard, speaking the voice of Buddhas, showing the community of enlightening beings, praising religious conduct, directing sentient beings to guard their senses, describing the meaning of the voidness of intrinsic essence, introducing sentient beings into the meaning of knowledge, teaching worldly science, showing the science of the path to omniscience and emancipation, guiding beings in gradual practice. Sadhana saw as Trunani water spirit girls as all worldly events, in inconceivably many forms, emerging from Saradvaha's sides, pervading all universes moment to moment, showing the miracle of water spirits, adorning the sky with inconceivable fragrant clouds, adorning the whole sky with inconceivable clouds of flowers, arraying the whole realm of space with inconceivable adornments of clouds of garlands, covering all universes with inconceivable adornment of bejeweled parasols, adorning the sky with inconceivable clouds off-jeweled banners, inconceivable clouds off-jeweled pennants, rain from inconceivable endless clouds of great jewels, rain from inconceivable clouds off-jewel necklaces and various flowers, inconceivable clouds off-jewel seats with enlightening beings sitting on them teaching the ways of enlightenment, inconceivable clouds of troves of celestial jewels, rain of clouds of sounds of goddesses singing praises of the teaching, inconceivable raining clouds off-jewel lotuses, adorned with nets of pearls crowned with diamonds, inconceivable clouds of jewel crowns and rain of clouds of endless lights adorned by all jewels, inconceivable clouds of celestial beings graced with flowers, garlands, parasols, and banners, inconceivable clouds of goddesses, adornments of rain produced by clouds of songs of praise of Buddha's qualities sung by the goddesses on high standing with joined palms or scattering golden flowers, also covering all Buddha's assemblies with clouds off heaps of entry into the realm of reality 1199 fragrances the colors of all jewels and clouds of smoke of the finest incense, adorning all worlds, delighting all beings, honoring all Buddhas. Sudhana saw as many Titan kings as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerging from the auspicious mark on Saradvaha's chest and pervading the cosmos moment to moment, displaying the inconceivable magic transformations of Titans, agitating the oceans, causing hundreds of thousands of worlds to quake, causing all the highest mountains to crash together, shacking up all celestial abodes, eclipsing all hordes of demons, crushing all armies of demons, causing all people to destroy intoxication, conceit, and arrogance, restraining and purifying corrupt minds, restraining malicious minds, extinguishing beings' bad qualities, shattering the mountains of afflictions, quieting grasping for pleasure, frightening sentient beings by exercises of titanic magical powers and scaring them away from evil, making them wary of the mundane world, getting them to leave all states of conditioned existence and enter into non-dwelling, leading sentient beings to the thought of enlightenment, getting them to purify the conduct of enlightening beings, establishing enlightening beings in the transcendent way, causing them to enter the stages of enlightening beings, causing them to produce enlightening beings a light of the way to Buddhahood, defining various principles and methods. Udhana saw as many bodies of Buddhist disciples and individual illuminatees as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge from Saradvaha's spine and pervade the cosmos, telling sentient beings attached to self and suited to guidance by disciples or individual illuminates about selflessness and the voidness of the being, clarifying the impermanence of all conditioned states to those attached to eternity, telling the lustful about the contemplation of impurity, telling the hostile about love, telling the deluded about causality and interdependent origination, illumining principles connected with the sphere of K-knowledge to those who are equally lustful, hostile, and deluded, telling those attached to objects about non-dwelling, causing those inclined to stick to tranquility to like the superiority of undertaking vows, showing actions beneficial to beings, in all places, in the beginning of all turnings of the ocean of ways to truth. Udhana saw as many demigods and supernatural beings as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerging from Saradvaha's shoulders and pervading the cosmos, with various physical forms, colors, and sizes, in various attitudes, riding various vehicles, surrounded by various retinues, striving to protect sentient beings, showing various powers, uttering various sounds, going everywhere employing various different means to guard the good actions of all sentient beings, to guard all circles of sages, to assist all enlightening beings, to protect those who are rightly oriented, to attend and honor all Buddhas with the work of thunderbolt bearers, to remove all foul sentient beings from evil ways, striving to annihilate all worldly calamities and perils such as disease, anxious to preserve the light of actions beneficial to beings, filling the stores of knowledge and virtue, causing the will of the teaching to roll along, restraining controversy. 1200 The flower or Namk 11t Scripture Sudhana saw as many centaur chiefs as atoms in countless Buddha fields surrounded high countless hundreds of thousands of centaur princesses, and as many celestial musician kings as atoms in countless Buddha fields surrounded by countless hundreds of thousands of celestial musician princesses emerge from Saradvaha's abdomen and pervade the cosmos, performing music and songs in praise of Buddha, dealing with the essence of things, illumining the thought of enlightenment, describing the conduct of enlightening beings, eulogizing all ways to attainment of enlightenment, fostering understanding of all ways of presenting the Teaching, causing attraction to all ways of spiritual transformation, illumining all ways into ultimate release, publicizing LL Buddha's teachings, gladdening LL beings, purifying all Buddha fields, illuminating all ways to truth, removing all obstructions, begetting all roots of goodness. Sudhana saw as many emperors as atoms in countless Buddha fields, each surrounded by even treasures and armies, emerge from Saradvaha's face, pervading the cosmos, radiating arrays of light beams of great relinquishment, spewing forth masses of all kinds of jewels, distributing multitudes of all kinds of fuels, enriching the poor, causing people to desist from killing, fostering kindness in sentient beings, causing them to give up stealing, giving them countless beautifully adorned maidens, causing them to give up sexual misconduct, establishing them in chastity, causing them to desist from lying, enjoining on them supreme honesty, causing them to desist from slander, causing them to speak words of ultimate kindness and consideration, causing them to desist from harsh words and speak pleasantly, causing people to desist from all meaningless statements connected with what is not beneficial and what is not right, urging them to certainty of distinction of statements of profound meaning, causing people to desist from all evils of speech and speak compassionately, removing mental defilements from people, enjoining the excellent state of having few desires and being content, causing people to desist from malice and urging them to be peaceful in their relations with others, extracting people from the web of LL views, causing them to break up LLKs of uncertainties, throwing off all masses of doubts, taking away the darkness of ALL confusion and hesitation, definitively analyzing the truth for people, telling them about causality and interdependent origination, directing them to the principle of the truth about inherent existence, dispelling all obstacles, leading into the way of non-obstruction, illuminating the meaning of enlightenment. Sudhana saw as many hundreds of thousands of suns as atoms in countless Buddha fields emanate from Saradvaha's eyes, lighting up all the great hells, dispersing the great darkness in the world, removing the darkness of sentient beings' delusions, relieving the beings in the frigid hells from the pains of cold, shining clear light in lands made of lotus fibers, shining lapis lazuli colored light in gold lands, shining golden light in lands of lapis lazuli, shining golden light in silver worlds, shining crystal light in gold lands, shining golden light in crystal lands, shining coral light in gold lands, entry into the realm of reality 121, shining golden light in coral lands, shining golden light in ruby lands, shining ruby light in gold lands, shining golden light in emerald lands, shining emerald light in gold lands, shining light the color of sun-filled jewels in sapphire lands, shining sapphire light in lands made of sun-filled jewels, shining light the color of jewels containing networks of moonbeams in red pearl lands, shining light the color of red pearls in lands made of jewels containing networks of moonbeams, shining light the colors of various jewels in lands made of one jewel, shining light the color of one jewel in lands made of various jewels, thus involved in the infinite tasks of sentient beings, and the assemblies of all enlightening beings, pervading the universes of all beings. From the circle of hair between Saradvaha's eyebrows Sudhana saw as many moons as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge, outshining all the celestial chiefs, turning all worldlings away from lust to enjoyment of the vision of Buddha, pervading the cosmos engaged in the guidance of infinite beings. From Saradvaha's forehead Sudhana saw asmany great Brahmas atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge, their deportment extremely tranquil, murmuring prayers, asking all Buddhas for instruction, praising all Buddhas, gladdening all enlightening beings, pervading all universes in the 10 directions, involved in the infinite tasks of sentient beings. From Saradvaha's head Sudhanas saw emerge as many enlightening beings as atoms in countless Buddha fields, manifesting bodies of various appearances, forms, adornments, and embellishments, emanating infinite spheres of light, taking up the past enlightening practices of all Buddhas and projecting from every pore multitudes of forms practicing charity without attachment to giver, receiver, or gift, showing oceans of past efforts involved in the various ways of transcendence, commending the act of giving to the world, getting rid of the filth of envy, directing beings to give up all grasping, causing the world to appear adorned with all kinds of jewels, establishing sentient beings in the practice of transcendent giving and in command over material things, praising all virtues, and teaching the cause of the characteristics of Buddhas. He also saw as many enlightening beings as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge praising transcendent morality, manifesting from every pore oceans of past efforts of all Buddhas involved in transcendent morality, turning all beings away from the spheres of all mundane states and turning them toward the sphere of the enlightened, disdaining the world of desire, dispersing the veil of error from the world, stopping untrue thoughts and enjoining the way of life of enlightening beings. Commending the ethic of great compassion and leading beings into the conduct of the practice of the path of Buddhas to attain the conduct of the enlightened tent, showing sentient beings that the state of existence is like a dream and guiding them into power over afflictions caused by grasping sense objects so that they may fully enter into the way of acting as in a dream. He also saw as many enlightening beings as atoms in countless Buddha 1202 the flower ornament scripture fields emerge, lighting up the world with golden light, guiding beings to a state of mind without hatred or malice, free from all corruption and defect, emanating from every pore multitudes of past efforts of Buddhas involved in transcendent tolerance in order to cut off all brutal tendencies, leading sentient beings into the power of tolerance, showing sentient beings mastery over phenomena. He also saw as many enlightening beings as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge, engaged in miraculous displays showing the endless power of energy of enlightening beings, commending tireless quest for the ocean of learning by the power of non-regression in progress toward omniscience, guiding beings to honor and attend all Buddhas, leading beings to arouse great energy to get rid of the mass of all suffering, emanating from all their bodies multitudes of past efforts involved in enlightening beings perfection of transcendent energy, shattering sentient beings mountains of sloth, leading sentient beings into transcendent energy, guiding sentient beings to mastery over action. He also saw as many enlightening beings as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge guiding sentient beings into the path of mindfulness, dissolving the darkness of all obstructions, causing sentient beings to desist from all intoxication and leading them into sobriety, taking down the flags of pretentiousness, arrogance, and pride, telling of the ocean of branches of meditation of Buddhas, describing transcendent meditation to people, emanating from every pore multitudes of past efforts involved in perfection of transcendent meditation, guiding sentient beings to mastery of mind, pervading the cosmos moment to moment. He also saw as many enlightening beings as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge and pervade the cosmos in every moment of thought emanating from every pore multitudes of past efforts involved in the search of Buddhahood, uttering multitudes of perfections of transcendent wisdom by oceans of words, emanating the lightning of right insight, expressing the inherent nature of phenomena, shattering the mountainous masses of sentient beings' notion of self, extracting all arrows of views, dispersing the darkness of desire, heedlessness, and doubt, commending control of inclination. He also saw as many enlightening beings as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge and pervade the cosmos in a mental impulse, showing the sphere of methods of all Buddha skill in liberative means, emanating from every pore multitudes of past efforts involved in skill in means, spreading the practice of skill in means in the world, illuminating the way of universal emancipation, describing the sphere of all Buddhas, describing and showing the practice of enlightening beings which unites the mundane and the transcendental, guiding sentient beings to enlightening beings' perfection of skill in means, demonstrating in the world all enlightening beings' mastery of regeneration. He also saw as many enlightening beings as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge and pervade the cosmos in each moment, oft-taught by various entry into the realm of reality. 1203 projections of will L, emanating from every pore multitudes of oceans of names of all Buddhas, radiating from every pore multitudes of past efforts involved in purification of transcendent vows of all enlightening beings, commending transcendent commitment, guiding sentient beings into the masteries of all enlightening beings, powering through the world the eternal ly rolling chariot wheel of great vows, which follows all truths and gets rid of all afflictions and shatters the mountains of nescience. He also saw as many enlightening beings as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge and ceaselessly fill the cosmos in each moment of thought, manifesting the power of enlightening beings, consummation of power, emanating from every pore multitudes of past efforts, producing the consummation of transcendental power, showing power which cannot be overcome by any demons or challengers, nurturing such power that all the adamantine mountains surrounding the earth would shatter upon contact with their bodies, showing power such that their bodies do not even blaze up in the ocean of fire that burns the universe at the end of each eon, showing the power to hold all worlds in their hands while hovering in space, guiding beings to control of magical powers. He also saw as many enlightening beings as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge and fill the cosmos in every thought, illuminating the sphere of knowledge of sentient beings, emanating from every pore multitudes of past efforts involved in purification of consummate knowledge, manifesting in the world the stage of knowledge characterized by mystic knowledge of all Buddha's virtues and knowledges, showing the stage of knowledge characterized by mystic knowledge of all Buddha's perceptions, illuminating the stage of knowledge characterized by mystic knowledge of the undertaking of all vows, revealing the stage of knowledge characterized by mystic knowledge of the undertaking of the vow to save all sentient beings, revealing the stage of knowledge characterized by mystic knowledge penetrating the lack of self or independent existence in all beings, illumining the stage of knowledge characterized by mystic knowledge observing the ocean of minds of all sentient beings. Analyzing the stage of knowledge characterized by mystic knowledge discerning the faculties of all sentient beings, describing the stage of knowledge characterized by mystic knowledge observing the inclinations and interests of all sentient beings, disclosing the stage of knowledge characterized by mystic knowledge comprehending the ocean of actions of all beings, showing the stage of knowledge characterized by mystic knowledge penetrating the ocean of commitments of all sentient beings, guiding sentient beings into the perfection of knowledge. From Saradvaha's top knot of flesh Sudhana saw emerge as many embodiments of Buddhas as atoms in countless Buddha fields, adorned with the finest characteristics and embellishments, appearing like mountains of gold, with immeasurable auras of blazing light illumining everything in the 10 directions and voices pervading the cosmos, suffusing all universes, showing endless miraculous transformations of Buddha, showering rain from clouds of teaching on all without discrimination, showering rain from a cloud of 1204 the flower ornament scripture teaching called knowledge confronting the distinction of all planes of the cosmos on enlightening beings on the verge of enlightenment, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called the ground of universal ity on coronated enlightening beings, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called entry into the ground of universality on enlightening beings ordained as princes of the great teaching, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called universal arrangement on enlightening beings of youthful nature, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called steadfast head of great compassion on non-regressing enlightening beings, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called diamond of knowledge distinguishing the intrinsic essence of all phenomena on enlightening beings of purified intent, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called arrangement taking in all beings on enlightening beings accomplished in preparatory practices, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called cloud of communication with the assemblies of all Buddhas of past, present, and future on regenerated enlightening beings, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called voice of the ground of intrinsic essence of all phenomena on enlightening beings engaged in concerted practice, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called source of clouds containing the ways and means of great compassion on enlightening beings engaged in primary practices, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called store of kindness on enlightening beings newly determined to see enlightenment, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called inexhaustibly treasury of kindness of the Buddha's commitment to liberation on enlightening beings of great zeal, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called inexhaustible treasury of the universal ground on beings in the world of form, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called sound produced by the measureless ocean of principles on Brahma body deities, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called inexhaustible treasury of power producing spiritual methods on controlling deities, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called sound cleaning variously represented provisions for omniscience on demon body deities, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called varied cargo of fuels of knowledge on the deities who enjoy emanations, showering rain from a cloud called varied representation of the vows of enlightening beings on deities in the heavens of happiness, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called treasury of recollection of all Buddhas on deities in the evens of timely portion, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called source of the rapture of the vision of Buddha on the abodes of the chief deities, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called multitude of transformations of Buddha pervading the space of the cosmos on the abodes of the chief demigods. Showering rain from a cloud of teaching called sound apologies oft qualities of all enlightened ones on the abodes of the chief celestial musicians, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called indestructible sphere of ways to knowledge on the abodes of the chief titans, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called multitude of means of development of all enlightened ones on the abodes of the chief birds, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called source of the magical utterances of entry into the realm of reality 1205 enlightening beings traveling swiftly through the states of existence on the abodes of the chief dragons, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called speed of increase of the ocean of Yoi on the abodes of the chief serpents, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called sphere of the highest knoll edge of all beings on the realms of humans, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called ornament bearing the words of the holy path bespeaking the extinction of all the pains of mundane existence on the hells, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called round body of clouds of remembrance of Buddhas bespeaking the practice of impeccable action on the realms of animals, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called declaration of the transcendence of all Buddhas producing a mind of non-attachment in all sentient beings on the ghost realms, showering rain from a cloud of teaching called comforting sound affecting the cessation of all pains on beings in distress. He also saw as many orbs of webs of light beams as atoms in countless Buddha fields emerge from every pore, countless hurling arrays of phantom forms of power, manifestations of countless various works, pervading the entire cosmos. From some orbs of webs of light beams he saw scenes of the practice of pure giving, relinquishing everything. From some orbs of webs of light beams he saw scenes of the procedures of all past, present and future enlightening beings investiture with ethical precepts. From some orbs of webs of light beams he saw scenes of all enlightening beings of past, present, and future practicing forbearance, enduring dismemberment, beatings, obeying their hearts and eyes gouged out, and he saw magi call y. Produced images of the practices of forbearance of all enlightening beings by the oppressed enlightening beings of past, present, and future with bodies sundered in the search of omniscience, enduring, forgiving, and overlooking all physical and mental harassment, out of great compassion. From some orbs of webs of light beams he saw scenes of different forms of the immensity of the practice of vigor of all enlightening beings, scenes of the great prowess of enlightening beings shaking the world, agitating the seas, startling sentient beings, scaring all heretics. From some orbs of webs of light beams he saw embodiments of all deeds of enlightening beings, the forms taken on, the perfections of physical bodies to be born in good families, the acceptance of instructions of spiritual benefactors, the states of practice of the teachings of spiritual benefactors, the abandonments of home, country, and city for suitable abodes to accomplish the branches of meditation of the enlightened, the seers, the meditation adepts, the kings, the recluses, the manners of disciplined conduct. From some orbs of webs of light beams he saw embodiments involved in seeking all truths in the station of practice of transcendent wisdom. From the orbs of webs of light beams from each and every pore sadhana saw the bodies by which each statement of teaching was sought from the midst of all beings by relinquishing all that exists, sought from all spiritual benefactors through attendance and service, sought from Buddhas with all the strength generated by faith and respect, and all the statements of the teaching related to transcendent wisdom. Similarly 1206 the flower ornament scripture sought by bodies manifested in the forms of all sentient beings. From some orbs of webs of light beams he saw all enlightening beings entering the ocean of states of being with means of development, endeavoring to save all sentient beings, from orbs of webs of light beams from every pore he saw enlightening beings saving sentient beings, engaged in the practice of skill in means taken on by their original bodies, approaching each and every being in a form resembling those beings. From some orbs of webs of light beams he saw the conduct of the Buddha's undertaking of vows in all past ages, the conduct of the undertaking of the vow to perfect all beings, the conduct of the undertaking of the vow to purify all lands, the spheres of accomplishment of all vows effected by each Buddha by the specific cures for each of the ills of the mundane world. Udhana saw all this from orbs of lights from each pore. From some orbs of webs of light beams he saw oceans of past efforts involved in the practice of transcendent power. From some orbs of webs of light beams he saw oceans of past efforts involved in the contemplations of the practice of omniscience and the awakening of sentient beings asleep in the slumber of ignorance. Then, observing the monk Saradvaha thus concentrated in meditation, mindful of that sphere of concentration and liberation, contemplating the inconceivable power of concentration of enlightening beings, entering into that inconceivable ocean of ways of benefiting sentient beings, remembering that inconceivable medium of the performance of supernal manifestations confronting all the senses, strongly focusing his attention on it, entering that door of knowledge of purity of arrangement of the cosmos, aspiring to that enlightened power, expanding in knowledge, recognizing that controlling power of enlightening beings, stabilizing the power of vows of enlightening beings, extending the power of practice of enlightening beings. Sudhana stood before Saradhabja for a day and a night, for 2 days and nights, 7 days and nights, a fortnight, a month, 6 months, and then 6 more days and nights. After 6 months and 6 days and nights, the monk Saradvaha rose from concentration. Sudhana said, "It is marvelous, noble one, how profound this concentration is, how vast, how measureless its scope, how inconceivable its arrays of projections, how incomparable its light, how innumerable its manifestations, how unsurpassable its range, how pure its sphere, how it illumines everywhere equally, how it works for the benefit of infinite beings, in that it is directed to the extinction of the measureless mass of suffering of all sentient beings, to extinguish the sufferings of the destitute, to end hellish states, to rescue beings from brutish states, to close the door on all conditions inopportune for enlightenment, to lead the way to heavenly states, to produce human and celestial pleasure and happiness, to foster experience of the pleasure of meditation, to increase happiness in the conditioned world, to show the way out of the mundane. It is set forth to illumine the cause of production of the aspiration of enlightenment, to develop the cause of production of provisions of virtue and knowledge, to increase the intensity of vast great compassion, to generate the power of great vows, for the entry into TLZE realm for reality 1207 attainment of the LIGHT of the path of enlightened and beings, for the arrangement of the great vehicle of the transcendent ways, for the accomplishment of the supreme attainment of the great vehicle, for the vision of the knowledge of universally good action, for the attainment of the light of the knowledge of the stages of enlightening beings, for accomplishment of the purification of the array of means of emancipation in the practice of the vows of all enlightening beings, for the empowerment of accession to the sphere of omniscience. Noble one, what is the name of the concentration? Saradvaha said, Thr is a perfection of wisdom kal ed equanimity of the universal I, and this concentration is its light, kal ed manifestation of universal purification. By the perfect accomplishment of the concentration of manifestation of universal purification, which springs from the light of the perfection of wisdom of equanimity of the universal I, countless tens of hundreds of thousands of complete concentrations, beginning with the manifestation of universal purification, are born. Sudhana said, is this the greatest range of this concentration? Saradvaha said, one who has full ly accomplished this concentration has the power to discern worlds, to enter worlds, to travel freely in worlds, to adorn worlds, to purify worlds, to beautify worlds, to see Buddhas, to observe the grandeur of Buddhas, to know the emanations of Buddhas, to enter the powers of Buddhas, to plunge into the ocean of virtues of Buddhas, to receive the teachings of Buddhas, to follow the knowledge of the unity of all Buddha's teachings, to enter the ocean of congregations of Buddhas, to go anywhere in the 10 directions, to observe the teaching activity of the Buddhas, to sec the real ms of Buddhas, to embrace all with great compassion, to pervade everywhere with love, to plunge tirelessly into the vision of Buddhas everywhere, to enter into the ocean of all beings, to know the ocean of faculties of all beings, to know the distinction of faculties of all beings. I know this state of perfection of wisdom, but how can I know the practice, tell of virtues, show the realm, reveal the sphere, describe the power of great vows, illumine the way of emancipation, elucidate the attainment, shed light on the path, follow the stream of concentration, know the range of mind, or reach equality with the knowledge of the enlightening beings who have entered the ocean of states of perfection of wisdom, who have clarified the cosmic perspective, who can now where all teachings lead, who pervade an infinite sphere with vast awareness, who command the light of great mental control, who have purified the light of all spheres of concentration, who issue from the magical power of mystic knowledge, who have entered the inexhaustible ocean of intelligence, who speak pleasantly of the stages of enlightenment, who are refuges for all beings. Go south, to a place called Samadravitatan, where there is a park called Samantaviha, in front of the city Mahaprabha, where a li woman named Asha, wife of King Suprabha, dwells. Go to her and ask her how an enlightening being is to learn and apply the practice of enlightening beings. Then Sudhana, pleased, uplifted, transported, overjoyed, joyful and 1208 the flower ornament scripture happy, invigorated and sustained by Saradvaha, having entered the realm of concentration, having attained illumined knowledge, having attained the light of concentration, his consciousness illumined by the light of the principles of teaching pursuant to purifications of interest, seeing the way to purity, with knowledge emanating light in all directions, paid his respects to Sarad Vaha and left, looking at him again and again, bowing to him, thinking and meditating on him, praising him, recalling his virtues and keeping them firmly in mind, joining in with his vow, seeking his vision, remembering his words, recalling his appearance, contemplating the excellence of his knowledge, plunging into his sphere of concentration, fixing his mind on his sphere of undertaking, reflecting on the scope of his experience, illumined by his knowledge. Asha then Sudhana, uplifted by the virtues of the spiritual benefactor, sent forth by the spiritual benefactor, having gained access to the vision of the spiritual benefactor, putting the instructions of the spiritual benefactor into practice, remembering the words of the spiritual benefactor, kindly disposed towards spiritual benefactors, seeing spiritual benefactors as minds of the vision of Buddhas, seeing spiritual benefactors as those who show the teachings of Buddhas, seeing spiritual benefactors as teachers of the elements of omniscience, seeing spiritual benefactors as eyes to see the sky of Buddhahood, gradually made his way to Samantaviha Park in Samadravitatan. He saw the park surrounded by fences made of all kinds of fuels, in the midst of rows of all kinds of fuel trees, adorned throughout with beautiful delicate flowers like sets of all kinds of fuels releasing pollen, adorned by all kinds of jewel trees, strewn with the various blossoms of the flowers of all kinds of fuel trees, with rows of trees of all kinds of fragrances giving off their scents in all directions, trees of garlands of all jewels with their flower buds bursting forth streaming. A rain of garlands of various jewels, the ground beautifully spread with various decorations made of jewels from trees of all kinds of diamonds, the area well distributed with cloths of various colors hanging down from trees of flowers of various forms, with trees of all kinds of musical instruments making beautiful sounds surpassing the heavens when stirred by the wind, The ground level throughout, neither high nor low, adorned with various trailing streamers of ornaments welling forth from the flower buds of trees of all ornaments. In the park, furthermore, were 100,000 arrays of turrets adorned with all kinds of precious jewels, extremely pure, 100,000 towers covered with gold, 100,000 mansions adorned with radiant jewels, 100,000 lotus ponds made of all kinds of jewels, inlaid with jewel bricks, with varied stairways made of 7 precious substances, surrounded by benches made of various gems, fragrant as pools of water scented with celestial sandalwood, the bottoms covered with golden sand, spread with 10 layers of pure gold and jewels, stairways set on 4 sides, filled with entry into the realm of reality 1209 water of 8 qualities, vibrant with the beautiful sounds of the calls of various birds, surrounded by rows of jewel palms, covered by nets of gold bells chiming sweetly when stirred by the wind, with canopies of great jewels above, surrounded by enclosures of trees of various jewels, with banners and streamers flying from jewel nets. There were also 100,000 pools, lined with sandalwood clay, covered with lotuses of various colors made of all kinds of jewels, with pure water shining with lotuses of huge gems. In the middle of the park was a large mansion called Multicolored Banner standing on a ground of jewels, adorned with pillars of sapphire, roofed with gold, surfaced with arrays of world-illumining jewels, its base blazing with webs of countless jewels, graced by the scent of unsurpassed jewels of fragrance, perfumed by jewels of compounded fragrances, filled with jewels of awakening fragrance extinguishing the heat of the senses. In that mansion were arranged infinite seats, the calyxes of lotuses, luminous jewel lotuses, radiant jewel lotuses, world-illumining jewel lotuses, lotuses of various treasures, lotuses of pure jewels, lotuses inlaid with jewels, lotuses of omnifaceted jewels, lotuses of jewels with auras of light, lotuses of jewels shining with the radiant lights of arrays of pure jewels of the ocean, jewel lotuses covered with diamond lions. The many turrets of the mansion were made of inconceivably many jewels, arrayed with varicolored jewels, their forms resplendent with light of inconceivably many colors. The park was also covered above by 100,000 canopies, such as canopies of cloth, canopies of plant tendrils, canopies of flowers, canopies of garlands, canopies of fragrances, canopies of jewels, golden canopies, canopies of jewels glittering like diamonds, canopies of nymphs magi call produced by the chief of the water spirits, canopies of jewels prized by the king of gods. It was also covered by 100,000 precious nets such as nets of bells with jewels inside, nets of jeweled streamers, nets of jewel figures, nets of pearls, nets of sapphires, nets of moon-like jewels, nets emanating fragrance, nets of jewel-ed crowns. It was also illumined by 100,000 great lights, such as starlight jewel-elite, sun-filled jewel-elite, moon-like jewel-light, scenting flame jewel-light, luster-filled jewel-light, lotus calyx jewel-elite, starry jewel-elite, great blazing jewel-light, radiant jewel-elite, and the light of jewels like wreaths of lightning emitting great clouds of fragrance. The park was also adorned by rain from 100,000 great clouds of ornaments, 100,000 sandalwood-scented clouds t-100, it was adorned by 100,000 trailing clouds of garland surpassing those in the heavens, 100,000 clouds of varicolored cloth surpassing the celestials reigned, it was adorned by 100,000 clouds of ornaments surpassing those of the heavens, it was showered by 100,000 celestial beings bowing their heads to see, it was showered by 100,000 eludes of nymphs product 1210 the flower ornament scripturing beings of their own kind who did the same things in the past, with bodies like their own, it was showered by 100,000 clouds of enlightening beings who had come to hear the teaching. Innumerable living beings in all states of existence came from the 10 directions to the lay woman Asha, who was seated on a golden throne, adorned with a net of pearls from the ocean, wearing a tiara, her wrists adorned with bracelets of gold more beautiful than that of the heavens, her arms resplendent with jewels of glorious light, wearing earrings of pure deep blue gems, her head adorned with a veil of all kinds of jewels, her neck draped with a string of wish-fulfilling jewels. Those who came to her, affected with various sicknesses, filled with various afflictions, immersed in various views, covered by obstructions caused by actions, had their sicknesses alleviated when they saw Asha. Their minds freed from the defilement of afflictions, the thorns of views removed, the mountains of obstructions disintegrated, they entered the sphere of unobstructed purity, in which sphere of purity all their roots of goodness were clarified, the sprouts of spiritual faculties grew, and they entered the ocean of principles of omniscience, they recited the ocean of all mystic spells leading to mental command, came face to face with the ocean of all concentration media, began all holy vows. Set all means of practice into operation, purified the means of accomplishing all virtues, proceeded according to wisdom characterized by all higher knowledges with unregressing breadth of mind, and became physically unattached and unobstructed, able to go everywhere. Then Sudhana entered the park, looking all over till he saw Asha sitting there. He went up to her, paid his respects, and said, "Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. I hear you give instructions to enlightening beings, so please tell me how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings." She said, "I have attained an enlightening liberation characterized by sorrowless well-being. It is definitely beneficial to see me, hear me, attend me, live with me, remember me. I am not visible to those who have not developed the bases of goodness, who are not under the tutelage of spiritual benefactors, who are not in the care of the perfect Buddhas. Those who see me thereupon become irreversible in progress toward supreme perfect enlightenment. Furthermore, the Buddhas of the 10 directions come here and sit on this jewel seat and expound the truth to me. I am always seeing Buddhas, hearing the truth, and meeting enlightening beings. The 84,000 quadrillion beings who live here in this park are all irreversible in progress toward supreme perfect enlightenment. Havingper formed the same practices as I have. Any others who live here too will all be irreversible in progress toward supreme perfect enlightenment, as enlightening beings of the same practice as I who have entered the community of those who cannot regress. As Udhana said, "Noble one, how long ago did you set your mind on supreme perfect enlightenment?" Entry into the realm of reality 1211. She said, "I remember a past state when I cultivated religious practice in the company of the Buddha known as the lamp, whom I served and from whom I received teaching. Before that was a Buddha named Undefy led, I went forth from society into the tutelage of that Buddha and held the will of teaching of that Buddha. Before that was a Buddha named Star, I propitiated that Buddha. Before that was a Buddha named Splendor of the Polar Mountain, before that was a Buddha named Lotus Calyx, before that was a Buddha named Illuminating, before that was a Buddha named Universal I, before that was a Buddha named Purified by Spiritual Knowledge, before that was a Buddha named Diamond and Able, before that was a Buddha named Deifying the Universe." Remembering back in this way lifetime to lifetime, age to age, as successive Buddhas appeared in the world, I remember as many Buddhas as grains of sand in 36 Ganges rivers whom I propitiated, attended, served, and honored, from whom I heard spiritual teaching, under whose tutelage I carried out spiritual practice. Beyond this, only the Buddhas know how many Buddhas I propitiated. Enlightening beings are infinite because of the aspiration of enlightenment, because of pervading all universes. Enlightening beings are infinite because of guidance of great compassion, because of entry into the midst of all beings. Enlightening beings are infinite because their great vows go to the end of all universes. Enlightening beings are infinite because of great love, because of suffusing all beings with love. Enlightening beings are infinite because of the practice of enlightening beings, because of entering into all ages in all lands. Enlightening beings are infinite because of the power of concentration, because of not regressing on the path of enlightening beings. Enlightening beings are infinite because of the power of mental command, because of attainment of the method of mystic spells able to hold the memory of truths for all beings. Enlightening beings are infinite because of the power of the light of knowledge, because of retaining the realization of the knowledge and wisdom of past, present, and future. Enlightening beings are infinite because of the power of mystic knowledge, because of ability to produce wills of nets of light-pleasing beings according to their mentalities. Enlightening beings are infinite because of the power of intelligence, because of satisfying all beings with one utterance. Enlightening beings are infinite because of purity of body, because of pervading all Buddha fields with their own body. Sudhana said, "Noble one, when will you realize supreme perfect enlightenment?" Asha said, "Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment with the object of leading just one sentient being to perfection, nor for the sake of 100 or 1,000 or a million or a billion sentient beings, nor for any number of beings, nor for the sentient beings in as many worlds as atoms in untold, inexpressibly vast numbers of billion world universes. Enlightening beings aspire to enlightenment for the sake of all sentient beings in all worlds, to lead them to perfection. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to propitiate, honor, and attend one Buddha, or even as many 1212 the flower ornament scripture Buddhas as atoms in untold worlds, or to propitiate, honor, and attend the lineage of Buddhas in one world or the lineage of Buddhas in as many worlds as atoms in untold Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to purify one Buddha land, or even to purify as many Buddha lands as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of worlds. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to preserve the teaching of one Buddha, or even to preserve the teachings of as many Buddhas as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of worlds. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to enter into the diversity of thous which are the point of departure of one Buddha, nor even to enter into the diversity of thous which are the points of departure of as many Buddhas as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to enter into the array of the Buddha field of one Buddha, nor even to enter into the arrays of Buddha fields of as many Buddhas as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to take part in the assembly of one Buddha, nor even to take part in the assemblies of as many Buddhas as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to preserve the will of teaching of one Buddha, nor to preserve the wills of teaching of even as many Buddhas as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to penetrate the ocean of mind of one sentient being, nor to penetrate the oceans of mind of even as many sentient beings as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to know the sphere of faculties of one sentient being, nor to know the faculties of even as many sentient beings as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to penetrate the ocean of faculties of one sentient being, nor to penetrate the oceans of faculties of even as many sentient beings as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to enter into the succession of ages in one world, nor to enter into the succession of ages in even as many worlds as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to comprehend the continuity of actions and habits of the sentient beings in one world, nor to comprehend the continuity of actions and habits of the sentient beings even in as many worlds as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to comprehend the ocean of afflictions of sentient beings in one world, nor to comprehend the oceans of afflictions of the sentient beings even in as many worlds as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to comprehend the ocean of all actions of the beings in one world, nor even to comprehend the oceans of all actions of beings in as many worlds as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Enlightening beings do not aspire to enlightenment to comprehend the ocean of all modes of behavior of LL entry into the realm of reality 1213 beings in one world, nor even to comprehend the ocean of all modes of behavior of all beings in as many worlds as atoms in untold, inexpressible numbers of Buddha fields. Rather, enlightening beings aspire to enlightenment to lead all sentient beings without exception to full development. They wish to propitiate and honor and attend all Buddhas, to propitiate and honor and attend the successions of Buddhas in all worlds. They are determined to purify all Buddha lands. They strive to hold the teachings of all Buddhas. They are zealously devoted to following the variety of vows which are the points of departure of all Buddhas. They are determined to enter into the arrays of all Buddha lands. They wish to enter the oceans of assemblies of all Buddhas. They seek to go deeply into the ocean of mind of all sentient beings. They wish to know the spheres of faculties of all sentient beings. They aspire to penetrate the ocean of faculties of all sentient beings. They wish to enter into the succession of ichs in all worlds. They are inspired with courage to cut off the continuity of afflictions and habit energies of all sentient beings. Their sun of knowledge rises to evaporate the ocean of afflictions caused by actions of all sentient beings. Their light of wisdom becomes manifest to now the ways of behavior of all sentient beings. Their cloud of great compassion gathers to extinguish the mass of fire of suffering of all sentient beings. To put it briefly, there are 10,100,000 incalculable numbers of such aspects of the conduct of practice of enlightening beings, which are to be accomplished by an enlightening being. Furthermore, the practice of enlightening beings enters into all things. For the attainment of knowledge, the practice of enlightening beings enters into all lands, to thoroughly purify them. Because of this vow of mine, when the purification of the realm of desire is finished, my commitments will be finished. When the purification of the world is finished, my commitments will be finished. When all sentient beings' propensities to continue afflictive habits are ended, my commitments will be ended. Sudhana said, "What is the name of this liberation?" Asha said, "This liberation is called characterized by sorrowless well-being. I know this enlightening liberation, but how can I know the practice, tell of the virtues, convey the inconceivable enlightening skills, or show the infinite varieties of enlightening vows of the enlightening beings who have oceanic minds because of seeking all the Buddha teachings, who are like the polar mountain because of steadfast will, who are like the medicine good to see because they free all sentient beings from the sicknesses of afflictions, who are like the sun because they eliminate the darkness of ignorance of all sentient beings, whose minds are like the earth because they are a refuge for all sentient beings, who are like air because they benefit all sentient beings, who are lamps producing thelight of knowledge for all sentient beings, who are like clouds raining truth with a quiet sound, who are like the moon because they radiate a web of light beams of virtue, who are like gods because they protect all sentient beings. Go south. There is a district in Samudravataliya called Nalaur where a 1214 the flower OMAMC11T scripture seer named Bhishmadaranir Ghosha lives. Go ask him, and he will instruct you in the practice of enlightening beings. Then Sudhana left Asha, after paying his respects, reflecting on the extreme rarity of enlightening beings, on how hard it is to get on good terms with spiritual benefactors, on how very difficult it is to get to meet people of truth, on how hard it is to attain the faculties of enlightening beings, how hard it is to attain the purity of intent of enlightening beings, how hard it is to find colleagues, how hard it is to focus the mind accurately on enlightenment, how hard it is to apply the teachings leading to the state of freedom from distress, how hard it is to find ways to develop invincible goodness of mind, and how hard it is to get to SEC ways to quickly develop omniscience. Bizishranatara 11 I Hasha then Sudhana, his mind on the instruction of the enlightening being, his mind on the purification of the conduct of enlightening beings, his mind developing the power of virtue of enlightening beings, his mind lit by the energy of vision of Buddha, with mental energy arising from receiving a treasury of teaching, his mental energy increased by the undertaking of great vows, things apparent to his mind aware of the intrinsic essence of things. His mind free from obstructions, his mind viewing the real ity realm without obscurity, his pure will indestructible, his mind invulnerable and immune to the power of all demons. Gradual y made h's way to Nalaur and sought out the seer Bh Ishmataran Nirgasha. At that time Bh Ishmataran Nirgasha was sojourning in a retreat, a pleasant place with countless diverse trees and plants, shaded by the leaves of various trees, with flowering trees perpetually blooming in various colors and fruit trees perpetual ly bearing, the ground made of the finest jewel fruits from various jewel trees, well distributed with great sandalwood trees, graced with fragrance constantly coming from pleasant aloes wood trees, adorned with trumpet flower trees distributed in the four directions, with beautifully formed fig trees, with perpetually ripe fruits raining from rose apple trees, beautified by fresh water lies and lotus blossoms. Sudhana saw the seer Bh Ishmataran Nirgasha wearing matted hair, sitting on a seat of bark, rags, fragrant grass, and antelope skin on a lair of straw in a hut built at the foot of a sandalwood tree, surrounded by 10,000 seers. Seeing Bh Ishmataran Nirgasha, Sudhana went up to him, and thinking he had found a true spiritual benefactor, looking upon spiritual benefactors as the door to omniscience because they guide one on the true path, looking upon omniscience as coming from the teaching of spiritual benefactors because they lead to the stage of all knowledge, looking upon omniscience as coming from the guidance of spiritual benefactors because they lead to thejul and of the knowledge of the 10 powers, looking upon omniscience as illumined by the torch of spiritual benefactors because they produce the light of knowledge of the 10 powers, looking upon spiritual benefactors as the path to omniscience leading unbroken to the city of Entry into the realm for reality 1215 OMMSC1 ENCE, looking upon spiritual benefactors as lamps on the way to omniscience because they show the level and the uneven, looking upon spiritual benefactors as a bridge to omniscience because the peril of fouling is eliminated, looking upon spiritual benefactors as parasols of omniscience because they produce coolness by the power of great love, looking upon spiritual benefactors as streams of omniscience because they give rise to great compassion, looking upon the satisfaction of the vision of omniscience as coming from spiritual benefactors because they illumine the principle of the inherent nature of phenomena. Sudhana paid his respects to the seer and said, "Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. I have heard you give enlightening beings instruction, please tell me how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings." The seer Bhishmataran Nirgasha looked at the 10,000 people surrounding him and said, "This youth has set his mind on supreme perfect enlightenment and has invited all sentient beings to fearlessness. He is aiming for the welfare and happiness of all beings, he is facing the ocean of knowledge, he wants to spread the clouds of teaching of all Buddhas, he wants to plunge into the ocean of all principles of the teaching, he wants to ally by the light of knowledge, he wants to bring the cloud of great compass Zion near, he wants to cause the rain of the great teaching to shower, he wants to have the moon of great knowledge rise in the world and extinguish the burning of all afflictions, he wants to develop the roots of goodness of all sentient beings." Then those 10,000 people scattered beautiful fragrant flowers over Sudhana, bowed to him, and circled him in respect, and said, "This person will be a savior, he will extinguish all the hellish torments of all beings, he will stop all brutish ways, he will get rid of the ways of the underworld, he will shut the door of all conditions inopportune for enlightenment, he will evaporate the ocean of craving, he will sever the bonds of craving, he will remove the mass of suffering, he will dispel the darkness of ignorance, he will surround the world with mountains of virtue, he will reveal the mine of jewels of knowledge, he will cause the sun of knowledge to rise, he will clarify the eye of truth, he will show what is good and bad in the world." Then the seer Bhishmataran Nirgasha said to those people, "Whoever aspires to supreme perfect enlightenment promotes the happiness of all sentient beings, carrying out the practice of enlightening beings, and will eventually attain omniscience. This youth has set his heart on supreme perfect enlightenment, he will fulfill the stage of complete Buddhahood." Then the seer said to Sudhana, I have attained an enlightening liberation called unsurpassed banner. Sudhana said, what is the scope of this liberation? Bhishmadevanirgasha stretched forth his right hand and rubbed Sudhana's head, then took Sudhana by the right hand. At that moment Sudhana saw in the 10 directions as many Buddha lands as atoms in 10 Hun 1216 the flower ornament scripture drcd 1000 Buddha lands, and in them he perceived himself at the feet of as many Buddhas as atoms in 10,100,000 Buddha lands. He also saw innumerable features in the pure adornments of those Buddha lands, and he saw the various arrays of the oceans of audiences surrounding the Buddhas therein. He also saw the radiant mass of the marks and embellishments of the Buddhas' bodies in the midst of the congregations. He also heard teaching from the Buddhas without missing a single word, and he remembered the cycles of teachings of those Buddhas in order without confusion, and he received the rain of those clouds of teaching as they showered on beings of various mentalities. He also entered the oceans of past vows of those Buddhas, purified by zealous application of various kinds. He also entered oceans of past attainments of Buddhas, purified by oceans of various vows. He also saw the forms of Buddhas manifested so as to please all sentient beings according to their mentalities. He also saw the nets of light rays of Buddhas, their various cool, pure halos. He also entered into those Buddhas' powers by following the light of unobstructed knowledge. He seemed to be with one Buddha for a day and a night, with another for 7 days and nights, another for a fortnight, another for a month, another for a year, another for a century, another for a millennium, another for 100 millennia, another for 1,000,000 years, another for 100 million years, another for a billion years, another for 100 billion years, another for 1,000,000,000,000 years, another for half an eon, another for an eon, another for 100 eons, another for 1,000 eons, another for 100,000 eons, another for 1,000,000 eons, another for 100 million eons, another for 1,000,000,000 eons, another for 100 billion eons, another for 1,000,000,000,000 cons, up to untold, inexpressible numbers of eons, or as many eons as atoms in the continent, or as many eons as atoms in untold Buddha lands. Thus did he perceive himself with the Buddhas, illumined by the light of knowledge of the liberation unsurpassed banner, imbued with the light of the concentration filled with sun-like radiance, reaching absorption in liberation of endless no ledge, imbued with the light of the mystic formulation of the structure of the universe, his mind illumined by the mystic formulation of the indestructible sphere, abiding in absorption in the realm of well-ordered bodies of knowledge, intent on the state of transcendent wisdom of path of adornment of all planes, illumined by the light of concentration on the sphere containing the space of the enlightened, his mind illuminated by concentration on the circumference of the will of teaching of all Buddhas, imbued with the light of absorption in the inexhaustible sphere of jewels of knowledge of past, present, and future. Then the seer let go of Sudhana, who found himself once again standing before the seer Bhishmadevanirgasha. The seer said, "Do you remember?" Sudhana said, "I remember, noble one, by the empowerment of the spiritual benefactor." Bhishmadevanirgasha said, "I know this enlightening liberation known as the unsurpassed invincible banner, but how can I now the practice, or tell the virtues, or accurately express the excellence of vows, or know the stroke entry into the realm of reality 121/7 tour of the lands, or plunge into the sphere of knowledge, or enter into the realm of concentration, or attain the mystic powers, or attain to the freedom of liberation, or take up the various physical manifestations, or reveal the purity of voice, or show the light of knowledge of the enlightening beings who have attained absorption in the mystic knowledge supreme among all creatures, who are masters of all wheels of time, who are skilled in achievement of the knowledge of the characteristics of Buddhas, who are supernal manifestations of the incarnation of the Buddhas, who have comprehended the knowledge of all objects of past, present, and future as of one characteristic, whose bodies are distributed throughout all worlds, who are embodiments of knowledge in which all real ms of reality are revealed, who appear to all sentient beings according to their inclinations, who benefit sentient beings according to their ways of thought and action, who glow with a brightness that illumines everywhere, who have purified the sphere of pure, vast, radiant knowledge? Go south to a land called Ishana, where there lives a priest named Jayashmayatana. Go ask him how an enlightening being is to learn and apply the practice of enlightening beings. Then Sudhana, pleased, uplifted, transported, overjoyed, happy, paid respects to the seer Bhishmadara Nirgasha and departed, looking back at him again and again. Jayashmayatana then, illumined by the light of knowledge of the enlightening liberation unsurpassed banner, directly witnessing the inconceivable miracles of the realm of Buddhas, endowed with mystic knowledge directly aware of the inconceivable liberation of enlightening beings, his mind illumined by the inconceivable knowledge of concentration of enlightening beings, imbued with the light of knowledge of concentration comprehending all times at once, illumined by the realm of concentration comprehending that all is in perception, having attained the light oft highest knowledge in all worlds, approaching the state whose scope reaches everywhere in past, present, and future, intent on the knowledge showing non-dual equality in differentiation, with the light of knowledge extending to all objects, with skillfulness rich in zeal for the purification of tolerance in the face of people's beliefs, having attained the light of certain knowledge of acceptance of things in terms of their inherent nature, his mind constantly involved in enlightening beings' practice of mystic knowledge reaching everywhere, which is meditation on inherent nature, his mind progressing rapidly and irreversibly toward omniscience, illumined by the lightning of knowledge of the 10 powers, his mind tirelessly seeking the sound of the reality realm, determined to enter the realm of omniscience, intent on accomplishing the infinite array of practices of enlightening beings, and purifying the infinite sphere of great thous of enlightening beings, his mind directed toward endlessly ongoing knowledge oft infinite network of all worlds, his mind not 1218 the flower ornament scripture shrinking from guiding infinite beings to complete development, beholding the infinite sphere of practice of enlightening beings, seeing the variety of conditions in infinite worlds, seeing the variety of differentiations of infinite worlds, seeing infinite worlds within microcosms and macrocosms, seeing the variety of the webs of perceptions and conceptions on which infinite worlds are based, seeing the variety of conventional terminology in infinite worlds, seeing the variety of interests of infinite beings, seeing the variety of differentiations of infinite beings, seeing the following of developmental teachings of infinite beings, seeing the variety in perceptions of place and time of infinite beings, Sudhana, his attention on spiritual benefactors, gradual. Y made his way to the priest Jayashmayatana in the land of Ishana. At that time the priest was practicing an ascetic exercise of enduring fierce heat, with his mind on omniscience. On 4 sides were huge bonfires like mountains ablaze. Rising above appeared a great mountain precipice, a razor-edge path. Sudhana went up, paid his respects to the priest, and said, "Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. I hear you give enlightening beings instruction, please tell me how to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings." The priest said, "Climb this razor-edge path mountain and jump from there into the fire, thus will your enlightening practice be purified." At that point Sudhana thought, it is hard to avoid the situations that are inopportune for enlightenment, it is hard to get to be human, it is hard to remove error and doubt about the right opportunity, it is hard to find a bud dha in the world, it is hard to have all one's faculties in order, it is hard to get to hear the truth, it is hard to meet people of truth, it is hard to find genuine spiritual benefactors, it is hard to get genuine guidance and instruction, it is hard to live right. In the human world, it is hard to carry out truth in all respects. Might this not be a demon, or someone possessed by a demon, or a cohort of the devil, or an imitation spiritual teacher, or a fallacy enlightening being, who has undertaken to impede my roots of goodness, who is out to destroy my life? Does he not want to prevent me from reaching omniscience? Does he not want to lead me on a wrong path? Does he not want to prevent me from attaining Buddhahood? While he was involved in these thoughts, 10,000 Brahma gods appeared in the sky and said to him, "Do not get fixed on such thoughts. This sage has attained the light of the concentration of adamantine flame. He has unrelenting energy and has begun the great undertaking of salvation. He has set out to end the emotional attachments of all sentient beings. He is striving to dissolve the webs of all views. He is determined to burn up the deadwood of all afflictions and their actions. He is working to shed a light in the wilderness of all kinds of knowledge that is not conducive to enlightenment. He is resolved upon eliminating all beings' fears of old age and death. He is intent on dispersing the darkness of past, present, and future. He has entry into the realm, one reality 1219 undertaken to shine beams of light of all truths. As he mortifies himself with 4 fires under the blazing sun, even the Brahma gods, who think themselves creators and lords and supreme beings, and are engrossed in various views, do not take pleasure in their own states because of the light given off by this priest's peerless practice of austerity. Not enjoying the pleasure of meditation, they come to the priest, and he overwhelms them by mystic power, and through fierce austerity teaches them to get rid of all their views and destroy all pride and arrogance. He also teaches them so that they may suffuse all worlds with great love and compassion, make their will for enlightenment firm, enlarge their determination for enlightenment, turn to the vision of all Buddhas, fully receive the voice of the Buddhas, and hear the voice of Buddhas everywhere without resistance or obstruction. 10,000 demons also stood in the sky, showered celestial jewels, and said, "The light emitted from the flames used by this priest and his heat mortification obscures our abodes, our ornaments, and our paraphernalia." Terrified, we and our cohorts go to the priest, who teaches in such a way that, coming to ourselves and getting back our right minds, we aspire to enlightenment and become irreversible on the way to supreme perfect enlightenment. Also, 10,000 controlling gods, scattering celestial flowers, said, "While he is mortifying himself with 4 fires under the fiery sun, we find no pleasure in our own abodes. We and our cohorts go to him, and he teaches us so that we attain control of our own minds, control of afflictions, ability to be born in any state we wish, power to clear away obstructions caused by action, mastery of all concentrations, control of paraphernalia to purify our arrangements, and control conforming to our wishes." 10,000 gods of pleasant emanations also stood in the sky, presented sweet sounds of celestial music and song, and said, "The fire of the priest is producing such light that our palaces are glowing, being purified and becoming more radiant, and so are the decorations and nymphs here. We and our cohorts of godlings and nymphs no longer find pleasure in desires, and we do not enjoy sensual pleasures. Our minds and bodies cooled, we go to the priest, who teaches us so that our minds will be purified, so that our minds will be radiant, so our minds will be good, so our minds will be malleable, so we will become joyful, so we may purify the realization of the knowledge of the 10 powers, so we may grow in enthusiasm for the great teaching, so we may purify our bodies and produce measureless Buddha bodies, so we may purify our voices and attain the voice of Buddha, so we may purify our minds and attain omniscience." 10,000 gods of the heaven of satisfaction, along with their companies of celestial boys and girls, also stood in the sky, showered all kinds of fragrant powders, paying honor and respect, and said, "While he mortifies himself with fire there is no pleasure in our abodes. Being freed from attachment, we go to the priest and he teaches us so that we will be indifferent to all objects of sense, so that we will be perfectly and completely satisfied in mind, so that we will produce roots of goodness, so that we will aspire to 1220 the flower ornament scripture in enlightenment, and so that we will eventually fulfill all qualities of Buddhas." 10,000 gods of the heaven of time portion, along with their celestial sons and daughters, showered a rain of flowers and said, "While this priest is mortifying himself with fire, we have no pleasure in our celestial song. Freed from attachment, we go to the priest and he teaches us so that we will become detached from all sensuality and eventually attain all qualities of Buddhahood. 10,000 celestial beings of the 33-fold heavens, each with 32 siblings, along with their celestial sons and daughters, Howard rain from clouds of celestial cloths, jewels, ornaments, and flow ers, then said, while this priest is mortifying himself with fire, we have no pleasure in our palaces, parks, and groves, or in such enjoyments as music, dance, and song. Freed from attachment, we go to the priest, and he teaches us to remove all sensuality. He tells us this is all impermanent, unstable, bound to perish. He teaches us to thoroughly cut off all arrogance and heedlessness, to increase our desire for supreme enlightenment. Furthermore, at the sight of this priest, these peaks of the polar mountain quake. Terrified, we commit ourselves to reach omniscience, that we may be firm in our aspiration for omniscience. Also, 10,000 rain spirits in the sky showered rain from clouds of celestial sandalwood, along with the sweet sounds of songs of nymphs, producing clouds of celestial fragrance, and said, the light emitted from this priest's fires, illumining the abodes of all the water spirits, removes fears of the hot rain of sand. It also extinguishes anger, and the water spirits become cool and clear in mind. Then, once our minds are clear, the priest teaches us to reject our low state as dragons and to stop all obstructive actions. Having taught us to overcome evil, he inspires us to supreme perfect enlightenment and leads us to omniscience. Also, 10,000 spirit chiefs, standing in the sky, honored the priest Jayashmayatana and the youth Sudhana with various offerings, then said, Son, as this priest mortifies himself with fire, goodwill toward human beings is born in our minds, and all spirits, goblins, and demons also become benevolent. Benevolent, now harmless, they come to us, overcome by the dominant power of goodwill. We find no leisure in our various estates. We go with our respective companions to the priest, he radiates light from his body, which shines on us and fills our bodies with bliss. Our bodies and minds be blissful, he teaches us in such a way that many spirits, goblins, demons, and ghosts are inspired to seek enlightenment. 10,000 chief celestial musicians also stood in the sky and said, while we are in our abodes too, our abodes are illumined by the light of priests' fires, touched by that light, we are filled with inconceivable bliss and we go to the priest, who then teaches us in such a way that we become irreversible in progress toward supreme perfect enlightenment. 10,000 Titan kings rose from the ocean, knelt on their right knees, joined their palms in salutation, and said, as this priest mortifies himself by entry into the realm Psi reality 122 1 fire, are Titan worlds, including the oceans, mountains, and spheres, quake, we are all thereby divested of arrogance, heedlessness, and conceit, overwhelmed by the heat of his religious practice, we go to him, and he teaches us so that we may do away with all deceitfulness and guile. Enter into acceptance of the profound truth, abide in the state of imperturbability, and perfect the knowledge of the 10 powers. Also 10,000 bird kings, assuming splendid human forms, said, Son, the light from the flames of the priest's fires, shining on our abodes, causes them to quake. Frightened and agitated, we go to him, and by teaching us he exhorts us to great benevolence and compassion, he urges us to plunge into the ocean of mundane life to serve sentient beings sunk in the mud of desire, he urges us to purify our will for enlightenment, he exhorts us to keenness of wisdom and skill in means, and gets us to work at guiding sentient beings according to their maturity. 10,000 centaur kings also stood in the sky and said, as this priest mortifies himself by fire, the voice of Buddha comes forth from the rows of palms, the trees hung with nets of bells, strings of jewels, garlands, and musical instruments, and the houses and furniture with all kinds of musical instruments and jewelry in our abodes as they are blown by the wind, the voice of the teaching, the voice of the host of non-regressing in Li Gh tening beings, and the voice of the vows on. which enlightening beings act also emerge, saying that in such and such a world the enlightening being so and so is vowing to attain enlightenment, in such and such a world the enligh tending being so and so is giving up that which is difficult to give up, in such and such a world the enligh tending being so and so is purifying the sphere of universally aware knowledge, in such and such a world the enlightening being so and so is going to the summit of enlightenment, in such and such a world the enlightening being so and so has conquered the demon hordes and is becoming supremely and perfectly enlightened, in such and such a world the Buddha so and so is turning the wheel off teaching, in such and such a world the Buddha so and so has finished all the tasks of Buddhas and is passing away into absolute nirvana. There may be an end to the particles of every tree and plant, lim and leaf, on this continent, but there is no end to those names of the Buddhas and the vows of enligh tending beings, the lofty points of departure of the conduct of enlightening beings, which are eared to sound from the rows of palms and all the musical instruments, jewelry, houses, and furniture in our abodes as they are blown by the wind, producing the voices of Buddha, the teaching, and enlightenment. Ecstatic joyful at the sound of names of Buddhas and the community of enlightening beings and the vows and practices they proceed upon, we go to the priest, and he teaches us so that we and the many beings around us become irreversible in progress toward supreme perfect enlightenment. Innumerable gods of the realm of desire with magnificent appearances also stood in the sky, presented mental offerings, and said, as this priest mortifies himself with heat, his bonfires give off such light that it illumines 222 the flower ornamenty scripture the hells all the way to the uninterrupted hell and the pains of all the creatures in hell cease. He also is visible to us by the same light. We above him, our minds clarified, have been born in the heavens of the realm of desire we wish ed for. Grateful to him, never tired of seeing him, we give up all sensuality and go to him, and he teaches us in such a way that innumerably sentient beings resolve to realize enlightenment. Then Sudhana, pleased, enraptured, transported, overjoyed, happy, being heard this teaching, considered the priest Jayashmayatana to be a true spiritual benefactor, and prostrated himself at the priest's feet and said, I confess my error, noble one, in not recognizing you as a spiritual benefactor. Thereupon the priest spoke a verse to Sudhana, an enlightening being who follows instructions has no doubts, his mind at one with the teachers. All benefits will be his, and they will be auspicious, sure of Buddha knowledge too, he awakens at the foot of the enlightenment tree. Then Sudhana climbed the path up the cliff of the mountain, a mass of razor edges, and threw himself into the fire. As he was falling he attained an enlightening concentration called well established. On contact with the fire he attained an enlightening concentration called mystic knowledge of the bliss of tranquility. He said, how wonderful is the pleasant feeling of this fire and this razor-edge mountain. The priest said, I have attained the enlightening liberation in which one is not overcome. I know this liberation, but how can I know the practice or tell the virtues of the enlightening beings whose resolve is like rays of fiery energy, determined to end all beings' afflictions and views, who are eminent leaders who never turn back, whose hearts are never exhausted or overcome, whose minds are never depressed, whose spirits never cringe or cower, whose resolve is adamant, who are never dejected in carrying out their great undertakings, who never slacken in their efforts, who are like whirlwinds, who work for the benefit of all beings, whose vigor never recedes. Go south, to a city called Simhavihurmita, where there lives a girl named Maitrayani, daughter of the Raja Simhaketu. Go ask her how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. Then Sudhana paid his respects and left the priest Jayashmayatana. Maitrayani then, with inconceivable respect for spiritual benefactors, the great zeal purified, ready for the great vehicle, seeking enlightened knowledge, absorbed in the way to enlightenment, seeking association with spiritual friends, dwelling in the sphere of the teaching, approaching unhindered knowledge, certain of the supreme truth, intent on ultimate knowledge, realizing that past, present, and future are ultimately one instant, aware of E11TRY into the realm cf reality 1223. Ultimate non-duality like space, sure of the ultimacy of non-duality, dwelling in the ultimate non-differentiation of the reality realm, devoted to discipline whose goal is freedom from obstruction, intent on ultimate harmony in action, dwelling on the ultimate non-difference of those who realize thusness, intent on the knowledge to tear apart the net of conceptions of all sentient beings, free from attachment to any land, his mind not attached to the congregations of the Buddhas or to the purities of the Buddha lands, perceiving all sentient beings as void of self or inherent identity, realizing that all sounds are like echoes and eminently aware that all forms are like reflections. Sadhana gradually made his way to the city Simhavi Hermite Achita, looking for the girl Maitrayani. He was told, the girl Maitrayani, daughter of the Ara Simhakitu, with a retinue of 500 girls, is up on the roof of a palace of radiant jewels, sitting on a seat set on sandalwood legs and draped with nets of strings of jewels and arrayed with celestial cloth, expounding spiritual teaching. Hearing this, Sadhana entered the city, went to the house of Raja, and stood at the outer foyer, desirous of seeing the girl Maitrayani. There he saw hundreds of thousands of people going in. He asked them where they were going and why they had come, and they told him they were going to Maitrayani to hear the teaching. He thought to himself, no one is prevented from going in. So he went in. Having gone in, he saw the palace of radiant jewels set on a crystal base, with pillars of lapis lazuli and walls of diamond, ornamented with 100,000 projections of gold, furnished with countless jewel mirrors, arrayed with world-illumining jewels, spread with countless jewel nets, graced with inconceivable arrays of beautiful sounds from 100,000 golden bells shaken by the breeze. He also saw the girl Maitrayani, with dark eyes, black hair, and golden skin. Sadhana paid his respects to her and said, Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. She said, Look at the adornments of my palace. Looking all around, in each wall, each pillar, each mirror, each figure, each formation, each jewel, each golden bell, each jewel tree, each girl's body, each oyul necklace, he saw reflected images of Buddhas in the cosmos, with their first inspirations, spheres of practice and vows, manifestations of emergence in the world, mystical transformation on attainment of enlightenment, turnings of the will of teaching, and displays of ultimate extinction. This he saw in each and every object. Just as the sun, moon, and stars in the sky are seen reflected in a clear, limpid pool of water, so did all the Buddhas of the cosmos appear reflected in each object of the luminous jewel palace, this as a result of the girl Maitrayani's past roots of goodness. Having viewed this, holding in mind the features of this supernal array of visions of Buddhas, Sadhana joined his hands in a gesture of respect and turned his attention to Maitrayani's words. As he said, I have attained the 1224. The flower ornament scripture means of access to perfect wisdom from the arrangement of the totality. I saw ths from Buddhas as numerous as grains of sand in 36 Ganges rivers, and those Buddhas I introduced me to the means of access to perfect wisdom by way of the arrangement of the totality through various ways of entry into it, each different. Sadhana said, what is the sphere of this means of access to perfect wisdom by way of the arrangement of the totality? She said, focusing my attention on this means of access to perfect wisdom by way of the arrangement of the totality, meditating on it, following it, pondering it, contemplating it, making it familiar, keeping it in mind, putting it in order, putting it into effect, perfecting it, thoroughly examining it, I developed a mental control called facing in all directions. I and the sphere of mental control incalculable tens of hundreds of thousands of media of the teaching operate. Assemble, become visible, become accessibly, and develop for example the medium of Buddha lands, the medium of Buddhas, the medium of doctrines, the medium of all beings, the medium of the past, the medium of the future, the medium of the present, the medium of the limit of duration, the medium of virtue, the medium of provisions of virtue, the medium of knowledge, the medium of provisions of knowledge, the medium of vows, the medium of differentiation of vows, the medium of practices, the medium of purification of practices, the medium of accumulation of practices, the medium of fulfillment of practices, the medium of actions, the medium of harmony of actions, the medium of streams of actions, the medium of performance of actions, the medium of fields of actions, the medium of rejection of evil actions, the medium of undertaking of proper actions, the medium of control of actions, the medium of morality, the medium of guidance to right ethics, the medium of concentration, the medium of practice pursuant to concentration, the medium of contemplation in concentration, the medium of spheres of concentration, the medium of emerging from concentration, the medium of mystic knowledge, the medium of the ocean of mind, the medium of ways of thought, the medium of clearing away entanglements of mind, the medium of illumining the obscure recesses of the mind, the medium of calming and clearing the pool of the mind, the medium of capacities of the mind, the medium of the actions of the mind, the medium of occurrence of sentient beings' afflictions, the medium of defiling habit energies, the medium of the acting out of afflictions, the medium of interests, the medium of conduct of sentient beings, the medium of variety of conduct of sentient being, the medium of the productions of the world, the medium of the inclinations of sentient beings, the medium of what is in the conceptions of sentient beings, the medium of places, the medium of the realms of phenomena, the medium of great compassion, the medium of great kindness, the medium of tranquility, the medium of speech, the medium of reason, the medium of attainments, the medium of distinctions, the medium of unity, the medium of ultimate non-attachment, the medium of totality, the medium of the principles of Buddhas, the medium of the entry into the realm of reality 1225 principles of enlightening beings, the medium of the principles of disciples, the medium of the principles of individual illuminates, the medium of worldly principles, the medium of principles of formation of worlds, the medium of principles of disintegration of worlds, the medium of principles of the existence of worlds, the medium of purification of worlds, the medium of defilement of worlds, the medium of worlds with purity amid defilement, the medium of worlds with defilement amid purity, the medium of wholly defiled worlds, the medium of wholly pure worlds, the medium of levelness of worlds, the medium of inverted worlds, the medium of upside-down worlds, the medium of entry into the network of the cosmos in which everything is interrelated, the medium of revolving of worlds, the medium of being based on thoughts, the medium of the microcosmic found in the macrocosmic, the medium of the macrocosmic in the microcosmic, the medium of vision of Buddhas, the medium of variety of embodiments of Buddhas, the medium of variety of auras of Buddhas, the medium of differences in the voices of Buddhas, the medium of the production of the wheels of teaching of Buddhas, the medium of the continuity of the wheels of teaching of Buddhas, the medium of expressions of wheels of teaching of Buddhas, the medium of turning of wheels of teaching of Buddhas, the medium of embodiments of Buddhas, the medium of the audiences of Buddhas, the medium of the differences in audiences of Buddhas, the medium of entry into the oceans of audiences of Buddhas, the medium of illumination of powers of Buddhas, the medium of concentrations of Buddhas, the medium of mystic emanations from the concentrations of Buddhas, the medium of the states of Buddhas, the medium of the magic powers of Buddhas, the medium of the projected forms of Buddhas, the medium of Buddha's knowledge of what is on the minds of others, the medium of spiritual transformations of Buddhas, the medium of abiding in the state of satisfaction, the medium of the works of Buddhas up to the manifestation of ultimate extinction, the medium of works for the benefit of infinite beings, the medium of the profound doctrine of emptiness, the medium of various doctrines, the medium of forms of the practices of enlightening beings, the medium of the forms of the production of the aspiration for enlightenment, the medium of the forms of provisions of the aspiration for enlightenment, the medium of the forms of vows, the medium of the forms of practices, the medium of the forms of mystic knowledge, the medium of the forms of emancipation, the medium of the forms of purification of mental control, the medium of the forms of purification of the sphere of knowledge, the medium of the forms of purification of wisdom, the medium of the infinite forms of enlightenment, the medium of forms of purification of mindfulness. I know this means of access to perfect wisdom, which is the array of total mindfulness. How can I now the practice or tell the virtues of the enlightening beings whose minds arc like space, whose intellects are broad as the cosmos, whose mental flow is based on accumulated virtue, who have attained transmundane understanding, who do not practice worldly ways. 1226 The flower ornament scripturi, who have attained the eye of the light of knowledge without obscurity, who clearly discern all realms of reality, whose awareness is infinite as space, whose eyes are mindful of all objects, who are filled with the light of the state of non-obstruction, who are skilled in analyzing all doctrines, meanings, and statements, who are not overcome by any world, who conduct themselves well according to worldly standards and are irreproachable in any worldly state, who are intent on the well-being of all worlds, who are a refuge for all beings, who know the manners and courtesies of speech of all worlds, who can give the appearances of dress and habitation of all worlds as they wish, and who are masters of all wheels of time. Go south, to the land called Trinayana, where a monk named Sudarshana lives. Go ask him how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. Then Sudhana paid his respects to Maitrayani and left. Sudarshana then, contemplating the profound discernment of enlightening beings' knowledge, the profound attainment of the base of the reality realm, the profound knowledge of all subtleties, the profundity of the conceptuality of the world, the profundity oft base of non-doing, the profundity oft base of the mental stream, the profundity of the base of interdependent origination, the profundity of the plane of truth in terms of inherent nature, the profundity of the plane of truth in terms of the conventions of sentient beings, the profundity of the ground of adornment of the cosmos, the profundity of the plane of observation of the operation of the body, and the profundity of the ground of the world of action and thought. Sudhana made his way to the land of Trinayana. Looking for the monk Sudarshana in towns and cities, marketplaces and villages, in herding stations, in hermitages, in the provinces, in mountains, caves, and forests, he saw Sudarshana walking around in a certain woods, young and handsome, with the physical marks and embellishments of a great man, his gaze steady, mindful, of vast intelligence, intent on the sphere of insuperable knowledge, his mind free from all vacillation, vain imagination, idle fancies, and false ideas, abiding in pure knowledge, aware of the vast range of enlightened knowledge, firmly resolved to guide all beings to full development, with a vast sphere of great compassion, aiming to bear the eye of the teachings of all Buddhas, aiming to produce the light of knowledge in all sentient beings, ever mindful of the way of the enlightened, treading it for the sake of all sentient beings, walking quietly and steadily, neither quickly nor slowly, dressed like the deities of the pure abodes, surrounded by all kinds of beings. Furthermore, in front of Sudarshana as he walked were deities off direction who caused the world to turn. Footstep following deities received H's steps on jewel lotuses, fire deities with inexhaustible spheres of light dispelled the darkness, forest deities showered rain of flowering plants, earth deities, the entry into the realm, one reality 122-7 source of stability, revealed jewel mines, sky deities, their splendor illumining everywhere, adorned the sky, glorious ocean deities scattered great jewels over him, polar mountain deities, full of purity, fall ded their hands in respectful salutation, wind deities of unobstructed power gave off a fragrant flowery breeze, springly canite deities prostrated their beautifully adorned bodies in respect, ever-awakening daylight deities hovered in the sky holding banners of radiant jewels to produce light. Sudhana went up to the monk Sudarshana, paid his respects, and said, "Noble one, I have set out for supreme perfect enlightenment and seek the practice of enlightening beings. I have heard you give enlightening beings instruction, and I ask you to tell me how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings." Sudarshana said, "I am young, and Habe only recently become a monk. At that, in one Elifa I have performed religious practice in the company of as many Buddhas as grains off sand in 38 Ganges rivers. With some I performed spiritual practice for a day and a night, with some for a week, with some for a fortnight, with some for a month, with some for a year, with some for a century, with some for a millennium, with some for 100 millennia, with some for 1,000,000 years, with some for a trillion years, with some for untold, inexpressible numbers of years, with some for an intermediate eon, with some for half an eon, with some for an eon, with some for as long as untold, inexpressible numbers of khans, and from all those Buddhas I heard explanation of the teaching and received instruction. My vows were purified, my sphere of practice entering into the realm of realization was purified, the oceans of transcendent ways were fulfilled, I perceived their mystical transformations on attainment of enlightenment, I remembered their successive cycles of teaching without confusion, I realized the equality of their powers, and I preserved their instructions till the end of the right doctrine. I also realized all those Buddhas' past vows for the purification of their Buddha lands, by the power of accomplishment of concentration on the sphere of vows. I also realized those Buddhas' past enlightening practices for the purification of their own practice, by the power of attainment of concentration entering into all practices. I realized those Buddhas' purification of the transcendent ways, by the power of setting out on university or sal, why good practice. Furthermore, as I walk here, all realms flow toward me because of keenly observant knowledge being brought to the fore, all worlds flow away from me for the purification of passing over untold worlds in a single thought, by the power of accomplishment of great vows. In a single thought untold practical principles for sentient beings appear to me, for the fulfillment of the knowledge of the 10 powers, by the power of carrying out the vows of practice of universally good enlightening beings. In a single thought the purities of visions of untold Buddha lands appear to me, so I may honor, attend, and serve as many Buddhas as atoms in untold Buddha lands, by the power of carrying out the vow to serve former and future Buddhas. In a Sin 1228 the flower ornament scripture gle thought the teachings of untold Buddhas occur to my mind, by the power of carrying out the vow to remember wheels of teaching accompanied by countless ways of proceeding with the teachings in action. In a single thought, untold oceans of enlightening practices appear to me, for the purification of all spheres of practice, by the power of carrying out the vow to fulfill the practices of enlightening beings, which are all interrelated. In a single thought, untold oceans of concentrations become manifest to me, for the purification of all spheres of concentration, by the power of carrying out the vow to comprehend all ways of concentration in one way of concentration. In a single thought untold oceans of faculties appear to me, for adaptation to all faculties and times, by the power of carrying out the vow to attain the faculty of ultimate mindfulness. In a single thought, untold wheels of time are manifest to me, for conveying timely teachings, by the power of carrying out the endless vow to continue till the end of sentient beings. In a single thought, until the oceans of all pasts, presents, and futures appear to me, for the definition of past, present, and future in all worlds, by the power of carrying out the vow for illumination of comprehensive knowledge. So I know the enlightening liberation, the lamp of knowledge which is never extinguished. How can I know the practice or tell the virtues of the enlightening beings with adamantine will who are born in the families of all Buddhas, who have undying roots, whose light of knowledge is never extinguished, who have indestructible bodies, whose magical forms are without end, who embody the principle of relativity, who appear to sentient beings according to their mentalities, whose bodies appear like those of all beings in color, form, and size, whose bodies are not harmed by fire, poisons, or weapons, whose beings are invulnerable as adamantine mountains, who vitiate the power of all demons and opponents, who shine like mountains of gold, whose bodies stand out among all beings, whose bodies are perceived by all beings, who are heard of everywhere, who are looked up to by all sentient beings, who are minds of the earth of all truths, who illumine all quarters, who are seen without opposition because they have destroyed the mountains of obstructions, who are seen as supreme heroes because they extirpate all roots of evil, who are a welcome sight because they are products of many virtues, who are like Yudambara flowers because they very rarely appear. South of here, in the land of Shramanamandala, is a city called Sumaka, where a boy named Indra Yeshvara lives. Go ask him how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. Then, intent on purifying attainment of the valor of enlightening beings, his mind illumined by the light of the power of enlightening beings, with the invincible energy of enlightening beings in his heart, his mind girded with the armor of the steadfast vows of enlightening beings, the breadth of the firm basis of intent of enlightening beings on his mind, determined to maintain the multitude of practices of enlightening beings, never tiring of the ways of enlightening beings, resolved to attain all qualities of enlightened entry into the realm of reality 1229 beings, desiring to offer himself as a charioteer for all beings, desiring to bring all beings across the wasteland of the mundane world, never tiring of seeing, listening to, and attending spiritual benefactors, with immeasurable respect for the teaching. Sudhana paid his respects to the monk Sudarshana and left. Indra Yeshvara thinking about the instruction of Sudarshana, applying it, passing it on, investigating it, talking about it, revealing it, contemplating it, approaching it, following it, reflecting on the principle of his teaching, entering into it, bringing it near, analyzing it, explaining it, elucidating it, pondering it, Sudhana, surrounded by celestial beings, spirits, and cherubim, made his way to the city of Sumaka and the land of Shramanamandala, looking for the boy Indra Yeshvara. Then, when Sudhana got to the city Sumaka, near a river junction, he saw Indra Yeshvara, surrounded by 10,000 boys, playing in the sand. He went up to Indra Yeshvara, paid his respects, and said, "Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings." Indra Yeshvara said, "I have been taught writing and mathematics by Manjay Ushari, and have been led into the door of knowledge encompassing HRK knowledge of all practical arts. So I know all the various arts and crafts and sciences in the world dealing with writing, mathematics, and symbols, physiology, rhetoric, physical and mental HLTH, city planning, architecture and construction, mechanics and engineering, divination, agriculture and commerce, conduct and manners, good and bad actions, good and bad principles, what makes for felicity and what for misery, what is necessary for the vehicles of Buddhas, disciples, and individual illuminates, what is necessary for Buddhahood, and behavior linking reason and action. I know all these sciences, and I also introduce and teach them to people, and get people to study and practice them, to master and develop them, using these as means to purify, refine, and broaden people. I myself know enlightening beings' method of reckoning, which goes like this: hundred thousand is a koti squared is an ayota squared is a nyota squared is a bimbara squared is a kinkara squared is an agara squared is a pravara squared is a mapara squared is a tapara squared is a sima squared is a yama squared is a nema squared is an avaga squared is a mrgava squared is a virga squared is a vigava squared is a samkrama squared is a visara squared is a vibhaja squared is a vijangha squared is a vishoda squared is a vivaha squared is a vibhakta squared is a vikeda squared is an ilana squared is an avana squared is a thavana squared is a viparya, a 1230. The flower ornament scripture viparya squared is a samaya squared is a vidarna squared is a hichura squared is a vikara squared is a vyavasta squared is an abhyajata squared is a vishishta, a Vishishta squared is a Nilamba squared is a Harita squared is a Vikshobha squared is a Halita squared is a Luri, a Uri squared is an Aloka square CD is a Drishvanta squared is a Hituna squared is an Cia, an Ella squared is a Dumla squared is a Kashmu squared is an Iluta squared is a Balyuta squared is a Samata squared is a Visata squared is a Pramatra squared is an Amantra squared is a Bitra mantra squared is a Gamantra squared is a Namantra squared is an Ahimantra squared is a Vimantra squared is a Paramantra squared is a Shiva mantra, a Shiva mantra squared is a Delu squared is a Valu squared is a Jalu squared is a Kilu squared is a Nilu squared is a Balu squared is a Kalu squared is a Selu squared is a Pelu squared is a Milu squared is a Sarada squared is a Barudu squared is a Kiladu squared is a Malyadu squared is a Samalu squared is an Athava squared is a Kumala squared is an Agava squared is an Adaru squared is a Halura squared is a Marayu squared is a Karana squared is a Dhana squared is a Pramada squared is a Nigama squared is a Nupavarta squared is a Nirdasa squared is an Akshaya squared is a Samhuta squared is a Mamama squared is an Avada squared is an Utpala squared is a Padma squared is a Sankhya squared is a Gadi squared is an Upama squared is an Apamaya squared is incalculable, and incalculable to the fourth power is measureless, a measureless to the fourth power is boundless, a boundless to the fourth power is incomparable, and incomparable to the fourth power is uncountable, and uncountable to the fourth power is unqualied, and unequal to the fourth power is inconceivable, and inconceivable etothe fourth power is immeasurable, and immeasurable tothe fourth power is unspeakable, and unspeakable to the fourth power is unspeakably, and unspeakably unspeakable squared is untold. He counted out the grains of sand in the miles-wide mass of sand before him, telling how many grains of sand there were, and how many unspeakably numbers of grains of sand there were. Then, having indicated this by these conventions of enumeration, he said, "This counting device serves enlightening beings for the succession of worlds. By this method of counting they count the multitudes of worlds in the 10 directions. This method of counting serves enlightening beings in indicating the worlds in the 10 directions in an orderly continuum. By this method of counting, enlightening beings count the string of names of worlds in the 10 directions. As in the case of indications of the string of names of worlds, in the same way this method of counting serves enlightening beings in indicating the successions and try into the realm, F reality 12310 F names of eons, Buddhas, doctrines, sentient beings, actions, and indeed everything in the 10 directions. I know this light of knowledge of enlightening beings which is characterized by higher knowledge of all arts and sciences. How can I know the practice, tell of the virtues, indicate the range, show the sphere, describe the power, how the will elucidate the preparation, explain the commitment, show the conduct, illumine the purity of transcendent ways, expound the purity of accomplishment, tell of the sphere of concentration, or approach the light of knowledge of the enlightening beings who know the number of all worlds, who know the number of all modes of spiritual practice, who know the number of pasts, presents, and futures, who know the number of all sentient beings, who know the number of all bodies of doctrine, who know the number of enlightenments of all Buddhas, and who command the will of names of all the teachings. South of here is a city called Samudrapradishthana, where lives a lay devotee named Prabhuda. Go ask her how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. Having heard the words of the spiritual benefactor, Sudhana was thrilled hepaidhisrespresentooklesntoookle abeofindra yeshvara, abang obtained the treasure of Willthat is rare and most difficult to obtain, setting out to act benevolently toward all, yable to perceive the succession of emergence of Buddhas, intent on the wisdom to clarify the sphroof the teaching, intent on showing the various means of emancipation. Every white air, aware of past, present, and future without confusion, his mind an inexhaustible ocean of virtue, in control of the light of Jrit knowledge, having broken open the doors of confinement in the city of mundane existence. Prahhu ta then, receiving the multitude of teachings of spiritual benefactors as the ocean receives torrential rains without being filled, the sprouts of his faculties raised from clear ground and developed by the rays of light of knowledge of sun-like spiritual benefactors, his body and mind cooled by the aura of light of teaching of the full moon of spiritual benefactors, having drunk the water of the teachings of spiritual benefactors like a herd of animals burnt by the heat of the summer sun, the lotuses of his mind opened like a blooming lotus pond by the instructions of spiritual benefactors like water flowing from the snowy mountains, his being illumined by the practice of the precious instructions of spiritual benefactors, like a treasure island covered with jewels, successful in accumulating knowledge and virtue according to the instructions of spiritual benefactors, like a great tree laden with flowers and fruits, having an abundant store of earning of instructions of spiritual benefactors, like a great cloud in the sky produced by the sport of dragons, a radiant mountain peak of various virtues arising from the instruction of spiritual benefactors like the wonderful peak of the world of the 1232 the flower on Zamt Scripturi 33 heavens, full of pure qualities produced by the instructions of spiritual benefactors, overpowering and invincible like the god Indra surrounded by the deities of the 33 heavens who conquers the leaders and hordes of titans. Sudhana made his way to the city Samudrapradisthana, looking for the devotee Prabhuda. He was told by the people there that Prabhuda was in her house in the middle of town. Sudhana went to Prabhuda's house and stood before the entrance with his hands joined in respectful salutation. He saw that her house was very large, covered with precious ornaments, with doors on all four sides, arrayed with countless jewels, the resultee of the development of inconceivable virtues. Entering the house and looking around, he saw the devotee Prabhuda in a jeweled chair, young, slim, fresh, in the blossom of youth, radiantly beautiful, her hair hanging loose, wearing no ornaments on her body, clothed in pure white garments. Except for Buddhas and enlightening beings, no one came to that house whom she did not overwhelm by her appearance, her mastery of mind, her radiance, her voice, or her splendor. All who saw Prabhuda, whether human or celestial beings, thought of her as a teacher. Also, in her house were arrayed 10 million seats, superior to those of celestials and humans, perfected by the deeds of enlightening beings. There were no provisions of food or drink, or clothing, or jewelry or other accoutrements to be seen in the house, except for a vessel placed before her. He also saw 10,000 ladies like goddesses standing before her, wearing celestial clothing and ornaments, with pleasing voices like goddesses. Those ladies, her attendants, responding to her word, waited on her, watched her, kept their attention on her, respectfully saluted her, looked at her, bowed to her, and expressed their reverence for her. The fragrance from their bodies perfumed the whole city, and all who smelled the fragrance became free from malice, free from hostility, non-violent, free from envy and jealousy, free from guile and deceitfulness, disciplined, mentally unobstructed, free from depression and elation, even-minded, altruistic, restrained in mind, charitable. And whoever heard their voices became happy, joyful, and blue in mind. And whoever saw them felt themselves freed of lust. Then Sudhana paid his respects to Prabhuda and politely said to her, Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. I hear you give enlightening beings instruction, so I beg of you to tell me how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. She said, I have attained an enlightening liberation which is an inexhaustible treasury of manifestations of good. From this one vessel I satisfy sentient beings of various tastes with food conforming to their wishes, with various sauces and spices, of various colors and aromas. From this one vessel I satisfy even 100 beings with whatever food they wish, even 1,000 beings, 100,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000 I satisfy untold numbers of sentient beings of various tastes with whatever foods they wish, gratifying and pleasing them and making them happy, and yet this vessel entry into the realm of reality 1233 does not diminish or run out. In this way, even if as many sentient beings as atoms in a continent, or 4 continents, or 1,000 world universe, or 1,000,000 world universe, or 1,000,000,000 world universe, or even if as many sentient beings as atoms in untold Buddha lands come to me with various tastes, I satisfy, please, and delight them with foods according to their wishes, with various sauces, spices, colors, and aromas, yet this vessel never diminishes or runs out, it is never depleted or exhausted. Even if all the beings in all worlds in the 10 directions, with various tastes and desires, should come to me, I will satisfy them all with whatever food they wished. And as with food, so also would I satisfy and please them with various kinds of drinks, various delicacies, various couches, various clothing, various flowers, various garlands, various fragrances, various incenses, various unguents, various aromatic powders, various jewels, various ornaments, various conveyances, various parasols, various banners, various pennants, and various kinds of utensils. Furthermore, any Buddhist disciples or individual illuminates in their last embodiment in one world in the East who attain the fruit of discipleship or individual illumination all do so after having eaten my food. And as this is true in one world in the East, so it is true in 100 worlds, 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000, in as many worlds as atoms in a continent, as many worlds as atoms in 4 continents, as many worlds as atoms in 1,000 world universe, as many worlds as atoms in 1,000,000 world universe, as many worlds as atoms in 1,000,000,000 world universe, up to as many worlds as atoms in untold Buddha lands. Those who realize the fruit of discipleship or individual illumination do so after having eaten my food. And as this is true in so many worlds to the East, so it is true in the worlds in all 10 directions. The enlightening beings in one world in the East who are bound to attain enlightenment in one lifeall sit on the site of enlightenment, conquer the demons, and realize supreme perfect enlightenment after having eaten my food. The same is true of the enlightening beings to realize enlightenment in one life in up to as many worlds as atoms in untold Buddha lands in each of the 10 directions. They all sit on the site of enlightenment, conquer the demons, and realize supreme perfect enlightenment after having eaten my food. Do you see these 10,000 women, my companions? Beginning with these, there are countless tens of hundreds of thousands of women whose practice is the same as mine, who are one in vows, one in roots of goodness, one in ways of emancipation, one in purity of devotion, equal in purity of mindfulness, one in purity of deportment, equal in infinity of understanding, equal in attainment of spiritual faculties, equal in pervasive awareness, equal in range of sphere of action, equal in penetration of spiritual principles, equal in ascertainment of meanings, equal in elucidation of doctrines and meanings, equal in purity of form, equal in infinity of power, equal in unsurpassed energy, equal in voicing truth, equal in purity of voice, equal in purity of qualities in all manners by manifesting infinite virtues. 1234 The flower ornament scripture equal in purity of action by virtue of purity of results of irreproachable actions, equal in pervasive kindness by virtue of saving all sentient beings, equal in pervasive compassion by virtue of tirelessly developing all sentient beings, equally pure in physical action by virtue of appearing to all sentient beings in forms that please them, equally pure in speech in usage expressing the realm of realities, equal in going to the assemblues of all Buddhas, equal in speeding to Buddhalands to attend all the Buddhas, equal in direct knowledge in understanding the principles of all doctrines, equal in purity of practice in attainment of all the stages of enlightening beings. These 10,000 women pervade the 10 directions in a single instant to present food to the enlightening beings who are bound to become enlightened in one lifetime, giving them food from this same vessel. They pervade the 10 directions to give food and drink to the saints and individual illuminatees who are in their last existence. They go everywhere and satisfy all hungry ghosts with food. I also satisfy all the celestial beings with seals tile food from this same vessel. I satisfy dragons with dragon food, spirits with spirit food, cherubim with cherub food, titans with titan food, birds with bird food, centaurs with centaur food, serpents with serpent food, humans with human food, and non-humans with non-human food. Come here and in a moment you shall see with your own eyes. No sooner had Prabhupada said these words than immeasurable numbers of such beings came in through the 4 doors of her house, invited by Prabhupada's standing vow. Prabhupada seated them in the places prepared and satisfied them with whatever kind of foods they wished, pleasing and delighting them. In the same way she also satisfied and pleased them with various drinks, delicacies, seats, couches, conveyances, clothes, flowers and garlands, perfumes and incenses, unguents and aromatic powders, ornaments, jeweled chariots, parasols, banners, pennants, and utensils. She satisfied all the various kinds of beings with their various kinds of food, yet the vessel was not depleted or exhausted, it never ran out. Then Prabhupada said to Sadhana, I know this enlightening liberation, which is an inexhaustible treasury of manifestations of good. How can I know the practice or tell the virtues of enlightening beings whose goodness is inexhaustible because oft endlessness oft ocean of good, who are like the sky in that they have produced a vast store of good, who are like wishful filling jewels in that they fulfill the wishes of all sentient beings, who are mountains of good because they protect the roots of goodness of all beings, who are great clouds of good as they shower jewel rain on all beings, who are superintendents of the great treasury of good in that they open the door of the city of truth, who are great lamps of good in that they dispel the darkness of destitution for all sentient beings. South of here is a city called Mahasamhava, where a householder named Vidvan lives. Go ask him how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. Then Sadhana, paying his respects to the devotee Prabhupada, looking at her entry into the realm of reality 1235 again and agam without tyranny of the sight of her, took his leave and departed. Vid 11a11 then, having gained the illumination of that enlightening liberation which is an inexhaustible treasury of goodness, reflecting on that ocean of good, gazing into that sky of good, climbing that mountain of good, gathering that mass of good, plunging into that stream of good, crossing that bridge of good, purifying that sphere of good, viewing that treasury of good, recalling that principle of good, contemplating that eye of good, purifying that multitude of good. Sadhana made his way to the city of Mahasamhava and looked all around for Vidvan, seeking a spiritual benefactor. Luking for Vidvan, his whole being perfumed by the sight of spiritual benefactors, finding strength in spiritual benefactors, relying on spiritual benefactors, striving to follow spiritual benefactors, with tireless vigor and attending spiritual benefactors, allhis roots of goodness due to spiritu 1l benefactors, all his stores of virtue sustained by spiritual benefactors, his practice of skill means developed by spiritual benefactors, his roots of goodness grown. Gby skill and attendance of spiritual benefactors without depending on others, his will for enlightenment becoming purified, his enlightening faculties developing, all his roots of goodness maturing his accomplishments of great vows growing, his great compassion be broadening, seeing himself near omniscience, receiving the light of teaching of all Buddhas by the practice of universally good enlightening beings, the manifestations of the 10 powers of Buddhas are increasing. Sudhana saw Vidvan at a crossroads in the middle of the city, on a seat on a high pedestal made of innumerable jewels, set on eggs of diamonds and emeralds, with a web of white cowries on golden strings, set in pure jewels, with 500 ornamental jewel figurines, arrayed with multicolored celestial cloth, with celestial bandas and pennants flying above, covered with many nets of jewels, overspread with a reed canopy of jewels, with garlands of gold and jewels hanging from it. A golden parasol with a handle of pure lapis lazuli was held over Vidvan, and he was being fanned by plumes made of pure white goose feathers, while various incenses perfumed the air around him. He was attended by 10,000 people of equally virtuous past conduct, finer in appearance than celestials or humans, perfect in the will of enlightening beings, adorned with ornaments superior to those of the gods, playing music sweeter than that of the heavens to please the people in the city, and show RNG celestial flowers. Seeing Vidvan, Sudhana went up to him, paid his respects, and said, "Noble one, I have set out for supreme perfect enlightenment for the benefit of all beings, to extinguish the sufferings of all beings, to lead them to ultimate happiness, to rescue them from the ocean of the mundane world, to deliver them to the island of wells of truth, to evaporate their cravings, to produce great compassion in them, to divert their craving for sensual please 123:6 the flower ornament scripture and arouse in them craving for enlightened knowledge, to help them all cross over the wildness of the mundane world, to develop in them a taste for the way of Buddhahood, to lead them out of the city of mundane states and lead them to the city of omniscience. But I do not know how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. Noble one, I hear that you give enlightening beings instruction, so I ask you to tell me how an enlightening being is to learn the practice of enlightening beings, and how enlightening beings in the course of learning become a refuge for all sentient beings." Vidvan replied, "It is good that you have aroused the aspiration for supreme perfect enlightenment. Rare are those who aspire to supreme perfect enlightenment, and rare are those who, having aspired to enlightenment, are tireless in seeking the practices of enlightening beings by meeting spiritual benefactors, who do not weary of going to spiritual benefactors, who are not pained by attendance on spiritual benefactors, who are not depressed by the difficulty of approaching spiritual benefactors, who do not give up seeking spiritual benefactors, who do not turn away from the sight of the countenance of spiritual benefactors, who do not get discouraged in the path taught by spiritual benefactors, who do not tire in the service of spiritual benefactors. Do you see my companions? I inspired them all to seek supreme perfect enlightenment, I caused them to be born in the family of Buddhas, I nourished them by providing them with the ways of transcendence, I got them to alive in good ways, I developed them in the 10 powers of Buddhas, I lifted them out of worldliness, I established them in the ranks of the enlightened, I removed them from the circle of mundane states, I started them in the cycle of enlightening teaching, I saved them from falling into bad conditions, I led them to realization of equality of things, for thus do enlightening beings become saviors of all sentient beings. I have attained good works produced from the treasury of mind, to those who need food I give food, to those who need drink I give drink, to those who need clothing I give clothing, to those who need flowers I give flowers, to those who want garlands I give garlands, to those who need perfumes or incenses I give perfumes or incenses, to those who need ornaments I give ornaments, to those who need jewels I give jewels, to those who need gold I give gold, to those who need silver I give silver. To those who need pearls I give pearls, to those who need chairs I give chairs, to those who need beds I give beds, to those who need means of transportation I give means of transportation, to those who need medicine I give medicine, and so on. Whatever the needs, I provide them. Come here, and in a moment you will see for yourself." As soon as Vidvan had spoken these words, innumerable beings gathered at his house, summoned by his past vows. They came from various regions, various nations, various cities, various towns, and various groups, of various conditions, various states of consciousness, various degrees of purity of sense, desiring various kinds of food, obeying various inclinations, needing diverse kinds of sustenance according to their states of being. They were E11 into the realm Sif reality 123-7 invited by The Thou O Foot He enlightening being, by The power O Foot He enlightening being, by the sounds of the drums of unattached giving, they came to Vidvan, looked at him, and made requests of him. Seeing them gathered there begging, Vidvan thought for a moment, then looked at the sky. From the sky various kinds of food and drink streamed into his hand, and this Vidvan gave to the beggars according to their various tastes and desires, satisfying and delighting them with the food and drink they wanted, with the best kinds of all means of subsistence. Then, after satisfying them, he expounded the teaching to them, that is, he elucidated means of accumulating a great store of knowledge, means of eliminating all poverty, means of producing all enjoyments, means of finding ways to knowledge of truth, means of accumulating a vast store of virtue, means of being able to feed on joy, means of attaining a body adorned with the marks and embellishments of greatness, means of attaining purity of invincible power, means of attaining knowledge of uninterrupted livelihood, and means of attaining inexhaustible good powers overcoming the power of all demons. As for those who came for food, once they were satisfied by the various foods from the sky, he taught them to attain intelligence for life, health, and strength. As for those who came for drink, once they were satisfied by the various fine, good, and pleasant drinks, he taught them to put an end to mundane cravings and develop craving for the pleasure of the way of enlightenment. Those who came for delicacies he satisfied with sweets, and then taught them to attain the refined characteristics of great people. Those who came for means of transportation he satisfied with gifts of various vehicles, then tau ght them to get on the G-Reet vehicle of universal enlightenment. Seeing those who came for clothing, he thought for a moment and looked at the sky, then from the sky immaculate clothes of various colors fell into his hand, giving them to the beggars. He taught them purification by attainment of Buddha's supreme golden complexion of modesty. Having provided each of the beggars with their needs, he taught them according to what they were fit for. Having shown Sudhana the inconceivable scope of this enlightening liberation, Vidvan said to him, "Ik now the liberation of the capacity of the treasury of mind. How can I know the practice, tell the virtues, or show the miracles of the enlightening beings who have attained control over paraphernalia, who have treasure-producing hands, who cover all worlds with their hands, as treasuries of offerings to Buddhas, and shower rain from clouds of various jewels in the assemblies of all Buddhas, various clouds of ornaments, towers, clothing, celestial music and song, fragrances, incenses, unguents, aromatic powders, robes, parasols, banners, pennants, and all kind of paraphernalia, raining all kinds of offerings for Buddhas, in the assemblies of all Buddhas, in the abodes of all beings, to serve all Buddhas and to develop and guide all sentient beings. South of here is a city called Simhapoda. An eminent person named Ratnashita lives there. Go ask him how to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings." 1238 The flower Anza Mcllt Scripturi Sudhana, pleased, elated, uplifted, overjoyed, expressing his respect for the householder Vidvan as a disciple for a teacher, in honor of the Thing, seeing all qualities of Buddhahood as being fostered by him, seeing omniscience as coming from Him, Shing undying regard for spiritual benefactors, showing the inconceivability of unlimited knowledge in spiritual friends, acting in accord with the mastery of spiritual benefactors, heeding the instructions of spiritual benefactors, meditating on the faculty of faith deriving from spiritual benefactors, in quest of the instruction of spiritual benefactors, his mind on propitiation of spiritual benefactors, paid his respects to Vidvan and left. Raflakluta then, resorting to that water of goodness, watching that field of goodness, clearing off that mountain of goodness, plunging into that channel of goodness, opening that treasury of goodness, looking into that mine of goodness, clarifying that sphere of goodness, gathering that mass of goodness, generating that power of goodness, increasing that stream of goodness, Sudhana made his way to Simhapoda city. Looking all over for the religious eminent Ratnashita, he saw him in the middle of marketplace. Sudhana went up to him, paid his respects, and said, "Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how to learn or carry out the practice of enlightening beings. Please teach me the path of enlightening beings, on which path I may set out for omniscience." Ratnashita took Sudhana to his house and showed it to him, saying, "Look at my house." Looking it over, Sudhana saw that the house was radiant, made of gold, wide and high, surrounded by silver walls, adorned with crystal terraces, embellished with hundreds of thousands of lapis lazuli turrets. On coral pillars there was a lion seat arrayed with red pearls, flying lion banners made of starry jewels, covered with a canopy of radiant jewels, draped with a net of wish-fulfilling jewels, arrayed with countless gemstones. There was a lotus pond, with cool water, made of emeralds. Surrounded by trees of all kinds of jewels, the house was large, 10 stories high, with 8 doors. Entering the house, Sudhana looked around. On the first floor he saw supplies of food and drink being given away. On the second floor he saw all kinds of clothing being given away. And the third floor he saw all kinds of jewelry being given away. And the fourth floor he saw royal concubines, the most talented women on earth, being given away. On the fifth floor he saw a gathering of enlightening beings of the fifth stage, celebrating the teaching in song, thinking and acting for the welfare and happiness of the world, practicing all sciences, putting into effect the method of mystic spells, the ocean of concentration, emergence from concentration, contemplation in concentration, and the light of knowledge. And the sixth floor he saw a gathering of enlightening beings who had attained transcendent wisdom, who had profound wisdom, who had mystic knowledge of the quiescence of all entry into the realm of reality 1239 phenomena, who were completely familiar with the comprehensive method containing the method of concentration spells of the stages, whose sphere of action was unimpeded, who practiced non-dualism, who were making songs of the teaching following the process of transcendence by wisdom. Analyzing and opening it up a door of transcendent wisdom called matrix of equality, a door of transcendent wisdom called orderly analysis of the knowledge of all sentient beings, a door of transcendent wisdom called unmoving, a door of transcendent wisdom called light of dispassion, a door of transcendent wisdom called invincible matrix, a door of transcendent wisdom called world illumining sphere, a door of transcendent wisdom called sphere of ways to attainment, a door of transcendent wisdom called oceanic matrix, a door of transcendent wisdom called attainment of equanimity of the universal I, a door of transcendent wisdom called arrival at the inexhaustible treasure, a door of transcendent wisdom called ocean of all ways to truth, a door of transcendent wisdom called entry into the ocean of all beings, a door of transcendent wisdom called unobstructed intelligence, a door of transcendent wisdom called sight of gradual descent of the clouds of the teaching he saw in Li. Beings in untold numbers of orderly groups singing in sea chorus of countless tens of hundreds of thousands of such doors of transcendent wisdom. On the seventh floor he saw a gathering of enlightening beings who had attained acceptance of the fact that all sounds are like echoes, who were completely familiar with ascertainment of knowledge of means, and who took in the multitude of teachings of all Buddhas. On the eighth floor he saw a gathering of enlightening beings who had attained undiminishing mystic knowledge, who observed all worlds, who were able to appear reflected in all communities, whose bodies were distributed evenly throughout all universes, who perceived the presence of all Buddhas as a unified sphere, who were united with the body of all Buddhas, who were chief interlocutors in the audiences of all Buddhas. On the ninth floor he saw a gathering of enlightening beings who were to attain Buddhahood in one lifetime. On the 10th floor he saw the oceans of first inspirations, practices, emancipations, and vows of all Buddhas, mystic displays of all ways of enlightenment, the audiences of all Buddhas, the sounds of teachings of all Buddhas, magical displays to edify all sentient beings. Obeying seen this, Sudhana said to Ratnashita, Noble one, how did you achieve this? Where did you plant roots of goodness resulting in such an attainment? Ratnashita said, I remember that in the past, eons ago, more than as many eons ago as atoms in a Buddha land, in a world called Edwil of many colors, a Buddha named King of Teaching adorning the cosmos with infinite rays of light emerged in the world, tamer and leader of people, teacher of celestials and humans, accomplished in knowledge and action, blissful, supreme knower oft world, enlightened, blessed. Together with a billion disciples led by radiance of knowledge, and a trillion enlightening beings led by energy oft son of knowledge, he went to a royal park at the invitation of the king master of the law. I played music for that Buddha in the 1240 the flower ornament scripture middle of the marketplace of the city and burned one all of incense as an offering to the Buddha and the enlightening beings and disciples. By the burning of that one ball of incense, the whole continent was covered by infinitely various fragrant clouds in the forms of all sentient beings for 7 days, and from those clouds emerged such sounds as these: inconceivable is the Buddha, possessed of a body of knowledge extensive as past, present, and future, omniscient, free from all obstructions, rid of all afflictions and habit energies, raised by all enlightened ones, sincere, giver of the fruits of measureless omniscience. Concentration of all knowledge. Such utterances came from the incense clouds by the power of Buddha to develop my roots of goodness to maturity and to rapidly generate roots of goodness in inconceivable numbers of beings. I dedicated the root of goodness in that miraculous vision of the Buddha's power to 3 points, to forever ending poverty, to always hearing truth, and to meeting all enlightened and enlightening spiritual benefactors. I can now this enlightening liberation of the supernal manifestation of the sphere of unobstructed vows. How can I know the practice or tell the virtues of enlightening beings who are minds of inconceivable, immeasurable virtude, who have entered the indivisible ocean of Buddha bodies, who take in the indivisible multitude of truths, who have attained an indivisible ocean of virtues, who have spread the net of practice of universal good, who have entered the realm of indivisible absorption, whose roots of goodness are one with those of all enlightening beings, who abide in the pure non-discrimination of Buddhas, who have entered the indivisible equality of past, present, and future, who alive continuously through all ages without tiring, who are in the stage of sphere oft unfragmented universal I. South of Hr is a land called Vetramaleka. A perfumer named Samantanitra lives in a city there called Samantamukha. Go ask him how an enligh tending being is to learn and carry out the practice of enligh tending beings. Then Sudhana paid his respects to Ratnashita and left. Saman ta etra immersed in the endless vision of Buddhas, in communication with the endless congregation of enlightening beings, illumined by the endless means of the way of enlightening beings, his mind broadened and made sure by the endless principles of enlightening beings, pure in the endless path of devotion of enlightening beings, imbued with the infinite light of faculties of enlightening beings, secure in the infinite will power of enlightening beings, consciously following the infinite practice of enlightening beings, generating the infinite power of vows of enlightening beings, characterized by the infinite invincibility of enlightening beings, abiding in the infinite light of knowledge of enlightening beings, aware of the infinite law of enlightening beings, Sudhana made his way to the land called Vetramaleka, where he looked for the city Samantamukha, searching all over, here, an entry into the realm of reality 124 one there, in the highlands and the lowlands. Over evil and rough terrain, with tireless determination, unceasing, single-minded, with unflagging vigor and an inexhaustible mind, never forgetting the instructions of spiritual benefactors, wishing always to speak with spiritual benefactors, his senses full wide aware, rid of all heedlessness, his eyes and ears open, he searched all over for the city of Samantamukha, and finally saw it, in the middle of the country of Vetramaleka, surrounded by 10,000 towns, with strong, high walls, adorned in 48 ways. He saw the perfumer Samantanitra in a perfumer's shop in the city. Seeing Samantanitra, Sudhana went up to him, paid his respects, and said, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. Samantanitra said, it is good that you aspire to supreme perfect enlightenment. I know the maladies of all sentient beings and how to cure those maladies. All who come to me from the 10 directions, I cure of their maladies. Once they are cured, bathed, and anointed, I satisfy them with suitable ornaments, clothes, and food, and furnish them with immeasurable wealth. After that I teach them, presenting impurity to rid them of lust, praising great love to rid them of hatred, showing them analysis of elements to rid them of delusion. I teach them to get rid of the afflictions of action equally combining lust, hatred, and delusion by illuminating the ways to higher knowledge. I clarify the means of producing the determination for enlightenment by talking about the virtuous qualities of all Buddhas. I elucidate the means of producing great compassion by showing the immeasurable miseries of the mundane world. I elucidate the means of attaining immeasurable virtuous qualities by describing the accumulation of vast stores of goodness and knowledge. I elucidate the means of producing the vows of the great vehicle by showing the development and guidance of all sentient beings. I elucidate the means of attaining the practice of universally good enlightening beings by spreading out the net of practice in all lands in all times. I elucidate the means of attaining a Buddha body of amassed distinguishing marks and embellishments by praising transcendent generosity. I elucidate the means of attaining Buddha's purity in all situations by explaining transcendent morality. I elucidate the means of producing the inconceivable purity of appearance of Buddhas by explaining transcendent tolerance. I elucidate the means of producing the invincible body of Buddhas by explaining transcendent vigor. I elucidate the unsurpassed purity of body of Buddhas by explaining transcendent meditation. I elucidate the purity of the real ity body by explaining transcendent wisdom. I elucidate the purity of the body of Buddha appearing before all beings by explaining transcendent skill in means. I elucidate the purity of Hoti involved in entering the minds of people in all eras and times by explaining transcendent commitment. I elucidate the purity of body appearing in all Buddha lands by explaining transcendent power. I elucidate the purity of body pleasing all sentient beings according to their inclinations by explaining transcendent knowledge. I elucidate the 1242 the flower ornament scripture purification of the body of supremely pure appearance by explaining the removal of all unwholesome elements. Thus taking care of them with this giving of teaching, I provide them with the support of endless treasures and let them go. I also know how to compound all scents, incenses, perfumes, and unguents. Moreover, I know the ball offergrants making offerings on meeting Buddhas everywhere, pleasing to all beings. By this ball of fragrance all wishes are fulfilled, by it I produce multitudes of dwelling places, and so on, including multitudes of all kinds of offerings for Buddhas. Whenever I want to make offerings to Buddhas, I produce clouds of towers of fragrance and cause them to appear in all universes, in the assemblies of all Buddhas. I adorn all universes with purification of Buddha lands, palaces of fragrance, walls of fragrance, turrets of fragrance, arches of fragrance, windows of fragrance, penthouses of fragrance, crescents of fragrance, parasols of fragrance, banners and pennants of fragrance, canopies of fragrance, webs of fragrance, lights of fragrance, immaculate adornments offergrants, and rain showering from clouds of all fragrances. I know this medium of the teaching, the ball of fragrance making offerings on meeting Buddhas everywhere, pleasing all sentient beings. How can I know the practice or tell the virtues of the enlightening beings who are like great medicines, whom it is beneficial to see, to hear, to associate with, to remember, to follow, and to recall their names, with the sight of whom all sentient beings are relieved of afflictions, with the sight of whom sentient beings leave all evil ways, with the sight of whom sentient beings find a way to Hudhahud, with the sight of whom the sufferings of sentient beings are relieved, with the sight of whom sentient beings are freed from fear of all mundane states, with the sight of whom sentient beings become fearless because of being near the abode of omniscience, with the sight of whom sentient beings no longer fall into the abyss of old age and death, with the sight of whom sentient beings attain the bliss of tranquility through cosmic equanimity. South of here is a city called Tal Advahe, where there lives a king named Inala. Go ask him how to earn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. So then Sudhana paid his respects to the eminent perfumer Samantanitra and left. Inala recalling those spiritual benefactors one after another, focusing his attention on the instructions of those spiritual benefactors, rejoicing in himself at being in the care of spiritual benefactors, reflecting that through the protection of spiritual benefactors he would never lose the way to supreme perfect enlightenment. Sudhana became joyful, serene, pleased, happy, calm, broad-minded. He attained adornment of mind, non-attachment of mind, non-obstruction of mind, aloofness of mind, unification of mind, control of entry into the realm, F reality 1243 mind, extraordinary power of mind, mental conformity with the teaching, mental pervasion of lands, mental beatification by the vision of Buddha, and constant mental focus on the 10 powers. He made his way from country to country, village to village, place to place, searching, till he came to the city of Taladvaha, where he asked after the whereabouts of King Inala. He was told, King Inala is on the throne carrying out his royal duties for the welfare of the populace. He governs the communities, punishes those who shall be punished, promotes those who deserve promotion, chastises criminals, settles disputes, comforts and encourages the wretched and dejected, subdues the wild and arrogant. He puts a stop to the injury of living beings, theft, desire for others' spouses, falsehood, slander, harsh or violent talk, and divisive talk. He frees us from craving, malice, and false ideas. Then Sudhana went to King Inala and saw him sitting on a great jeweled lion throne brilliant with diamonds, set on legs of countless varieties of luminous jewels, with beautiful figurines inlaid with jewels, arrayed with cowrie shells on golden threads, lit by many jewel lamps, in a lotus calyx made of magic gems, spread with many precious celestial robes, perfumed with various celestial incenses, embellished with 100,000 jeweled parasols, adorned with 100,000 jeweled bandhas, beautified by trailing flower garlands made of varicolored jewels, covered by a canopy of various celestial jewels. Theking was young and handsome, with the marks and embellishments of a great man, wearing a crown of wishful ling jewels, his forehead adorned with golden crescents, pure blue sapphire earrings hanging from his ears, a breastplate radiant with jewels on his chest, bracelets of the finest celestial gems on his arms, shaded by a large precious parasol with a cane of pure lapis lazuli and 1,000 ribs of jewels with a gold covering, a wreath of jewel bells sweetly ringing, illumining all directions with its lustre. The king had great regal power, his rule was invincible to enemy armies, his sovereignty was free of danger from enemy armies. Sudhana saw 10,000 ministers gathered around the king conducting the affairs of state. He also saw 10,000 torturers before the king, looking like warders of hell, of violent, terrifying appearance, holding swords, axes, spears, clubs, and impaling stakes, involved in punishing those to be punished. He saw criminals, thieves, bandits, murderers, troublemakers, rapists, and so on brought bound before King Inala and saw the king deal out appropriate punishments, by the king's order. Some had their hands and feet cut off, some had their ears and noses cut off, some had their eyes gouged out, some had their limbs or heads cut off, some had their whole bodies burnt by fire, some were being dismembered, crippled, burnt, sprinkled with acid. Sudhana watched them undergoing such harsh, injurious, and deadly punishments and saw a mountainous heap of rendered body parts on the execution ground and a tremendous torrent of blood. He also saw animals and birds eating the mutilated corpses there. He also saw some of the 1,244 the flower ornament scripture corpses hideous, decomposing. He also heard the screams and cries of those being mutilated and killed, as terrifying as hell. Seeing that dreadful, horrifying butchery, Sudhana thought, I have set out for supreme perfect enlightenment for the sake of welfare and happiness of all beings and am devoted to pursuing the practice of enlightening beings. I ask spiritual benefactors what good an enlightening being should do and what evil one should avoid. This King Anala, though, is devoid of goodness, an evildoer, malicious, a killer and oppressor, without regard for others, doomed to a miserable fate, so how can I hear about the practice of enlightening beings from him? As Sudhana was thinking this, concerned with saving all sentient beings, his mind full of compassion, celestial beings in the sky over his head called out, do you not remember the instructions of the seer Jayashmayatana? Sudhana looked up and said, I do. The celestials said, do not give rise to doubt about the instructions of spiritual benefactors, they guide you on the right way. Indeed, the practical knowledge of skill in means of enlightening beings is inconceivable. The knowledge of how to take care of all sentient beings is inconceivable. The knowledge of how to benefit sentient beings is inconceivable. The knowledge of how to restrain sentient beings is inconceivable. The knowledge of how to further sentient beings is inconceivable. The knowledge of how to care for sentient beings is inconceivable. The knowledge of how to protect sentient beings is inconceivable. The knowledge of how to purify sentient beings is inconceivable. The knowledge of how to liberate sentient beings is inconceivable. The knowledge of how to perfect sentient beings is inconceivable. The knowledge of how to guide sentient beings is inconceivable. Go ask the king about the practice of enlightening beings. Hearing the words of the celestials, Sudhana went to King Anala, paid his respects, and said, Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. I hear that you give instruction to enlightening beings, pray tell me how to learn and apply the practice of enlightening beings. King Anala, having finished his duties, got off the throne and took Sudhana into the palace. Entering his own residence, the king seated Sudhana on a seat of honor and said to him, Look at the furnishings of my house. Sudhana looked and saw that the house was large, with walls of 7 precious substances, adorned with terraces of various jewels, embellished with hundreds of thousands of jewel towers, blazing with the radiance of inconceivable numbers of jewels, with pillars made of various jewels. In it were hundreds of thousands of variously adorned jewel-ion chairs, jeweled regal banners flew overhead, it was covered with canopies of radiant jewels, draped with various webs of magical gems, decorated with countless ornaments of various jewels, complete with cool emerald lotus ponds, surrounded by rows of trees of all kinds of jewels. He also saw the king's 100,000,000 ladies, all extremely beautiful, versed in all the arts, diligent, kind-hearted, and attentive. Entry into the realm SIP. Reality 1245. Then King Anala said to Sudhana, What do you think, could such fruits of action come to a villain? Could a villain attain such a condition, with such a retinue, such riches, such power? Sudhana said, No indeed, noble one. The king said, I have attained enlightening beings' magical liberation. The people in my realm are given to all sorts of evil-doing, murder, theft, rape, falsehood, slander, vilification, divisive talk, covetousness, malice, false views, villainy, violence, cruelty. I am unable to turn them away from evil-doing by any other means, so in order to subdue them, mature them, guide them, and secure their welfare, out of compassion I have illusory execute wonders, kill and maim illusory criminals, making a display of intense suffering and pain. Seeing this, the people in my realm become afraid to do evil. Seeing the people alarmed by this device, I have them give up evil-doing and conduct themselves virtuously, then I establish them in ultimate security, the end of all suffering, the bliss of omniscience. I do not harm anyone by thought, word, or deed. I would sooner go to the deepest hell than so much as think of hurting even a dumb animal or an insect, much less a human being, who has potential for virtuous conduct. I do not do anything bad even in dreams, much else while awake. I have attained this magical enlightening being's liberation. How can I know the practice or tell the virtues of the enlightening beings who have attained acceptance of the truth of non-origination, who relate to all states of being as illusions, who understand that the practices of enlightening beings are like magical creations, who can know that all worlds are like ref elections, who comprehend that the nature of things is like a dream, who conform to the principle of the reality realm by non-attachment, who accomplish the network of interrelated practices, who are in the sphere of unimpeded knowledge, who can know the way of universal comprehensive concentration, who are masters of endlessly progressing mental command, who are intent on the sphere of Buddhahood. South of here is a city called Suprabha, where a king named Mahaprabhite lives. Go ask him how to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. So then Sudhana paid his respects and left King Anala. Mahaprabha, remembering that magic of knowledge, meditating on that magical liberation of enlightening beings, contemplating that magical nature, realizing the equality of the illusoriness of all actions, reflecting on the equal illusoriness of phenomena, following the equality of didactic developmental magical creations, remembering the inconceivable light born of knowledge, you undertaking the magical performance of endless vows, purifying the magical nature of unattached conduct. Thinking about the magical character of past, present, and future, Sudhana made his way from country to country, looking everywhere, high and low, over even and rough terrain. 124-6 tlzc flower oma mcnt suripchu rc wet and dry places, mountains and valleys, villages, cities, towns, provinces, and capitals, Tyrol in body and mind, searching everywhere till he came to the environs of the great city Suprabha. He asked where King Mahaprabha was, and people pointed out the great city Suprabha and told him the king lived there. So then Sudhana went to the city and was delighted upon seeing it. He thought, where docks the spiritual benefactor alive? I shall see the spiritual benefactor today and hear from him about the practice of enlightening beings, the way of emancipation of enlightening beings, the inconceivable nature of enlightening beings, the inconceivable range of virtues of enlightening beings, the inconceivable majesty of enlighthening beings, the inconceivable concentration of enlightening beings, the inconceivable freedom of enlightening beings, and the inconceivable purity of accomplishment of great undertakings of enlightening beings. With these thoughts in mind, Sudhana went into the great city Suprabha. Oncehe was there. Sudhana looked around the city. It was beautiful, made of 7 precious substances: gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, red pearl, emerald, and coral. It was surrounded by deep moats made of the 7 precious substances, with gold sand on the bottom, their surfaces covered with heavenly lotuses, and particles of sandalwood suspended in the water. The city was also surrounded by rows of palm trees made of the 7 precise substances, and enclosed by walls made of 7 kinds of diamonds: majestic, insuperable, indestructible, invincible, without obstacle, blazing with light, free from impurities. Each of the diamond walls was also inlaid with countless jewels, inset with gold posts and adorned with garlands of ivory and jewels. The gates of the city, at intervals of 10 leagues on 8 sides, were beautifully constructed of the 7 precious substances. The city was large, a symmetrical octagon, set on a ground of blue lapis lazuli. There were 10 million streets in the city, each one lined on both sides with hundreds of thousands of mansions made of various precious substances and adorned with arrays of many kinds of gems, flying jeweled banners and flags, fully furnished, with millions of people living in them. The city was also adorned with countless temples of gold and jewels, countless gold towers arrayed with innumerable jewels and covered with nets of lapis lazuli, countless silver towers arrayed with innumerable jewels and covered with nets of red pearls, countless lapis lazuli towers arrayed with innumerable jewels and covered with nets of varicolored jewels, countless crystal towers arrayed with innumerable jewels and covered with nets of diamonds, countless luminous jewel towers. arrayed with innumerable jewels and covered with nets of sunny jewels, countless sapphire towers arrayed with innumerable jewels and covered with nets of radiant jewels, countless diamond towers arrayed with innumerable jewels and covered with nets of unsurpassed jewels, countless sandalwood towers arrayed with innumerable jewels and covered with nets of celestial flowers, countless towers of incomparable fragrances arrayed with innumerable jewels and covered with nets of evenly flowers, all adorned with turrets of many jewels, encircled with entry into the realm of reality 124 7 balconies of 7 precious substances, surrounded by rows of fuel trees. The turrets of the towers and the nets of fuels were also interconnected by jewel strings, and those strings were adorned with garlands of golden bells, each which were fastened strings of various jewels, from each of which hung circlets of small bells. Also the whole city was covered with countless nets of fuels, bells, celestial fragrances, heavenly flowers, and jewel figurines, with countless canopies of diamonds, various jewels, jeweled parasols, jewel pavilions, precious cloths, and jewel flower garlands, with variously jeweled banners and pennants flying overhead. The house of King Mahaprabha was built in the middle of the city. It was 4 leagues wide on each side. Made of the 7 precious substances, it was surrounded by arbors made of these 7 precious substances in various combinations, decorated with nets of precious bells making pleasant sweet sounds. It was surrounded by 7 rows of palm trees made of 7 precise substances and adorned with 100,000 towers made of inconceivable numbers of various jewels. The house was embellished with lotus ponds, made of jewels, their surfaces covered with celestial flowers, their floors spread with gold sand, with steps made of jewel bricks arrayed on 4 sides, graced with trees with jewel flowers and fruits. Pleasant sounds of birds warbling filled the air. It was like the palace of a celestial king. In the middle stood a tower of world-illumining jewels, wonderful, beautiful, brilliant with its inconceivable arrays of countless jewels, built by the King Mahaprabha as a treasury of good law. Then Sadhana, not drawn by the jewel motes, not amazed by the jewel walls, not attracted by the jewel trees, not relishing the sound of the jewel bells, unattached to the sweet sounds of celestial songs, not paying any attention to the various precious furnishings of the apartments and towers, while in the midst of the joyful crowds of people enjoying the pleasure of the way of enlightenment, detached from pleasures of the senses, intent on contemplation of the truth, constantly asking everyone he met about spiritual benefactors, made his way to a crossroads in the city. Looking around at the crossroads, he saw King Mahaprabha there, not far from his venerable abode, seated on a magnificent throne. The throne had legs of blue lapis lazuli and was set on a lion made of white lapis lazuli. It was arrayed with nets of cowries on gold strings and varicolored precious cloths surpassing those of the gods, and ornamented with countless jewel figures. It was covered with a network of inconceivable numbers of jewels, and above was a beautiful gold silk canopy with multicolored decorations of celestial jewels. The throne of the great law was in the shape of the calyx of a lotus made of wish-fulfilling gems, and the king sat cross-legged thereon, graced with the 32 marks of a great person, adorned with the various embellishments of virtuous. He was like a mountain of gold, brilliant as a mine of jewels, blazing with light like the orb of the sun, of placid appearance like the full moon, an oceanic accumulation of endless virtues of the profound teaching, like a great cloud thundering the sound of inherent nature, like the sky studded with stars of maxims of the teaching, like the 1248 the flower ornament scripture polar mountain appearing to the minds of the ocean of sentient beings, like an island of jewels covered with various gems of knowledge. Sadhana also saw heaps of jewels, pearls, conch shells, camphor, coral, gold, and silver, heaps of celestial robes, heaps of celestial jewelry, heaps of food, and heaps of the finest delicacies arrayed before the king. He also saw millions of celestial chariots, celestial musical instruments, mounds of celestial incenses, many medicinal preparations, and many collections of all kinds of utensils, suitable and proper for people to enjoy as they wish. He also saw hundreds of thousands of milk cows with golden horns and hooves, provided to care for the poor. He also saw many millions of beautiful girls, adorned with all kinds of jewelry, dressed in heavenly clothes, limbs anointed with sandalwood perfume, versed in all the arts and skill led in all manners of love play. All the kinds of goods that were before the king were also set out in countless numbers on the street corners, in front of every house, along both sides of every street, to support the population, to make everyone happy, joyful, serene, and comfortable, to extinguish their afflictions, to introduce them to the meaning of the nature of all things, to get them all to have omniscience as their common aim, to rid them of malice toward others, to stop them from all evil action and talke, to extract the thorns of views, and to purify their course of action. At that point Sudhana went up to King Mahaprabha, paid his respects, and said, "Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how to learn and carry out the practices of enlightening beings. I hear you give enlightening beings instruction, and ask you to tell me how to study and accomplish the practice of enlightening beings." The king said, "I purify and fulfill the enlightening beings' practice, which is characterized by great benevolence. This practice I have asked about, purified, ordered, observed, carried out, pursued, entered into, diversified, and expanded in the company of hundreds, thousands, millions indeed, untold numbers of Buddhas. Based on this enlightening practice of great benevolence, I command kingship justly, I treat the world justly, I pass through the world justly, I lead the people justly, I bring justice to people and turn them to the sphere of right, I give them right guidance, I saturate them with justice, I direct them to attainment of what is right, I get them to contemplate the nature of things. I establish people in kindness, in the command of great kindness, in the power of kindness, in altruism, in goodwill, in sympathy, in friendliness, in hospitality, in determination to get rid of all suffering, in conduct conducive to ultimate happiness. I cool their minds and remove their mental tangles by producing the bliss of cessation. I divert their continuity of mind attached to delight in mundane routines and purify it in enjoyment of the pleasures of truth. I purify them of all unwholesome qualities and turn them away from what is not good. I turn back the flow of the mundane whirl. I destroy their ignorance in the ocean of principles of the reality realm, to cut off rebirth in all states of being. I inspire them to attain omniscience. I calm the ocean of their minds, to gain entry into the realm of reality. 1249 Irate the indestructible power of faith. Thus do I govern righteously based on this enlightening practice of great benevolence. Furthermore, no one goes away from me intimidated, threatened, or frightened. If any poor people lacking in means of subsistence come to me seeking food or drink or clothing or any other need, I open the royal storehouse to them and allow them to take from there, or from the streets and crossroads of the city, whatever they need, things they would otherwise get involved in wrongdoing to get. All the inhabitants of the city are enlightening beings established in the great vehicle. They see the city according to the purity of their minds. Some see it small, some large, some see a ground of earth, some see a ground spread with lapis lazuli, some see clay walls, some see it surrounded by walls covered with the finest cloth, banners, and jewels, some see it full of gravel and sand, uneven, with a lot of ravines, some see the ground spread with large jewels, decorated and flat as the palm of the hand, some see it beautifully arrayed with mansions and palaces, with round windows, nets, crescents, jewels, and various other adornments. Even among those who live outside the city, those whose minds are pure, who have made roots of goodness, who have attended many Buddhas, who are aiming for omniscience, and who make omniscience their ultimate goal, see it as made of jewels. Those whom I took care of in the course of past enlightening practice by means of charity, kindness, assistance, and cooperation see it His way, while others see it as made of clay. Whenever the inhabitants of my domain want to do anything wrong in the degenerate world, their natures disturbed by the times. In order to save them I go into an enlightening concentration guided by great benevolence called adapting to the faculties of the world, whereupon their fears, misfortunes, animosities, quarrels, agitations, and hostilities cease. That happens as a matter of course by the achievement of the nature of the enlightening consent ration adapting to the faculties of the world, which is guided by great benevolence. Come here and you shall see for yourself in a moment. At that point the king entered that concentration, whereupon the whole city as well as the provinces of kingdom quaked. As they shook, their jewel walls, jewel temples, jewel treasuries, jewel houses, jewel mansions, jewel palaces, jewel towers, jewel windows, jewel balconies, jewel arches, jewel crescents, jewel domes, jewel statues, jewel canopies, jewel bells, jewel bandas, and jewel trees gave off beautiful, pleasant sounds and bowed toward King Mahaprabha. The inhabitants of the city Suprabha, ecstatic, prostrated themselves in the king's direction. The inhabitants of the rest of the domain, refreshed and joyful, bowed toward the king. Even the animals, in friendship and harmony with each other, bowed toward the king. Even the mountains and hills all bowed toward the king. All the trees and plants also bowed toward the king. All the lakes, ponds, streams, and rivers in the domain flowed toward the king. 10,000 water spirits sent subtly aromatic rains from clouds of fragrant water, with thunder and lightning. 10,000 celestial beings adorned the sky with countless clouds of celestial 1,250 the flower ornament scripture music, goddesses sweetly singing, clouds raining celestial jewel flowers, clouds raining various celestial fragrances, garlands, aromatic powders, jewelry, robes, parasols, banners, and pennants blazing with the radiance of jewels, presenting these to the king as tokens of respect. The chief of the water spirits also adorned the sky with a covering of countless clouds of celestial jewel lotuses, countless trailing ornaments of celestial jewel necklaces, streamers, garlands, ornaments, and lays, countless clouds of all-pervading celestial fragrances, countless clouds raining celestial cloths, incense balls, and aromatic powders, and countless clouds of nymphs playing sweet music and singing hymns of praise, producing these in the sky by the inconceivable power of the chief water spirit. Also, countless hundreds of thousands of sea and land goblins, malevolent beings who feed on flesh and blood and consume the vitality of fish, birds, animals, and humans, all became benevolent, placid, intent on not harming any creatures, and sympathetic to other beings. They joined their hands in respect and most joyfully bowed to the king, experiencing mental and physical bliss. Hundreds of thousands of other kinds of fiends and malevolent spirits, also becoming benevolent, placid, intent on not harming any creature, and sympathetic to other beings, joined their hands in respect and most joyfully bowed to the king, experiencing physical and mental bliss. In this way all the fears, misfortunes, animosities, quarrels, agitations, and hostilities of all creatures on earth ceased. And as this happened on earth, so did it also happen throughout the galaxy, in as many as 10 duodecillion worlds. This was by the achievement of the nature of the enlightening concentration adapting to the faculties of the world, which is guided by great benevolence. Then King Mahaprabha came out of that concentration and said to Sudhana, I know this medium of the light of knowledge of practice of enlightening beings which is characterized by great benevolence. How can I know the practice, tell the virtues, measure the mountain of merit, view the myriad stars of virtuous qualities, encompass the atmosphere of great vows, measure the power of impartiality toward things, clarify the forms of arrangements oft vehicle of universal salvation, express the excellences of the principles of universally good practice, open the doors of cultivation of great enlightening concentrations, or describe the clouds of great compass Zion, of the enlightening beings who arc like immeasurable umbrellas of great benevolence, filling all beings with happiness, who are inseparable companions to all beings, who have set out to save all beings, working equally with the superior, inferior, and middling, whose benevolence is as impartial as the earth, supporting all beings, who are impartial as the full moon, shining the light of virtue and knowledge equally on all beings, who are impartial as the sun, illumining the world with knowledge of all that can be known. Who are like great lamps, dispelling the darkness in the recesses of all beings' minds, who are like water clarifying jewels, removing the turbidity of deceit and guile from the water of beings' minds, who are like wish-fulfilling jewels, fulfilling the aspirations of all beings, who are like and try into the realm of reality 1251 Gale, driving all beings into the citadel of omniscience with its houses of concentration and equilibrium. South of here is a kingdom called Styra where a devotee named Akala lives. Go ask her how to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. So Sudhana paid his respects to King Mahaprabha and left. Arhala then Sudhana left Suprabha city and shortly set forth on the road, reflecting on the teaching of King Mahaprabha, remembering the principle of enlightening practice of great benevolence, thinking of the light of that method of great concentration adapting to the faculties of the world, developing the inconceivable power commanding the goodness of the vows of enlightening beings, stabilizing the inconceivable wisdom of enlightening beings, knowing how to develop and perfect sentient beings, contemplating the inconceivable unique greatness of experience of enlightening beings, aiming for the inconceivable measurelessness of enlightening beings, remembering enlightening beings inconceivable purity of development of sentient beings, inking foot inconceivability of the purity of company of enlightening beings, focusing on enlightening beings inconceivable way of considering and seeing had to do for sentient beings, Sudhana became joyful and happy. His mind became clear, light, steadfast, broad, and invincible. Weeping as he thought of his memories of spiritual benefactors, he thought, meeting spiritual benefactors is a mine of fuels of all virtues, it brings about the purification and fulfillment of all enlightening practices, it purifies the mindfulness of enlightening beings, it purifies all enlightening beings' sphere of mental command, it generates the light of concentration of all enlightening beings, it fosters accomplishments of the vision of all Buddhas, it causes the clouds of teachings of all Buddhas to rain, it reveals the principles of the vows of all enlightening beings, it generates the inconceivable light of wisdom and knowledge, it strengthens and develops the sprouting faculties of enlightening beings. Spiritual benefactors save me from falling into evil ways, they guide me according to the principle of equality of things, they show me which paths are safe and which dangerous, they elucidate the way of universal enlightenment, they explain to me universally good enlightening conduct, they tell me the way to the citadel of omniscience, they lead me into the stronghold of omniscience, they plunge me into the ocean of principles of the cosmos, they illumine for me the way into the ocean of what can be known in past, present, and future, they show me the multitude of spheres of all goals, they cause me to develop all good qualities. As Sudhana wept, a group of celestial enlightening beings in the sky, envoys of the Buddhas who were always following Sudhana to inspire him, said, the Buddhas are pleased with an enlightening being who puts the instruction of spiritual nectars into practice. An enlightening being 1252 The flower ornament scripture who obeys the word of spiritual benefactors is close to omniscience. An enlightening being who does not doubt the word of spiritual benefactors becomes near to spiritual benefactors. An enlightening being who always pays attention to spiritual benefactors is within sight of all goals. Go to the devotee Akala in the kingdom of Styra, and you will hear from her of the practice of enlightening beings. Then Sudhana emerged from the light of concentration knowledge and made his way to the kingdom of Styra, looking for the devotee Akala. People told him, the devotee Akala is a girl living at home with her parents and relatives, she gives spiritual teaching to a large group of people. Filled with joy, Sudhana went to Akala's house. Standing in the door, he saw the whole house lit up with a soothing golden light. The moment Sudhana was touched by the light, 500 subtle trances descended upon him, beginning with a trance characterized by power over all sensations, trance absorption in the realm of tranquility, absorption in the welfare of all beings, absorption in the equanimity of the universal I, and absorption in the matrix of realization of thusness. The feeling of those trances was as subtle as the consciousness of a half-day-old embryo. He also smelled a scent more beautiful than that of any gods or goddesses or humans or any other creatures of the world, and there was to be found in all the world no one even equal to, much less more beautiful than, that girl Akela. The radiance of her complexion, the proportions of her body, and the magnificence of her aura were such that none in the world, save Buddhas and coronated enlightening beings, even equaled, much less surpassed them. Her scent was unequaled and unsurpassed by any celestial, preternatural, or human beings. The furnishings of her abode were unequaled and unsurpassed in all the world, except by the accoutrements of Buddhas and coronated enlightening beings. Her company was also unequaled and unsurpassed by any in the world, except for the companies of Buddhas and coronated enlightening beings. There was no one in all the world who could look upon Akela with lust. There was no one in the world whose afflictions did not cease the moment he beheld her. Just as gods with controlling power who alive in the realm of desire do not activate afflictions, similarly people who saw Akela did not act on afflictions. There was no one in the world who became satiated with the sight of Akela, except those who were sated with wisdom. Then Sudhana, in an attitude of reverence, seeing Akela's inconceivable physical majesty, her inconceivable appearance, and her inconceivable aura of light, which could not be blocked by all the cities and mountains on the face of the earth, sensing the inconceivable beneficial fragrance coming from her pores, looking over her endless company of followers, noticing the matchless adornment of her abode, immersed in the measureless ocean of her virtues, eulogized Akela with this verse, who keeps conduct pure, develops great tolerance, entry into the realm cf. Reality 1253 and makes vigor enduring as diamond stands out in the world like a mountain of light. Then Sudhana said to her, Noble one, I have set my mind on supreme perfect enlightenment, but I do not know how to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. I hear that you give instruction to enlightening beings, so I ask you to tell me how an enlightening being is to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. In the affectionate, pleasing, charming words of an enlightening being, Akela greeted Sudhana and said, It is good that you aspire to supreme perfect enlightenment. I have an enlightening liberation containing invincible knowledge, and I cultivate enlightening beings' way of practice of firm resolve. I have also attained mental command of the stage of equanimity in all things, and I am imbued with the light of knowledge to clarify the true state of all phenomena. I have also attained concentration of tireless search for truth. Sudhana asked her about the sphere of these attainments, and she said her state was hard to believe. Sudhana urged her to tell him, assuring her that by the power of Buddha and the help of spiritual benefactors he would believe in it, enter into it, investigate, contemplate, follow, and cultivate it, and would not quarrel or make up arbitrary ideas or assumptions about it, but would strive to equal it. Akela then said to Sudhana, a long time ago, in a past con called undefiled light, a Buddha named arms extended downward appeared in the world. I was the daughter of a king named Vyadayudatta. One quiet night, as my parents slept in the inner apartments of the palace, and the men and women of the court were fast asleep, and the sounds of music had all stopped, and my 500 girl companions were all in bed, as I gazed up at the starry night sky I saw up there the Buddha, like the polar mountain, surrounded by many celestial beings, spirits, preternatural creatures, and countless enlightening beings, his body pervading everywhere with an aura of unobstructed light. From his pores came a fragrance that soothed my body and mind and made me happy. Getting up from bed, I saluted the Buddha. Looking at him, I found I could not determine any limit to the extent of his height and breadth. As I reflected on his marks and embellishments of greatness, I thought, by performing what kind of action is such a body obtained? How are the marks and embellishments of greatness attained? How is the aura of light attained? How does the retinue of followers develop? How do the mentally produced dwelling and furniture appear? How is virtue developed? How is knowledge purified? How are the inconceivable meditative projections accomplished? How is mental command perfected? How is eloquence mastered? Reading my mind, that Buddha said to me, "Daughter, you should produce an invincible mind to destroy afflictions, an indomitable mind to get rid of all clinging, an intrepid mind to enter into the profound truth, a mind unshakable while descending into the whirlpool of the ocean of sentient 1254 tlzc flower ornament scripture beings who arc, attached to objects, a mind undilute in the midst of all states of being, a mind tireless in seeking vision of all Buddhas, a mind receiving the multitudes of teachings of all Buddhas without complacence, a contemplative mind to attain the light of wisdom of all Buddha teachings, a retentive mind remembering the cycles of teaching of all Buddhas, a mind free from forgetfulness even in regard to conventional terms, to say nothing of knowledge arising from the word of Buddhas, and you should develop a mind of sharing, to distribute the jewels of The teaching to all sentient beings according to THEIR mentalities. Having heard such principles of The teaching from the Buddha, desiring omniscience, aiming for the development of the 10 powers, seeking the eloquence of a Buddha, wishing to purify in myself the aura of light of a Buddha, wishing to perfect a body like a Buddha, desiring the purity of marks and embellishments of greatness of a Buddha, aiming to gain a congregation like a Buddha, seeking purification of a Buddha land, wishing to accomplish the deportment of a Buddha, wanting to attain the span of life of a Buddha, developing a mind that neither afflictions nor anyone concerned with self-liberation alone could break down, like indestructible adamant. I do not remember The arising of a single thought of enjoyment of desires, much less engaging in sexual intercourse for as many cons thereafter as atoms in this continent. I do not remember a single thought of anger toward my relatives, much less toward innocent others. I do not remember a single thought related to the idea of self, much less being considered anything my own. I do not remember any confusion, or any notion of difference, or yet any indifference, even while in the womb between death and birth, much less while focusing my attention. In all those cons I did not forget a single vision of a Buddha, not even a dream vision, much less those appearing to the 10 eyes of an enlightening being. Ever since that original inspiration I have been imbibing the ocean of the teaching, contemplating and reflecting on every single statement, even in the context of worldly phenomena. There is not a single facet of the teaching that I have not become absorbed in, even in the context of worldly arts and sciences. Ever since that first inspiration, while holding the will of teaching of the Buddhas, I have never omitted even a single word as I learned it, even in following logic, except to regulate the guidance of others. There is not a single vow I have not undertaken in the presence of the Buddhas I have met since then to purify the ocean of all sentient beings, even carrying out vows made to phantom Buddhas. There is not a single enlightening practice from the ocean of post-enlightening practices of the oceans of Buddhas that I have not undertaken to purify my own practice. There is not a single sentient being I have seen since then that I have not established in the determination for supreme enlightenment. I do not remember even having a thought of individual liberation since then. I do not remember ever conceiving any doubt, any notion of dual ity, any false discriminations, any notion of variety, any idea of grasping or rejection, any concept of inferior or advanced, or any thought of attachment or resistance. Lin try into the realm for reality 1255 in regard to so much as even a single word or letter of the teaching, for as many eons as atoms in this continent. Ever since then I have never been apart from Buddhas, enlightening beings, and true spiritual benefactors. I have always been hearing of the vows of Buddhas, the practices of enlightening beings, the transcendent ways of enlightening beings, the light of knowledge of the stages of enlightening beings, the inexhaustible treasury of mental command and concentration of enlightening beings, the way to enter the infinite network of worlds, the original causes of the infinite realms of sentient beings. I have never left the light of knowledge removing the web of afflictions of all beings. I have always been acquiring knowledge of the productive causes of the roots of goodness of all beings. I have always been appearing to all beings according to their mentalities. I have always been purifying the verbal range to instruct all beings. Obeying attained this enlightening liberation containing invincible knowledge and this concentration of tireless searches for all truths, accumulating this enlightening way of practice of firm resolve, contemplating this method of mental command of the stage of equanimity in all things and this medium of the light of knowledge clarifying the basis of all things, I am capable of inconceivable miracles. Do you want to witness them? Sadhana said, I do. Then, as she sat there, Akala looked into, passed through, followed, and meditated on 10,100,000 doors of concentration, beginning with the door of enlightening liberation containing invincible knowledge, the door of concentration of tireless searches for all truths, the door of concentration on the arrangement of THESPH air of efficacy, the door of concentration on the sphere of the 10 powers, and the door of liberation through concentration on the inexhaustible source of all Buddhas. As soon as Akala had reached these concentrations, Sadhana saw as many worlds as atoms in 10 inexpressible numbers of Buddha lands quaking, and appearing made of clear lapis lazuli. He also saw in each world a billion sets of 4 continents and a billion Buddhas. He saw some of the Buddhas in the heaven of satisfaction, some descending to be born on earth, some in the womb, some firstborn, some leaving home for ascetic practice, some sitting under the tree of enlightenment, some defeating the demons, some realizing enlightenment, some teaching, some entering final extinction. This was because there was no obstruction to vision in the worlds made of clear lapis lazuli. He also saw the aura of light of each Buddha pervading all universes, and he saw the orderly congregations of each Buddha. He also heard the voice of the individual Buddha communicating all the cycles of the teaching to all sentient beings. Then Akala emerged from concentration and said to Sadhana, Did you see? Did you hear? Did you understand? Sadhana said, I saw, I heard, I understood. Akala said, in this way, learning enlightening beings practice of firm resolve, absorbed in tireless search for all truths, established in enlightening 1256 the flower ornament scripture beings way of liberation by invincible knowledge, I satisfy all sentient beings with good explanation by following mental command of the stage of equanimity in all things, using the skill of the light of knowledge of how to elucidate the basis of all things. How can I know the practice or tell the virtues of the enlightening beings who are imbued with inconceivably measureless virtues, who are like eagles soaring independently through the sky, who plunge into the sea of sentient beings to take out the mature enlightening beings, who search the treasure island of omniscience for the jewels of knowledge of the 10 powers, who go like strong fishers into the sea of the mundane world with the net of the teaching to mature beings born amid craving and pull them out of it, who go like Titan kings throughout all realms of existence quelling the titanic disturbances and agitations of afflictions, who rise like the sun in the sky of the reality realm to evaporate the water of beings' cravings and dry up the mud of afflictions, who rise like the full moon in the sky to awaken the water lilies of the minds of the teachable, who support all beings equally, whether friendly or hostile, high or low, to plant and grow the sprouts of roots of goodness in all sentient beings, who go everywhere unhindered like the wind to uproot the afflictions and views of all sentient beings, who go through the world like sovereigns uniting all beings with generosity, kindness, assistance, and cooperation? South of here is a city called Tozala in a land called Avatamsaka. There is a mendicant named Sarvagaman living there. Go ask him how to learn and carry out the practice of enlightening beings. So then Sadhana paid his respects to Akala and left. Sarvagam in his mind on the devotee Akala, remembering her teaching, absorbing what she had shown him, what she had told him, what she had described to him, what she had enjoined on him, what she had shared with him, what she had disclosed to him, what she had set forth to him, following it, reflecting on it, entering into it, cultivating it, embodying it, contemplating it, clarifying it, living up to it, Sadhana made his way from place to place, finally reaching the land of Avatamsaka. There he sought out and found the city of Tozala. Entering the city at sunset, he went from block to block, street to street, looking for the mendicant Sarvagaman. In the still of the night, he saw a mountain called Sulabha, north of the city. The mountain peak was adorned with thickets and groves of various plants and trees and was as bright as the sun. Seeing that light, Sudhana was ecstatic. He thought to himself, I will undoubtedly see the spiritual benefactor on this mountaintop. Sudhana went out of The city Tothe mountain and climbed Tothe shining peak, where he saw the mendicant Sarvagaman from afar. The appearance of the mendicant was superior to that of the great god Brahma, glorious and radiant. He was walking around surrounded by 10,000 Brahmic gods. Sudhana went up to Sarvagaman, paid his respects, and said, Noble one, I